that noise that you can hear is the wind, everybody. Good morning and welcome to a very, very soggy Lady Bay at Nottingham Rugby Football Club. This is day 2 of the England Touch Nationals. Jonathan Eaton back with you alongside you. Thank you very much for coming back with us. If you've braved the stream over the last couple of days, the last day or so, we do have we've got some new technology.
There was plenty of artful dancing in that as well, plenty of artful dodging, although the touch came in. But
he wasn't moving too fast enough there, unfortunately.
No, but from a Wildcats perspective, is that what's been really good is that they've finished one well. They've put themselves into the position to score a second. So it's not a bad start from the Wildcats perspective, no. but they're going to need, as this game goes on, they're going to need to finish those chances, because otherwise the Sharks are going to drive them and to really potentially put them to the sword, as Charlie Meredith sends the ball wide to the right for the Sharks. And that was considering the weather conditions, that was a lovely pass out to Demi Quinn, lovely floated pass, but also it was very well taken by the winger on this near side on the final touch.
Indeed so, and here comes Dodger again. Alison Dodger trying to get through there, gets touched, but opportunity coming in for the West Wildcats. They responded instantly last time. Can they respond here?
Good pace coming through from the Wildcats. They just need somebody to come in on the scoop. That's exactly what's happened. Hit a quick short line.
Yeah, I think he was touched there. It was touched there that time by number 3 Theo Edwards trying to come through, and it's going to be Natasha Rose who's going to pick it up at the dummy.
Yeah, that was it was Daniel Sharp who came through on the run there, and he put some good pace, and it's got to be the person who touches the play, and that's one where, like I said before, is that in their first score, is that run has the danger of running players out of space, and that's actually what happened. Although on the 6 touches, you do want to kill them as far away from the opposition sub box as you can. And what the Wildcats have done pretty well here is to try and shut down the Sharks attacking. We've seen Tash Rose, and the link, Daniel Sharp, really getting into the Sharks' faces. It means they've only got like 1 touch to play with now, going into the danger zone, and then the ball's turned over. So Wildcats did pretty well on that defensive set.
They did there as well, and like you say, the conditions are very, very tricky, especially first game of the morning. Really difficult to get back into it. But remember that this game as well, defending champion South East Sharks in 2019, they are looking to try to get back into the final once more, and the Wildcats know if they win this, then it puts real pressure on the South East Sharks in their final pool game later on today.
Yeah, they've got his Amro Karim there on taking the initial dump on this
opportunity here, and it's going to be a try. It looks like it.
I think he's looking for a corner camera there, something to celebrate too. That was all set up by, that's Christopher Ray going over for the score, number 95. That was all set up by Amro Karim, really driving hard, getting onto the front foot, getting some momentum going. And the thing that we saw all day yesterday was that as soon as you can get that go forward ball, is that you then start causing problems. If you've got that pace to go through, that's exactly what the Wildcats did to put the Sharks on the back foot to tie things up.
Opportunity knocks again here though. Opportunity can't quite get over there. Can George Miller? Here is Miller once more. Miller now looking. Opportunity for Penissard, who was really good in the first game. Opportunity goes out to the back there, and that's a really, really good try.
Yeah, that's a lovely missed pass out there from the link going out to the winger.
And I think there was a Media Stanley there on that far side again, or was it Kit? Was it Media Stanley? I think it's.
Yeah, the crucial moment there was the pass that came in from
George Miller.
George Miller.
Yeah,
because that was right in the face of the defence, and it just took out Tash Rose here on this near side wing as far as we're concerned. And what will happen is that she will then potentially have to look to defend a little bit wider, which will then open up space further in for people to. That's why you go for those long passes. The thing that's impressed me about the Sharks in this opening 10 minutes or so is that they've not been afraid to go wide, but when they have gone wide, the passes have been sympathetic and on target. So it makes it nice and easy. It makes it a lot easier for the wingers to catch. So we saw Charlie Meredith earlier on. We've seen George, which was a bit further out. We've seen George Miller just then.
And the ball goes behind it. In fact, actually, I think it might have been Debbie Quinn actually on this near side who got the try there. 5 and 8 look very, very similar at 8:30 in the morning. I can promise you that. Apologies on that one, but Debbie Quinn gets the try.
Dare I say, you turned down the breakfast sandwich that I offered.
You had death by bun this morning.
I am going to be suffering cholesterol-wise after that. But really, when the weather is rubbish, there's nothing you can do than fill a bap with various pig products.
Very true. Oh, that's an offload. Really good try. And that's going to be Fergal Evans who goes over. And we're level once more early doors. We thought that the conditions might play a little bit it might be a bit of a deficit really for people, but once again 95 Christopher Ray, who counted a try earlier, sets up the try now, and that time Fergal Evans gets over. We're level at 3 apiece.
Once again they've gone onto the front foot. That combination, Christopher Ray and Amro Karim again was involved in that, and this time it's created space through the middle. So on this situation, so like I said, the Wildcats' best opportunity is to just go for it and drive through the Sharks, because the pitch now is really greasy, and much as that the handling has been really good, the sidestepping, we've seen a little bit of it, is going to be tough, and also to turn around in that defence to try and get back is going to be even tougher. So if you can get past that initial metre and a half and really attack the players, they're going back past the 7 metres, or they're going back to the onside line, that is going to be the Wildcats' best opportunity of scoring, and that's how they've created certainly 2 of their 3 scores so far.
Midway through the first half then here at the England Touch Nationals mixed open, 3 apiece between the South East Sharks and the West Wildcats. Remember, the South East Sharks are on 8 points, currently in second place. The West Wildcats on 3. A win here will put them into second, and a chance at that, and another try. Well. This is a turn up for the books. The defending champions are in a bit of trouble here, and that time there it was who was that?
That was the number 3.
Number 3 there. That was Theo Edwards again. Good work.
Yeah. So Theo Edwards there. Just the player who makes the touch has to get back 7 metres before they make the other touch. So if you can accelerate and then target that player, and if you've got the pace just to get past that player, that is where the hole in the defence comes in. And we've seen that now 4 times. 3 out of the Wildcats' 4 scores have been created in that way. That's what they've done. What that will I will talk.
Chance here. That should be a try, and it is.
It is. Yeah. Because what will happen is
Toby Lister, who went over, who we had a commentary earlier on.
Or yesterday.
Yeah, indeed.
Earlier on the weekend.
Earlier on the weekend, yes.
So in the same way that when we saw the Sharks go wide earlier with their passing, and that then opened space through the middle, what that kind of tactic does, that the Wildcats did, is that then Sharks will then defend a little bit narrower. So as the game goes on, it'll be really interesting to see if the Wildcats then have that ability to go wide in the same way the Sharks did, with that similar kind of sympathetic passing, and so don't fizz it out as much.
Opportunity once again for the Wildcats, and the ball gets dropped there. I think that might have been Louise Carr who dropped the ball there.
Yeah, number 13.
Number 13 doesn't actually exist on my team sheet. I don't know whether it's number 15.
No, it is 13.
It is
13. That'll be Sinead
Hughes. There we go. But that helps this morning. We'll get there. We'll get there throughout the day. As it is 4 apiece. So remember, South East Sharks come into this event as defending champions. They are currently in second place on 8 points. The West Wildcats on 3. A win puts them onto 7 points and could put the pressure on the South East Sharks. But it looks like that ball's been batted down again. That referee in particular, Brett Harrington, is it? Brendan Harrington has been on it all weekend. Very, very, very quick to call anything he can find.
Yeah, this is where that error is what you will see happen more often as the game progresses and as the day progresses, if the weather forecast is accurate, because it's the hardest thing to do is to put the ball down at pace, one-handed, when it's wet.
I think there was a touch on there. Yes, there was. Opportunity for Daniel Sharp to get a second touchdown, but it was a touch, and it will be a turnover on the 7 metre. Who said the rain would cause problems? It's been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I have been, as the balls get juggled. I think the error count has been impressively low.
Yes,
and that's a penalty for overstepping the mark. So now they're going to have to read. That's one thing that has changed this year, is that would have been a turnover last year or 2 years ago. That's now just take the restarts the play correctly, as Amro Karim looks to direct play from the link position. He's going to come in.
Opportunity again coming through.
I think that I can see why the Wildcats are looking to do that, what's called a quickie play, which is the ball off the floor, so that the player then who is attacking the defender can dive and score. But what it does is it has that split second, gives that extra split second for the defence to get back, and that half metre is going to pay. You know, really, when you're playing a team that's as good as the Sharks are, is going to be crucial.
Edwards onto Cornel. Chance there. Did he get a touch?
Yeah.
No. He's given the try.
Oh, that's a lovely offload.
God, a fantastic score.
Watch this. So Amro Karim gets the ball on the quick play, then sucks in the defender, and that is about as good a play. That is lovely. That is a lovely piece of play there, because what he's done is he's taken that ball on. So what they've done there is they've through doing a similar play previously, they have conditioned the defence so that it's now so that the covering defender has come in, and then the offload has got the ball away. So that's a lovely creative try there by the Wildcats.
Could have gone maybe to the left-hand side there. Kieran Purvis is on that left-hand side again, but now there's the opportunity to go left, and then is that going to be a touch? It is. Fifth touch. So if they can get in here, with 5 minutes to go in this first half, the West Wildcats lead 5-4. You can see the score on your screen. We will get the time sorted for you at half-time, and a drop ball there, that time by Harry Richards, and a turnover once again for the Wildcats as the wind again picks up around Lady Bay.
The wind whip. I was going to say off the Trent, but it's not. It's coming from the other direction.
It is actually. It is. I thought the mist would be rolling in from the Trent if you're a Forest fan. as our cameraman is.
Jono has a big thumbs up for that comment there.
And again, here comes Ray. Ray's been really good so far, but he's going to get touched, and that's going to be taking the ball on. Is it? It wasn't six touch
turnover. Yeah.
Ray's been very, very good though for the Wildcats. We've had, like you said, they've been driving right through the middle there, and they've just gone, like you say, gone straight at the person who's taking the touch, and they've gone, right, we'll just go at you again.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is they're really getting into the Sharks' faces defensively, although that has just broken down a little bit, and now all of a sudden Sharks have now got the roll on.
Here they come again once more. Opportunity. Down it goes. Christopher Wall. No, doesn't get the touch.
No, that's not Chris Wall. Who's that? That's number 5.
Number 5 is Demi Quinn. Was it?
No, it's number 3. Sorry,
number 3. Max Pennicid.
Max Pennicid. Yeah, it's far too early in the morning for this. I think we've been used to the 10 o'clock starts in the National Touch Series. I think the last time, as I say, we had an 8:30 start was the 2019 Nationals on the Sunday and Monday for that.
Give us a time to wake up, everybody, as he goes through. Does he get a touch? Well, it's going to be Daniel Sharp who goes down, and they're saying that there was a touch there.
No, I think they're saying that the chap.
Oh no, they're going to give the try. I think.
Yeah, the touch came in, but the ball was away as the touch was coming in. So that's then being given. So that's then given as a play on, and again, it's the Wildcats' pace. Whenever the Wildcats can get pace on the ball, they are causing trouble.
3 minutes to go until half time, and the first time in the game, someone has gone 2 points clear. As the rain, I tell you what, you predicted the rain, or your radar predicted the rain at 8:55. It is now 8:45, so just a little bit earlier, but certainly I don't think that the thousands that are going across the river to Trent Bridge today will be seeing much play if things change this way, but we'll be seeing a lot of play here on the Touch Nationals. Maybe Sky again, the drone will come through and they'll be showing this instead.
Quite possibly. We'll tweet them and say, if you want to show some action today, then hover your drone over. But I think there'll be lots as Charlie Meredith goes in for the dive, but just gets touched on the way through. It's a good extent. That's the Wildcats have really shut that down in the middle, which is good. We'll just wait and see Charlie then.
Meredith out again to Media Stanley on that near side to us, and she gets shut down. It looks like to me, again, a complete novice to touch rugby before coming into this, that if you get touched on the 5th tackle and you have to go back to the 7, it looks like it's very, very difficult to then go and put something to get a touchdown before the 6th touch. Yeah.
The reason for that is that all the momentum's been taken out of it, is taken out of your play, and when you get the Mexican standoff in that situation, you ideally want it to start on no later than 3rd or 4th touch, because then that's just a no play on.
Play on.
Yeah, there's Charlie Meredith was saying that he hadn't made the touch, but the touch was made by the attacking player, and that's resulted in a try.
It has. Try given.
Yeah, 19 over there with the score.
That's Fergal Evans. That's his second of the day.
No,
24,
24.
excuse us. It's Adam Sale with his second of the day. So we were right.
Yes.
But it was just his second of the day.
So they just. It's those agonising inches here and inches there on the play. I think, yeah, so just to go back to the previous comment, as we'll just let this kind of drive from the Sharks unwind. See, it doesn't matter that it's slowed down a little bit, because all of a sudden they're going, so Chris Wall now is wanting to just make that touch just before the 7 or on the 7, because then it then allows that's the textbook of what I was about to talk about, is that if it's on the 3rd or 4th touch, is what you can then do is have the half coming in and make a scoop and then accelerate into that space. Whereas if it's the 5th touch that gets made on the 7 and for the restart, you just can't do that because you've got no touches to play with. So it's a lot easier to defend. So you can just come up and just walk up, track left and right as the defensive group, and then shut the attack down.
15 seconds to go then in this first half. Don't know whether we'll get another set in for the South East Sharks, but 4 unanswered points for the Wildcats so far. And here they come once more. Opportunity out the back door as the siren goes. So that is a real surprising turn up for the books, with the defending champions, quite frankly, at the moment on the ropes.
Yeah, I think just the thing that's impressed me so far has been the error count, which has been really low. But also is that the way that the clubs have carried on, or both teams, sorry, the way that they have carried on with their play. And we've seen Sharks float passes out wide a couple of times, and they've brought in a couple of scores. And Wildcats they're not trying to dance their way through. They're going. It's almost like they're narrowing their attacking to take account of the conditions. So running more straight lines, but running them fast and really targeting the defenders as they have to go back to make their 7 metres to get back to the referee, to get back on side.
So I'll tell you what we'll do, actually, while we get ourselves sorted here for half time, and we'll get you the scoreboard up. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go through what happened yesterday, and we'll tell you where everybody is in relation, because obviously not just the mixed open, we've got the women's open and the men's open, and this is what we've got for you so far. So the South East Sharks, as we talk about, we'll talk about the mixed open as we've got them on the screen at the moment. South East Taipans lead right now on 10 points. We've then got the South East Sharks on 8 points. The Northwest Blades on 6 points, the West Wildcats on 3 points, and then the Midlands Tigers on 2 points. So they can all technically still qualify for the final 2 spots as we go into today's action.
Yeah, so the Blades have played a game more than everybody else. So they've only got. So they're playing at the moment on field 2, which is off to our right, a little bit closer to the banks of the Trent, where the fog rolls in from, apparently.
Yeah, the mist rolls in. Not the
mist rolls in.
Yeah, mist rolls in.
Don't have fog in Nottingham. It's all mist.
No, it's all mist for the Trent.
Yeah, so. We saw them a couple of times yesterday, and they, so I can't see them progressing through. Taipans, we saw them a couple of times as well here on the main field. Again, like the Sharks, is that they're very good at running through their processes. They've got a lot of experienced players, a lot of CSSC London Eagles players. Brandon Oon, we saw him really dominate. We had Bex Maxwell, Keisha Raymond Blythe. Their female players are a little bit more experienced in that team than the Sharks team, and we saw that, as I say, pay dividends with how they were playing. Tigers, I haven't seen what the results that Tigers had yesterday. So
I think they got a couple of draws, if memory serves me correctly. They got one. Where is it? Did they get one win? I don't know. You got one loss and one loss. So
2 losses.
2 losses. So 7-6 and 7-3.
Which is a little bit disappointing as far as the Tigers are concerned, because they've got a bit of strength in depth. What the Tigers have loaded up is the men's open, and we'll see. And I know we'll come on to that in a little bit. On the men's open competition, the surprise really was Northwest Blades, who were 0-3, and they were pretty fancy to be able to make the final at least. Now the Tigers are now fully loaded. They've gone with a lot of Cambridge and Nottingham players. So the Maynard brothers, the Missin brothers, Will Lupton, all in their late teens, early 20s, and those players are coming in leaps and bounds over the last certainly the last 2 years. So they've come in. So and then the Sharks. I mean, we saw them. It was so unfortunate that we had the technical issues yesterday, because the Sharks were playing in the last game against the Blades, and some of their play was just amazing. And also they happened to beat Southwest Saxons 21-3 yesterday at the Men's Open. So they are well set to progress.
Yeah, just looking quickly on the Men's Open, that's our next game coming up here this morning. South East Sharks and South East Taipans lead the way, both on 12 points. Then 9 points then is the Midlands Tigers, 6 points for the West Wildcats, Northwest Blades 3 and Southwest Saxon 3. So they can't actually qualify the Northwest Blades. You say they were talking about being very, very fancy, but there's that opportunity which we'll talk about very, very quickly before we get going again. Women's Open looks like this. South East Taipans lead the way on 12 points, South East Sharks on 9, Northwest Blades on 9, Midlands Tigers on 6, Southwest Saxons on 6, and then the West Wildcats on 3. Tell you what, again, it's such a shame the stream wasn't working yesterday, because the South East Taipans against South East Sharks in the women's was absolutely sensational.
And they're teams that know each other very, very well. They had a training game a couple of weeks back, or within the last couple of weeks, which was 5-5, a 40-minute game, and you can see their final. And it's great to have the Women's Open final finish things off, because it's quite unusual for that to happen, for Women's Open games to finish off the tournaments like this. But the women's game in this country's in a really good shape at the minute. And so it's only right to finish things off, to get to finish the day off with the Women's Open.
So, like I say, unfortunately we can't get the scoreboard sorted at the moment in terms of the time, but we can give you the score. The time will be back on, hopefully, for our next game, so we do apologise for that. But as the score says, the West Wildcats, I wouldn't say a bit of a turn-up for the books, because, of course, they've already got themselves a few points on the board, but they are leading the defending champions, and South East Sharks will start to feel a little bit of pressure coming into their final game if the result stays like it is.
Yes, if the result stays like it is. I think that the biggest thing will be the comments that were made in the sub box during the half-time break, and both teams have got really experienced players who are coaching them, and player coaching them. So with the Sharks, as we see them just go through, and they'll get a fresh set of 6 of that, as that was played again. As Chris Wall he's so calm. He's very calm, very collected, won't panic on this. He'll told the Sharks to trust their patterns, to go through their paces, and to not worry about it. And Amro Karim for the Wildcats is exactly the same. He doesn't get too riled up with things, and we can see him on the far side, just really just calmly just saying to the other players just what to expect. And as I say, the Wildcats, what's been, again, I quite like that on their subbing move, is they've got the option of a couple of runners on that, so kind of almost to play a little bit of heads-up touch.
Here's Karim now, who's involved in the play as he comes back onto the field there, does Amro Karim. And a chance here for Christopher Ray again. Another great score from him.
Oh, nice touch.
Touched again. That was a really, really good run. I tell you what, Christopher Ray's been elusive so far in this game.
He has, but that's been set up again by Amro Karim, because that's the scoop off the floor. And at the start of the second half, we've seen the ball hit the deck a couple of times as the teams are getting back into the play. But that scoop off the floor at pace was just fantastic, and created the space for Christopher Ray to go through. And it was so. That was a really good touch, desperate touch, and actually crucial as far as the Sharks are concerned. I don't think they can really afford to go another score down, even at this early stage in the second half.
Indeed the case. As we have a look at the time for you, 22 minutes and 36 seconds, so only 3 minutes gone of this second half. West Wildcats lead 7-4. Opportunity though here for the Sharks to go 7-5, and it just didn't quite make the way out there to Kira Purvis on the far side, and Toby Lister just couldn't quite get it over the top.
Yeah, that died like a Jimmy Anderson slow ball, didn't it?
Jimmy Anderson? More like Stephen Harmison. 2005 Ashes reference.
Well, that's a wide ball. I think that just died like a slow ball that bounces a couple of times. Just go back to the cricket. You can see plenty of cutaways from Sky going to the miserable looking faces underneath umbrellas and Macintosh coats, can't you, today?
Absolutely, and that looks like it's going to be a 6 again.
Yeah, it's a penalty for offside. So this is ideal situation now for the Wildcats. So what we've seen before is as I say, was about them. For the Wildcats, was to was to accelerate from range, from distance, and now they're going to have to try and create something from closer in.
Opportunity though, dummy half chances. That is going to be a score.
No,
it's going to be a touch.
Chris Wall there on the touch, just tracking the attacker as he was coming in.
Yeah, it was Adam Sale, who's been very, very good so far. Sale still on. Opportunity again here for Sharp, and away it goes. That's who Neil Hook. Back it goes to Neil Hook, and she just couldn't quite get her hands onto it. I mean, look, the ball's going to get even more greasy as the day goes on, particularly in these conditions. But to get that early lead and to get a 7-4 lead at the break could be very, very important.
Yeah, that was, see, just to go back to what I said before, I think that's the difference between the teams, is that the Sharks have got a little bit more in their game plan to be able to stretch defences in that situation, in that kind of slow situation around the 7 metres.
As the ball goes through, looking for the dummy half, looking. Can she get it down this time? Kira Purvis can. So she's been having opportunities, and this time through it goes from Toby Lister, as you can see on your screen there, and then Kira Purvis finally makes her way through and finally gets a score 5-7.
Yeah, that run, having just talked about the Sharks putting the defence left and right. This time it was all about the pace going through the middle there to create the score, getting the defence onto the back foot. Now Wildcats, that's how they've been attacking so far, and they need to go back to that playbook. This is exactly what they've got now.
Opportunity again here for the Wildcats. As you can see, the time is back now for you, so we don't have to tell you how long there is in the game now, but 5.5 minutes gone. There's a touch there, and it's on the 4th, I think.
Yeah, 5th coming.
Sorry, that was the 5th, and now it's going to go out to the outside. I mean, to be fair, that was the only option really that they had at that point, because again, Kira Purvis just moved in a little bit there, and it was given a forward pass. But to be fair, it came out the hands forward. But with this wind, he's going to go forward. Sorry, he's going to out the hands backwards, but it's going to go forward in this wind, and that's a turnover there.
Yeah, in that situation, yeah, as you say, it turns a marginal forward pass into an Aaron Rodgers Hail Mary. The NFL season just around the corner. I can't wait personally.
Same here. Washington football team supporter. So for me since.
As a Giants fan, I'm not talking to you for the rest of the day now.
No, I think that's probably a good thing for you, isn't it? As they come through once more, the West Wildcats.
They're both rubbish. So
yeah, they are absolutely. But we both got our chance of winning the NFC least.
The joy of just Wildcats get a fresh set of 6 here, because
I think the touch was a bit heavy on Christopher Ray there.
No, it was the player who made the touch was offside. So that's why it's a fresh set of 6, and Wildcats now going to take their time, condition the defence. The Sharks have got to keep on advancing.
And another offside.
And no, they haven't. So when I said they've got to keep advancing, they dropped early. And so you can only start dropping when the touch is imminent.
I see.
And the touch wasn't imminent.
That time it was.
And that time it was. So you can drop early.
Chance again here, Joseph Hartley.
See, Hartley's doing exactly the right thing here. He's drawing the defence out to the 7 and really kind of getting the Sharks going left and right.
Hartley. Outside, definitely got touched there, did Natasha Rose. So that's the 3rd touch. So they've still got a couple of opportunities here, have the Wildcats. If the Sharks can defend this will feel like an extra point for them.
Yeah, it's as far as the Wildcats.
Hartley touch. No, try
given.
Try given. And that time it was Philippe Avetikayan who gets the score and moves the lead back to 3.
Yeah, that was as I said, I've been really impressed by how they finished that off, because that was all about trying to make the defence second guess what you're going to do in attack, and then having that little ability to sidestep and the pitch holding firm, and I think that's been the most impressive thing over the weekend, is how the pitch has held up.
Definitely. Here they come once more.
That's been given as a loss of control,
and that would have been Harry Richards getting over and responding immediately, but unfortunately for him and for the Sharks, not. And I'm not going to say this is start panicking time, but if they do concede another and move the gap to 4, then I think there could be some worry here for the defending champions.
Oh, it's a lovely bit of handling there from Lucy Neal-Hook, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Through. It was a really tough ball to take it, running onto it at pace. And lovely pickup as well.
Really good touch. Oh, and that's going to be batted
fresh set
down.
of 6.
Fresh set of 6 on the 7.
What an attack. All of a sudden, that score's given Wildcats a really good bit of confidence. And also, is that Sharks were really in their face as they came away from their own 7 after that previous turnover, and and to get past that, to get some momentum going, then all of a sudden there's, as I say, the confidence is just seeping through their veins as Chris Ray goes again.
I think he's going to get touched. He is. That time there, unfortunately for Ray, not the hat trick, as Ray will have to put the ball under again. Sale once more onto the ball. And now, here he comes with a pick-up. Obviously he can't score. Ball goes over the top. This time they can. And that time, it is I think that's number 17 over on the far side there. As the ball goes over. That's such a brilliant step.
There were more side steps there than your average politician's answer on a Sunday morning show. That was just amazing. Considering the conditions, considering that the pitch is greasy, there's the despairing dive coming in from Chris Wall, and to elude that, and then to elude 2, and then also to send over that. At half time, we're talking about how the Sharks have been sending those floating passes, and could the Wildcats do the same? Emphatically, yes. And the superb finish.
Charlotte Groves there on the far side, getting her first try of the game. And it is now 9-5 to the West Wildcats. And I'll be honest, this is a turn up for the books from what you're going on for, you'd have thought, Chris.
Yeah, after yesterday, Wildcats drew 10-10 with the Taipans in their first game, and we're seeing why they did, because as this game's gone on, they're finding their flow when it comes to the attack as Karen puts pedal to the metal.
Here comes Ray again. Ray goes back outside. Is there a touch there? I think there was.
Yeah, there was. That's
really good work there from Erin Payton there, who managed to get the touch on. And just before, it was going to be another one, because if they go 5 down, then you might as well just get the fat lady warming up her vocal cords. Here comes Payton again. On now to Ayla Payton. And, they get away with that one, I think, as the ball comes forward once more. Now on to George Miller, who's been really influential in this side, and there was an incorrect play of the ball, I think. And there's going to be a turnover. And here come the West Wildcats once again, and I think the referee has given...
Overstepping the mark.
Overstepping the mark. There we go. So, here comes the South East Sharks. Miller gets the ball back. Opportunity once more, this time Chris Wall. Now on to Ayla Payton. Trying to go quick, and there's going to be a try.
Yes, the number 5's dived over for that. And they've done very well, especially midway through the half, is that they've stayed patient. They've used the 6 touches from that penalty, 20 metres out, and they had to score on that set, and they've done so. And if you're the Wildcats, now's the time for them to not panic, because there's 10 minutes to play. You're 4 up, is it?
Yeah, 3 up now, 3 up. With 7.5 to play. Max Pennisir going over again like he did in the game that we saw yesterday. Ball goes through the middle, intercept, but no. There's going to be a forward. Well,
that's given us as a late pass, as a touch and pass.
Touch and pass.
But that was intercepted, so it could have. So actually, they've not gained anything from that. This time, that's a penalty for going through the ruck.
Yeah. So here they come again. Next score you feel is crucial. If the South East Sharks do get it, we could have a really serious grandstand finish here. If not, then, well, the West Wildcats will be thinking we could be 1 win away here from making our way into the mixed open final, which you will see later on at 2:30. Diving in! We said the next score was crucial, Chris, and it is the South East Sharks who get it.
So we saw earlier on the ball hit the deck from that period of play from that was Harry Richards previously, and this time this is the thing that what we'll see coming in. Toby Lister there with the score is that when the pitch is this greasy, you'll be able to slide in, as we see the Northwest Blades just come underneath the commentary position for their warming up for their first game of the day, is that they've got a few players who've got that ability to dive in from distance as well. So we could end up with so it'll be definitely more diving than Tom Daly as the day goes on, because this pitch is just beautifully greased up for it.
Here they come again though, the West Wildcats. You feel that another score for them might take this one out of reach for the South East Sharks, and the ball gets dropped there by Joseph Hartley. Are their nerves starting to get there? Appreciate the conditions there, Chris, but are the nerves starting to get there for the West Wildcats?
Potentially, because I think with the Sharks having scored 2 unanswered, and now getting the roll on again, is that the Wildcats will just start to be jangling a little bit. And again, Sharks just getting the roll on, and Wildcats need to become uber aggressive in D and really shut things down.
5th touch, and this is a really important play here. Harry Richards trying to get something there, and a really, really good touch there that time by Oscar Allison-Dodger. He want to rewind that one on the screen to see that one.
Yeah, that was really important. Now this is the point now where Wildcats have been sending. On their subbing move is that they've got the dummy runner and are passing behind him. They're passing behind it every time. Now, Sharks have picked up on that, and they're ignoring the dummy runner, and they're then focusing the defence to where the ball's going to go. So the next time, if I'm the Wildcats, is that I would now start using that first runner and capitalise a little bit to try and get on the defenders' inside shoulder as they're going outside. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Just to get a couple of extra metres.
Quick ball, back out it goes. Peyton, chance, it is! It's Demi Quinn! And all of a sudden, we have a 1-point game with 5 minutes to go. This is going to go down to the wire. Demi Quinn gets another score for her.
And Mr. Cool Chris Wall in the middle. I said he's unflappable.
Yeah.
He's just identified the opportunity. There wasn't a massive amount Tash Rose could do about that here as the defending winger on this near side. As I say, yes, the pass has got to be caught, and that's really, really important. But the thing that has impressed me about both teams, actually, but particularly the Sharks, is that when they've sent those passes out, is they've been sympathetic for the winger. They've not been fizzed out. They've been strong enough to get to the player, as we see. There's a penalty. Now this is one where...
Oh, that's a big call there. Dan Sharp, and it's a 6 again. And more than anything, it wastes more time on the clock.
It does, but it's one where you kind of wish the referee would say kind of call a bit of play through on that. Because I think Wildcats would have scored.
Is there a try?
No.
Given a touch there. That time again on Adam Sale, who has been instrumental in the West Wildcats played so far.
Yeah, they've had the good thing is that while Amro Karim and Christopher Ray have been the go-to players, the other pod of mids and links.
Oh!
No, it's not been given. No, it's not been given.
We're not been given.
Oh.
Apologies, we've got replay. We'll try and talk you through that. Looked like it was going to go over. I don't know why it wasn't given, but
touch.
It was. Goodness me, that was close. Well, you've missed nothing here.
That's a fresh set of 6.
And it's a 6 again for the West Wildcats with 2.5 to play. Now, surely another score here would really get the win here for them. Here comes Neil again. Neil trying to show everybody there. There's a bat down there. It's going to be 6 more. That's the 3rd straight set.
It's
tell you what, to warn you up at this time of the morning, if we're going to have this sort of drama all day.
Interestingly enough, I think they've all gone early there, because you have to wait. If the half is there, you need to kind of wait until the hands are on. But if the referee has said to play on, but Sharks now are going to try and force that fumble from the Wildcats.
Avetican onto Hartley, back to Avetican. Did he get the touch? Yes.
No.
He got the touch. He got the touch, and it's a 4th touch. Back again it goes now. Avetican, 4th touch. That's the last. Avetican looking to try and get something here. Try for Alison Dodger. And my goodness me, what a moment in this game. Alison Dodger scores, and it is 10-8 to the West Wildcats with less than a minute and a half to play.
That was a sensational bit of score, because you could see the player in the middle was saying, come on the wrap, come on the wrap, come on the wrap, and then cut against that. And I think Sharks were savvy enough to anticipate both plays, but that offload, there are some core skills which are the same for all of the codes of rugby, and the ability to give a pass at the right time to the right
Timing
person.
over! It is a try. This game is not done yet. It is going to be Harry Richards who gets the dive over.
19.
Is it 19? Please
19.
excuse me. George Miller who gets the touch. 9 and 0 look very, very similar, but with 40 seconds to go, can the West Wildcats hold out here?
You know, we were talking about my breakfast bun being one for the cholesterol, but I think you're more into, you're going to blow a gasket.
At this moment in time, this has been some fantastic drama, and more again now. Oh, the ball goes dead.
They needed to play through that set of 6 at the very least.
And now an opportunity here for the South East Sharks to force a draw.
Wildcats really have to get aggressive indeed now. Really have to get aggressive.
15 seconds.
That's good for the first one, but it's been lethargic getting back to the 7. They need to get in their faces and shut them down. You can't give Sharks 3 touches in your own half, which is what they've done.
Richards, ball goes back to him. Siren goes. This is the last play. Now, can they get the touch on? They can, but surely that was the game. Ball goes out. Payton scores. Has the try been given?
Yes, it has.
It has. I thought the siren went, and I thought there was a touch on there, Chris. But would you believe it? The siren went, and I think that the West Wildcats have just realised that, and it is dead. It is the end of the game.
That should have been a win for the West Wildcats. That hoot has gone before Chris Wall got the touch on that far side.
Wow!
And the referees have let play go on, and then the Sharks have gone and tied things up. That is an absolute that will be gutting for the Wildcats in the way that game's finished, because they played sensationally well, deserved to win that game. Sharks, to be fair to them, you play to the whistle. You always play to the whistle, but that whistle should have gone in that penultimate before that final phase was given, because that Chris Wall was touched before that siren went. And I think the 3 referees have
they realised this now? This is an interesting one. I think that Brendan Harrington has maybe gone over to his officials and gone, well, at the moment it looks like that the result's going to stand.
I think the result's going to stand because you play to the whistle.
Now, how crucial is that going to be in the race for the mixed open?
Vital.
Wow.
Absolutely vital.
Ayla Payton may have just sent the South East Sharks to a chance to defend their mixed open title.
Yeah. Yes, exactly, in that play. And as I say, if it's the Wildcats, I'd be absolutely gutted by that, in the way that finished. But hey ho, that's sports, isn't it? And
what a game.
At 9:20 in the morning, what more do you want?
What a game. Northwest Blades against the West Wildcats. We'll see them back on stream. Chris, we'll see you a bit later on as well. What a start to the morning. What a game of touch rugby. We're back in about a couple of minutes with more men's open action. Stay with us. How?
How about you? Dan? Oh, Chris, have I got to be down after the first half for the next game, or have I got time? Have I got to come down for the second game? Or am I... What? Okay, cool. What's the time now? Okay, I'm fine. Huh?
I want to hear it. Yeah, how? This one is one.
Good bit of controversy.
I've got the dates wrong, but I swear I've got something in Scotland in my diary next Friday, next Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Oh, right.
Unless Aid's given us the wrong fucking dates, which is.
Well, it's bank holiday. Always bank holiday. I'm not on it.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
No, I don't think so.
Right.
Let's hope a ball doesn't come through that gap.
Sorry?
Let's hope a ball doesn't come through that gap.
It's going up high
Oh,
anyway.
that's all right then. I was a bit concerned there because I've seen the boys shooting and they tend to miss the target.
Yeah, go on. Hoik her up, baby. No, do it now.
No. Oh, hang on.
Oh, nice soggy dog. Lovely.
14, 15.
Yeah, I don't know. These XR fitments are waterproof, aren't they?
No issues. Have we reached Nottingham? That's everything.
Oh, fuck's sake.
We did some synchronised swimming, I thought. We did some synchronised swimming years ago, in 2019. We had an underwater camera, and it was terrible. He kept like cutting to it, and he was like, "Here we go, it's the money shot."
Why was it so bad? What was so bad about it?
So we have these cameras which are like for underwater, and they're just shit.
Yeah.
So you just look shit. Like, yeah, for some reason they just loved the shot. He just kept going to it, and every time he went to it, he was like, "It's a money shot." Hey, shut the fuck up.
Blades lost 7-4 to Midland Tigers over on field 2. And that was the only other game in that mixed open pool stage. So this is how the pools look as we speak. Just going to give a bit of a refresh and go from there. As on our thing, of course, you can go on the England Touch website and you can have a look at these tables yourself. But the South East Taipans are on 10 points, and then are the South East Sharks. They're also on 10 points. The North West Blades are on 7. The Midland Tigers are on 6, and then the West Wildcats are on 5. So I believe, unless because the North West Blades aren't playing, I believe that actually means that the South East Taipans and the South East Sharks will be contesting the mixed open final later on this afternoon. So there you go, congratulations.
Thank you. It's exciting times. That means we've got the double header. We've got a warm up next game, and then the big one, the real thing, dress rehearsal, followed by the final performance this afternoon.
And that'll be at half past 2, excuse me, 14:30 BST. That's our first final of the day. Then the men's open final starts us off at 3:30 BST, and then 4:30 BST. The final game of the Nationals this year is going to be the Women's Open. So South East Taipans and the South East Sharks once more will be contesting the final of the Mixed Open. Chance to go back to back for you. I mean, I know it's back to back in a way that 2 and 3 years, but we all know why we couldn't do it in 2020. But back to back titles will be a fantastic achievement for you in the Mixed Open.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, it's obviously we strive to be the best. Everyone does, and the South East have historically been a very strong region, so we've got a lot to live up to. But yeah, it's great to be in the final, and the competition has been extremely strong this year. No game has been a given by any stretch, and a lot of them could easily have gone the other way. I think our last game, the 10-all draw, will be a tough one for the Wildcats. They actually took both the South East teams to a 10-all draw, so they will obviously be disappointed, and rightly so. They've been extremely tough opposition, and but for a very late score, it could have been a different final this afternoon.
I'll be honest with you, when we were up here, we did think that the touch had come, but again, you played to the whistle, didn't you, in that sense? And you got the score, and that was it. It was 10-all, and that's a really important score for you. That's taking you into the final. No worries, no worries about the South East Taipans. Now you can go, like you say, take it a little bit easier in that final pool game.
Yeah, the refs, there are 3 of them out there. They're extremely high level, and they do an excellent job. You can look at calls. It's easy from up here behind the camera. Obviously, the angles are slightly different, but the refs down there have got the best view in the house, and they know exactly what they're doing. And both teams will be playing to them, and might feel you get some tough calls going against you, some for you. So everyone expects that, and everyone's very used to it. But I think, a draw is a fair outcome. Both teams played extremely well, we'll be happy with it.
So second half then about to get underway. Reminder of the half-time score, as you can see on your screen. The Northwest Blades lead 5-1 against the West Wildcats. And I believe in our next game, the West Wildcats are back in again. It's the exact rematch in the Women's Open. The West Wildcats and Northwest Blades. So we'll be seeing these two sides in the Women's Open matches next up here on our stream. That game will be at around about 10 past 10 as the call goes out on the PA to stand by, and so we shall, as we wait for the siren to go. Not like you can miss it as we get ready for the start of this second half. What do the West Wildcats need to do in order to try and get back into this game, do you think?
They definitely need to settle and play their own game, and not let the Northwest Blades get in their heads and up in their faces. They're a very skillful team, the Wildcats, and they're straight through here. That's a good score.
Henderson. Well, that's whatever said at half time, they'll be very, very happy about that. Really good play there from Lawson Davis through the middle, and he draws the defender, and Ben Meakin just cannot get there. So Henderson scores, and 5-2, and whispering quietly, but we might have a game on it.
Yeah, I think the Wildcats needed that first score. Obviously, being 4 points down is a big ask, and if you concede first in the second half, it's an even further route to climb. So they'll be really happy with that, and that was an excellent score, very well worked.
But obviously the big thing is now they've got to make sure that they defend well and they don't concede straight away.
Yeah, so every team will look to strike on third, and they've taken that choice away from them.
Oh, drop the ball! Niall Povell again, but it looks like there's been a penalty, and it has.
Again, the Wildcats not making the line, called onside by the referee, and they got away with that, the Northwest Blades.
They did. Niall Povell with his second, well, it looked like a second crucial drop of the game, but again another penalty. And now here comes Melling. Melling to the outside, it's going to be batted down.
The Blades here running a passive play, so they've got a chop line running in, which means that the defence has got to stay tight and ready for that.
Well, they've turned the ball over. I thought the ball had been batted down, but looks like a turnover. And once again, the Wildcats are on the move once more. That looked like a heavy touch, and
they lost control of the roll
ball. So it's going to be a penalty on halfway for the Blades.
Just a roll ball there. He just lost control of the ball.
This is why you're up here.
It was.
I'm thinking of a 15s call. Watching too much 15s, especially yesterday after that Lions game.
I think it's too soon to talk about that.
Yeah. Let's not go down that road.
Another penalty for the Northwest Blades, and again the Wildcats there dropping early. So they've got to stay up before the ball comes into the 7-metre line. They're not allowed to drop to the line to get onside.
Well, here they come again. They heard a play on there, so I believe there might be a penalty.
No, they're okay. That was just making the attack and defence aware that the player had not made the line.
Lewis Milsom again, playing some really, really good stuff there, Luke Milsom. Another defensive play to get the touch. And it's going to be the second touch for the Blades.
Sweep coming around to the link. Looking to run a sweep play. The Wildcats are looking to muddle the middles and make the touch with the player that the Blades did not want to make it with. And it's worked there. And they've thrown a speculative pass to the wing. And the Wildcats have defended it out very well.
But look, yeah, I mean, when you say like you get a sweep round to the link, what does that actually mean for me in particular, and for other people that may not necessarily know a lot of touch rugby?
So in touch, what you're trying to do is essentially find space, and the easiest way to do that is have more players in the attacking side running towards fewer players on the defending team. Obviously, the player that makes the touch is going to be offside whilst they're retreating. And so a sweeper play is one of these easier ways to get a player from the side where you've got fewer players around to the side where you've got more. And that means that if the defensive team see that coming and they send the opposite middle over, it means that the sweeping player coming round is actually attacking an onside defender, and it's just man on.
Sam Grant there almost took control of that ball, and he almost was way there to the races for what would have been our third intercept try on this stream over the 2 days so far. But I'm hoping we're going to see one more, because it is a great sight. Samuel now on to Lawton Davis, back from Henderson. Lawton Davis, really good opportunity. Think there was a touch there. There was on Jason Limerick over on the far side. And so Henderson, back to Lawton Davis and Henderson, both of them been working really well together.
Excellent defence from the Northwest.
Samuel, Lawton Davis, is there a try?
Easy score.
Very easy score indeed, and it is Josh Henderson who has been really, really good for the West Wildcats.
So there we
week.
had, they thought a sweeper was coming, so the middle defended, cornered to their right hand side. The pickup came and they made the touching middle corner with them, so they ran outside them, opened up a hole in the middle, and it's an easy dot down for the sweeper who'd been running out to the left. Just step back inside and run in unopposed.
I'll tell you what, even the sun's starting to try and break through here at Lady Bay, although appreciate the wind is still ripping through the commentary position, but the sun is starting to break through. Those people that are going to go over to Trent Bridge for the test match might still see some play after all, and we might see a bit more play and that ball gets dropped. So it's going to be a turnover for the West Wildcats, and since they've come out the break here, they've looked a different side.
Yeah, they have. They've actually held the Blades to no scores in the second half. Really good defence, and they've got two in themselves. So that first score was extremely important, as we said. And they're looking again. They've got a good drive here. That's third touch up on the halfway line.
Yep, it is. And here they come.
Sorry, that was fourth. It's fifth.
Here come again, and it's a drop ball anyway. I appreciate it. Oh, turned over. Looked like the official had called that a bat down there for a second, but it was turned over. And here come the Northwest Blades.
It's a good position to sub from here. But the winger watched them the whole way, found good onside pre-touch position and got up and sniped it off.
So here they come. The Blades, can they get their first score of the second half? That's a really good pickup indeed. He's got men on the outside. I think there was a touch there.
Excellent touch from Jason Limerick on the wing here.
Yes.
And I think
is there an
like
injury?
there's a bit of a shoulder or collarbone injury.
Not sure, but Jason Limerick definitely got the touch there on Jordan Melling. And if Melling does have to go off for the Blades, that's a real key blow for them, because he's been really influential so far this game.
I think up north they're built different. He'll be absolutely fine.
True. Melling, ball goes over the top there from Narpoville, and he can't find anybody there. So another really good defensive side. I tell you what, if they do get back into this game fully here, the West Wildcats, they'll have that touch there to thank for Jason Limerick, because that was sensational.
It was excellent. Actually, the Northwest Blades did have a winger outside, so Jason Limerick shutting in left his man open, but Jordan Melling had committed.
Thought there was a dummy runner there.
Excellent yards on an early touch there.
Yeah, Brimlow coming back there really, really well. But now, opportunity. Here goes over the top. Samuel just couldn't quite get it. Needed to be about another 3 inches taller to try and get that on the jump. Would have been like a centre in basketball, but unfortunately not. And fortunately, Craig Samuel just couldn't quite get the heads down. And it's going to be a turnover again. And here come the Blades.
Tom Simpson in the West Wildcats throwing the pass over the top is an extremely good ball player. He's got an excellent pass with both hands. Another player in the men's 30 setup. Strong touch there, slowing down the attacking drive.
Fifth touch.
They're 8 metres out, and they've got a good chance here.
Grant just couldn't quite get the pass out there to Poville. Ball goes on the floor. And with around about 12.5 minutes to go in this game, the Northwest Blades still lead 5-3.
But the second half is 2-0 to the Wildcats.
It
so they're
is.
definitely in the ascendancy here. They've got their tails up, and the Northwest Blades need to make sure that they settle, they don't lose their heads, and they keep playing good solid touch.
Ball comes out again then for the Wildcats. Here's Limerick, who's been really good both offensively and defensively, or attacking defence.
Wildcats have got 1 touch left. They're going to be looking to make it as close to the 7 metre as possible. I don't think the link knew that he had another touch there.
No, I don't think so either.
But it's been finished as far away as possible from the Northwest Blades, so that's a decent set still.
Massey.
Northwest Blades going direct here.
Very direct, and that was an incorrect play the ball, I think.
When you roll the ball, it's allowed to move within a metre in any direction, but there it drifted a little bit too far and lost control. Good call from the ref.
Thinking in my rugby league stuff there with the incorrect play the ball. As Samuel.
So it does have to be played through the legs, but the biggest misnomer in sports is that it's called a roll ball. You actually want to put it down dead still.
Henderson gets the touch, and he gets away. And I think he gets 6 again. That is a really big call there from the official, because the ball had gone to the floor. Henderson, outlet pass, Scott with a really good take. He decides to offload it, not really too sure why, because it was 6 again anyway, but I think it was because it was a penalty for not making the 7.
Yeah, they still had an advantage. I was wondering what they're doing there. Touch 1 with a new set of 6. You don't want to start backing it around.
Same here, I was like... as the rain does come back,
setting up for a sweeper. Tom Simpson stepping back.
There's going to be a touch
the
there.
defence were easily onside, and that was really good, tight defence in the middle. Simpson setting himself up again.
Ball comes out, it's going to be a 6 again.
That's very lucky, because
no, I think he's actually changed over.
He has, yes. I think that's the right call. I don't think Samuel actually had control of it at any point. It was a good strong touch from the Northwest, and they've got the ball back.
They do. Opportunity again. Can the Northwest get their first points of this second half? Scott makes the touch there for the Wildcats, and I don't think he was onside, but they're going to call it anyway.
He'd got really good pre-touch. He knew he wasn't going to make the first touch, so he'd made sure he was onside for the second.
Meakin now wins the ball. The ball was played, and it was going to be another lost control.
Again, with the greasy ball, you've still got to try and initiate with one hand, put the ball down with another. That's what all these men's open players will be expected to do, but there comes with a little bit of more of a risk.
And the ball goes over, but it's going to be a penalty for not making the 7.
Yeah, I heard the play on call from Gareth.
We have reached over the halfway point of this second half. It is 2-0 to the West Wildcats in this second half. However, crucially, it was 5-1 at half-time. Can they get another score? If they do, we could be set for another fantastic finish like we had in our first game this morning.
Great jump from number 3 for the Wildcats there.
Yeah, it really was. And now here comes Brennan. What's
Short ball. He's going to be looking to have a go.
Top. Limerick! I don't think he's going to give it. I didn't know whether he had full control of that. We'll have a look at it on the replay here.
I think he's an excellent finisher.
But
Good ball over the top.
Did Limerick have control of it enough? Yeah, he did. Yes, he did.
It came out at the end, but it doesn't matter.
It's 5-4. And tell you what, George, we have a game on here.
Yeah, only one down now. I think the Northwest Blades will be very aware that they haven't scored in this half, but they're an extremely talented team, and they've definitely got the firepower to get back up and get ahead a bit more. That said, the Wildcats have definitely got their tails up in the second half. Their defence has been excellent.
Grant gets the ball back. Think there was a touch. There was.
No, a ball down.
A ball down.
Yeah, they're very aware there that the link had lost his footing, so they ran a raise play. The ball put down, the dumper split out to attack that player off his feet, and the saver didn't make it across.
Yeah, Limerick couldn't get there, and it was Sam Grant who gets a very crucial score for the Northwest Blades as the rain continues to pound it down here at Lady Bay. This has been, I mean, we've been here since about 6:30 this morning, local time's about 4 hours, and this is up there, one of the heaviest showers that we've seen. But here comes Henderson trying to go over the top once more. Scott, did he get a touch?
Yeah, the wingers made it there.
He did. And Scott trying to get away with that there, but couldn't quite. Back to a 2-point game.
It's good athleticism from both wingers there. The Northwest Blades winger was in tight, ready to cover.
Last touch, goes through, and he can't do anything. The half gets touched, and in the end, it's going to be a turnover ball.
Northwest Blades obviously have got a cushion of an extra score now, but they're still not going to be happy with that, and they'll want to get it back up. Looks like lots of control there.
Yeah, it did look like it as the ball moves across. And like you say, we can't, again, apologies if you are hearing the wind on our Atmos mic, we can't really do much about that because it is blowing, it feels like it's blowing a force 9 gale inside the commentary position.
It's like being in a 4G cinema.
Yeah, very true actually. That's a very good point.
Samuel making the touch, 8 metres out. The Northwest Blades aren't going to have
Henderson and Samuel loses control. Turnover there as Brimlow will start for the Blades, and now here they come once more. Can they get this rolling quickly now? Can the Blades? They're going to try and get a sub on at 2. Here's Brimlow. I thought there was a whistle there, but it was on another pitch. As we get towards half time.
That's third touch.
As we get towards full time. Penalty for not making the 7.
That was in the ruck, I think. They're saying that the player interfered too much with the roll ball. And the Northwest Blades, having actually had a fairly slow first 3 touches, got away with it and essentially got a tap off from halfway. So they'll have a set play from this, and they'll look to set something up for third touch probably.
Let's see what they can do.
No, that was 3. Here we go, Meakin's ready. So this is an ML play, middle dump.
Meakin goes.
He's having a go.
He's got that's a touchdown. And that might just be that for the Northwest Blades, although we did see a ridiculous comeback this morning. Really good pass there from Taylor, and then Meakin goes over and dives in for the score.
You can see number 20, the Wildcats there, very aware that Ben Meakin's got an excellent left to right pass, so staying out a little bit, and then realising that he's going for the dive too late. Wildcats need to respond here with 5 minutes to go and finding themselves 3 down again.
Absolutely. Here comes Brennan. Really good play up through the middle. They're going to take the touch.
And that's half court.
Oh dear. Not good news at all.
Excellent honesty from the Wildcats. He knew he was half. He just gave the ball straight away. Ready, and that means that he can get onside and makes a really good first touch.
John Weston Stanley there, and that one rolls over, and that's going to be a heavy touch. And that's going to be a penalty to the Blades, who are 3 ahead with around about 3.5 minutes to go.
Second touch over the halfway.
Is that where you want to be? I should ask at this point. You want to try. Obviously, you want to try and get as further away as possible. Obviously, I get that part. But if you get towards halfway for your second touch, are you really in a really good state at that point?
Yes, I mean, you want as many strikes at the line as you possibly can, and if you're making your strike play on fourth, oh, they've scored again.
They have, as the wind really whips up here at Lady Bay. We can't really show you the replay on that one because we couldn't really see what was going on, but because the wind and the rain are really starting to pick up here. This is a heavy shower coming through and blowing a gale here in our commentary position, but it is 8-4. But going back to the point there, if you get towards halfway, is that like the optimum where you want to be on that second touch?
It means if you're on halfway on second touch, it means that you're likely to be able to get away 2 strikes at the line, which is excellent. If you're on your own 10 with second, then it means you're probably going to be striking on fifth, and it's probably going to be a scoop, and it's a bit more speculative going for the line. Good touch from the Northwest there. They knew they didn't have to make the line. They were pulled onside and they made the touch.
Henderson. Now back it goes again to Lawton Davis. Now Samuel
on the 7, got to make the line. Samuel looking for the ninja play.
And he gets touched there, did Lawton Davis. There's going to be Henderson. Henderson didn't take it where the mark needed to be.
It was 6th touch.
And turnover.
On-field referee made aware by the sideline. Excellent communication from the referees.
So 2 minutes to go, and fingers crossed, by the end of this game, this wind can blow through, and these showers can blow through as well. But we've got ourselves a game between these two sides in the women's competition next, the Women's Open. Northwest Blades against the West Wildcats as they look to go through once more. Here comes Meakin, who's been outstanding so far. As we say goodbye to George Miller, who's got to get himself prepared for our next game. So thank you very, very much for joining us, George. As we set ourselves down. And there's going to be a back down there for the Wildcats. Ball goes on to Samuel. Can he deliver something here? Henderson gets the touch. Now comes back on at this point. Brennan turns it over because there's a penalty being given. And we do have just over a minute to go in this game. Just over a minute to go, excuse me. Now, ball gets moved across to Gabe Pennington. Ball goes over. Alex Scott looking for the intercept. That would have been brilliant, but not a chance on that one. 0 tackle though, and it means that they can now start to move forward, can the Wildcats, and it's been dropped. Dropped there as the conditions are very, very treacherous at this point. That's on the drop coming from Tim Hughes. Here's Pennington, and the ball is so greasy. Can't really blame Aaron Povell there for losing that ball, because again that was a very lucky break. Got away with that, I think. As the ball comes on, 2 to go. We've got one final play in this game. Henderson looking, and that time will get touched, and that will be that. So a comfortable win then for the Northwest Blades. They do score 8 points to the 4 and of the West Wildcats, and a really good win there for the Northwest Blades, who after a couple of really poor performances yesterday are back winning today. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with more live Touch Rugby for you as these two sides meet in the women's competition. It's the West Wildcats and the Northwest Blades. So back in a moment.
officials with 1 minute warning.
Someone is coming, by the way. One of the Northwest lads is coming, there might be a minute.
So a warm welcome back then to Lady Bay. I say a warm welcome back very, very loosely because it is absolutely freezing here. You wouldn't have thought, who would have thought in the middle of August? It's a very, very windy and wet day as we get ourselves ready to go for this next fixture. It is the Northwest Blades against the West Wildcats in the women's competition. We will give you the other results of the men's open at half-time with this one. So we'll stay with you on that one as that one is dropped there by the Blades. That time by Amelia Payton, who was very, very good yesterday in the game that we watched. Haven't seen the West Wildcats on this stream just yet, but it's good to be here. Good to see them play. Ball gets picked up there by Rebecca Hickman. Moving the ball forward once again on that roll. Can they now look to create an opening here? The ball gets dropped though by Amelia Shales. And look, it is a very, very wet day here at Lady Bay. The conditions are very, very treacherous indeed. It's wet, it's windy. It is what you'd expect in November rather than in August. But Hickman tries to get the ball there and succeeds as the Wildcats do score. They take the ball over, excuse me. And here they come once more, the Wildcats. We've seen the penalty given. And the Northwest Blades will take control of the ball. Here they come once more, looking for the first point of the game. Evans looking for the ball out there. It's Harborough on the wing. Back it goes to Evans. Up there through to Crossley, who was outstanding yesterday. And she starts off her day with a try. As the Northwest Blades take an early 1-0 lead here against the West Wildcats. Here's Hickman again. Ball across to Brown-Williams now. What can Brown-Williams do as she tries to just hold the ball up and now create the set. On it goes once more, over the top, and it just drops forward there. Lauren Torley. It's a real shame here because that ball was out the hands backwards, but the wind is just taking it all the way forward there. And it is going to be a turnover. Here come the Blades once more, trying to cut through the Wildcat defence, and they are currently succeeding. Here's Crossley, who was the try scorer early on, and here's Evans once more, fifth touch. Crossley, ball goes out. This should be a try, and it is. It's Claire Rylance who scores over on this far side. Correction, actually. It is Carly Wynn, in fact, actually, rather than Claire Rylance, who Carly Wynn was actually outstanding alongside Amelia Crossley yesterday in their game that we saw here on the stream, so they are starting really, really well here, the Northwest Blades. 2-0 in front, and we've not yet played 5 minutes. Can the Wildcats respond? Can. And there's a turnover there. It's going to be taken on there by Evans, and here comes Crossley. As the wind really does rip up around Lady Bay. And we keep talking about the elements, but they have to be talked about because this is some very, very treacherous conditions to try and play rugby. The oval ball is going to be very slippy as Amelia Payton wins her side. A penalty. On they come again. Now with McCavanagh, Payton, Liana Liotta in the engine room. That's going to be a try. Or is there going to be a touch on that? There is. As Payton almost got another try for her in this tournament. Liotta takes it. Payton and McCavanagh will take the touch. Quick ball. McCavanagh goes in. No, touch again. By the ref, called there by the official, by the line ref. And now here come the West Wildcats once more. Whelan. Really quick, don't run through there. There's McCavanagh. There's Hickman, who's been really, really good so far. And there's a turnover. Liotta to Payton. Liotta will move it on, and McCavanagh again. Slow ball. I don't think they realised exactly which way they were going there for a moment. There's Evans. Searching run there by Gauntlet. Evans, the dummy, gets touched, does she? Yes. And Devine could not find the score because it was touched there by Evans. Is Hickman, who's been really at the heart of everything that the West Wildcats have done today so far early doors. Brown Williams takes that ball again forward. Onto the fifth. Ball loses out. And Torley just could not find a player. You can already see that just on pure pace alone, in the way that this game is going, the Blades are quicker into their play than the Wildcats at this moment in time. Liotta to Payton, back to Liotta, now back onto McCavanagh. Liotta, and didn't make the 7. There did number 7, Lauren Torley. And so it's yet another set of 6 for the Blades. Liotta, McCavanagh, back to Liotta. Looking for something here as they quicken up the pace once more. Now McCavanagh back on the 7. McCavanagh right in it at the moment with everything that's been done. Liotta gets the ball back. Chance rocked on, and it didn't quite fall there. As Nicola Wise was just trying to move that ball onto the winger there over on that near side to us here in the com box. Here come the Wildcats again. And it's been dropped. Really quick turnover. This could be trouble. McCavanagh. The middle there. Divine McCavanagh. Liotta gets the touch. Harborough. was there looking as well, Harborough. Liana Leota. Payton, back to Leota. Really good step there. Throws it in, and that's a fantastic score. It's a really, really good score, that. She sold the step. Step back inside. Nobody there. And draws the defender. And that is going to be 3-0 to the Northwest Blades. As we approach the midway point of this first half. Farland will take the ball. Now to Brian Williams. Quicken up the pace there, Tawley. Yes, it is a try. Really good play there, really good step. Again, Lauren Tawley draws the defender and then decides, no, I'm going to come back inside and I'm going to go and score a try. So there is the Wildcats' first one on the board. As we hit the halfway point of this first half, the end of the first quarter of the game, if you like. Evans. There's Devine. Game. Nice little pop off there. Crossley back on the field. There's Morris, who receives the ball from Crossley. Crossley back over again. Onto Daniel Evans. Crossley has got support. Decides to go to Devine. I think there was a touch there. There was. Devine almost again. Second time that she's put the ball down. Second time the officials have said no try. Now what can the West Wildcats do here? Already had a bit of drama on this stream. If you've joined us from this very beginning, that South East Sharks matchup against the West Wildcats ended up 10 apiece. With a try in the last second. The last play of the game, Amelia Payton, to take her side into the final. And she knew that the half was caught there, I think. Hickman. And it is another set of 6 as Crossley gets going. Now onto Devine. And it's going to say loss of control, I think. Or stepping beyond the mark, I'm not too sure, but whatever it is, it's a penalty. And here we go. Can the Wildcats make pay here? If they do, we get back to a one-score game. Hickman, no support for Hennessy Vine there. Fourth touch, and we are barely anywhere near the 7. Looking to go with a direct route run now here, and they're going to get a touch that time. And Samantha Powell's now looking for the 6th, and there it is. Amelia Shales once again just couldn't quite, excuse me, Katrina Phillips couldn't quite get through there, and it is going to be another quick pass. Really good play there from Leota, and Joanne Devine is away and gone. No one stopping her this time. It was a really good pass this from Liana Leota, and Joanne Devine right there on the wing says thank you very, very much. I've been trying to score for 3 times now, and the old saying is 3 times is the charm, 3 the magic number. Devine gets her first try of the game and takes the score back to a 3-point game. But here come the Wildcats once more, looking to try and answer straight back. McFarland now onto Tawley, the try scorer. Going to just try and set things up maybe on the 4th touch, and now Tawley over the far side, and just couldn't find it there. Over on that far side. Would have been a really good response to that. By, I think it might have actually been Rebecca Hickman over on that far side, that winger. But here come The Blades again on the 5th. Dummy was caught there by McCavanagh. McCavanagh caught. Ball turned over. Payton was running through the middle there. And you can see that the Blades are really just trying to go through the middle. Run direct at that defence and see what they can deliver. Hickman back on. She's been brilliant. That one just goes forward. That's the first example of the commentator's curse this morning. I'm sure there'll be more to come. As here come the Blades once more. Payton onto McCavanagh. Now back to Leota. Back to McCavanagh. Devine has already gone and ran on the outside once more. And I think she's going to go through again. She is. Amelia Shales was thinking that she got the touch. She didn't. And in the end, it is a second try for Joanne Devine. A 5-1 lead now for the Northwest Blades. And a really, really solid start to the day from the team from the Northwest. Ball gets taken on again though here by the Wildcats. Comes through to Brown Williams. Brown Williams just couldn't get it away to McFarland. And up come the Northwest Blades again as we approach the final 4 minutes of the first half. Leota. Crossley and Leota goes off there that time. Here's McCavanagh, who takes the ball on the roll from Leota. This is going to be the 5th touch. Here's McCavanagh, back to Leota. Now they've got numbers potentially again as Leota goes through. And puts the ball down. And a try is scored. And Leota just ghosting through there, as you can see on the replay. And it is 6-1 to the Northwest Blades. Conditions have been tricky, make no mistake about that, but the Northwest Blades have been the better side at dealing with them. Payton takes it forward again, now onto McCavanagh. Opportunity once more. There, here's Devine, two-time scorer so far. McCavanagh. Here's Devine. Back out it goes again. Opportunity. This time for Bex Holmes. Chance, should be a touchdown, and it is. It's Carly Wynn. Her second touchdown of the game. And Wynn looks like she might even be securing the win for the Northwest Blades, unless a truly remarkable comeback happens. We're all getting a little bit excited up here in the comm box because we can see that the weather is a little bit brighter towards the back, so hopefully this is past this shower that has been dodging it. Well, there's been drenching us, quite frankly. Will hopefully be passing very, very soon, and hopefully the winds might die down as well. We can only hope, Jono. We can only hope. As here comes McFarland again. Looking now, chance here. It's going to be a touchdown, I think. It is. It's a touch. Brown Williams just couldn't quite get onto that. McFarland, as we approach the 90-second mark left of this first half. McFarland goes to the left, Torley onto the right-hand side. Now looking in there, and she was. I think rather than trying to buy anything there, I think Wynn just totally slipped. Well, she's asking a couple of questions. Not too sure exactly what happened there, but Torley. Opportunity once more. Now on to Farland. Chance. Got to be a score. Does it? Yes, it is. No, not just yet. Looked like a score being given, but a touch has been given, as you can see there on the replay. Opportunity once more for McFarlane, but just couldn't quite get it, and we bring ourselves back to live action with McFarlane now on the on this moving ball back into the centre. McFarlane, Brown-Williams, Brown-Williams. Another touch. Fifth touch, which is difficult to score on. We've seen that most of the time. Here comes McFarlane, and that's going to be the 6th. And that is going to be 30 seconds now until half time. So Northwest Blades will get one final opportunity. Devine has already shown her pace on the outside, and that's going to be a turnover. So now what can happen here? Can they get something before half time to take back into them? They trail by 7 touchdowns to 1. The answer is no, as the touch gets brought on, and we go into half time here. 7-1 is the lead for the Northwest Blades, and we're just going to go through some scores for you very briefly. So this is what's happened so far then this morning. The mixed open final we know will be the South East Taipans against the South East Sharks. Men's pool stages haven't actually refreshed yet, which is annoying, otherwise we would have given you some scores. Hopefully we'll be able to get some there for you very shortly, and when we do so, we will ask the questions and we will see why they haven't been updated, but we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the second half. Do stay with us. Welcome back then to Lady Bay Nottingham Rugby Football Club. And well, at least we've got a little bit of the respite from the rain. The wind, however, is still very, very gale forcey. Feels huge gusts going to be blowing across us here at Lady Bay, because off the back of this, remember, we've still got 3 more pool matches to show you. We don't have the men's open scores at the moment, but we will give you them as soon as we can, because once that happens, we'll tell you if, with 1 round to go, what will happen in the men's. But the women's open is just about to get going between the Northwest Blades and the West Wildcats. Remember, Northwest leading 7-1 at half-time. Just waiting for the siren to go. We heard the standby call, and we've now heard the siren, so we are now back underway. As the Wildcats looking to respond straight away after the interval and trying to close the gap completely. McFarlane onto Torley, the only try scorer. And she hasn't added to her tally just there. It is a touch. So once again, McFarlane, Brown, Williams, they've been really together on this point, and there was a touch there on McFarlane. It is the 5th, so it's going to be difficult for them to try and score from here. But they're going to certainly give it a go. Torley now looking to throw it back into play. The ball goes to the floor, and that will be a turnover there. But so some good attacking intent there from the West Wildcats to start us off. And here come the Northwest Blades once more. Payton really running on at pace there as well. Now onto Leota. Leota trying to send it back towards McCavanagh, but couldn't quite get on top of that. So that is a win there for the Wildcats. They've got to try and get the pace up a little bit quicker. They're going to try and stop there. Leota comes storming in there. That was really good defence, aggressive defence, and in fact he's actually caused a turnover. All that from Liana Leota there. And here comes McCavanagh and Payton. Now taking the ball on. It's back to Wynn. Crossley, the influential player for the Northwest Blades so far. Crossley now looking for a step, looking for a gap. And I think she got the try. Yeah, she has. Whistle has gone, ball's down. And the Northwest Blades continue where they left off in this second half, the start of the second half. It is 8-1 now to the Blades. Can the West Wildcats mount what would be a fantastic comeback? There's no doubt about that. It goes back onto Katrina Phillips. Now looking for Emily Can. She gets touched. Says the official. Phillips. Looking for the quick ball. Back it goes to Phillips. Phillips to the outside, an interception. Oh no, the penalty's been given for not making the 7. Nivea Harborough. That time would have been away to the races. That's actually quite an accurate one, because Nottingham Racecourse is just down the road. Opportunity. There's a touch there on Emily Can. So Emily can she get through? The answer is no, and neither can the Blades, and this could be a really quick turn of pace here once again. Win. Over on that far side they go, towards their sub-box, looking to try and deliver here. Ball on to Payton. Smart. Through the middle. They go over the top. Leota's there. They wanted a touch. Referee hasn't given one. Leota over the top. That's a really good finish. Nine-1. And over on that far side, it is a score for the Blades. Not too sure whether it was Nicola Wise, who might have been over on that far side. Not really too sure. We couldn't really see from our commentary position, but what it does matter is that the Blades are now 9-1 up as Chris rejoins to the commentary box. Very well welcome back. Again, warm in the loosest possible terms, because this is absolutely freezing up here.
Well, I've got shorts on.
You rebel.
Plenty of layers on top.
Yeah, you do actually. That's a very good point as well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by this result, at least for the Blades, because they've what they've done is they've stacked out their team with a lot of players who were part of the Girls Open, which won the 2019 Junior Touch Championships in Paris unbeaten, and have now progressed into the England Women's Open squad. And Liana Liotta, who's Johnny Liotta's wife and is also an international netball player in her own right as well. You know, she's a fantastic athlete and has been playing NQ Rebels mixed touch in the National Touch Series. You know, having that kind of experience around as well is, you know, it's just, you know, they're just having a bit of fun now, really.
They are. That was a fantastic run through again. That's the second time that she's burst through on the outside there in this game, Chris. And look, no one wants to see this sort of, you know, this sort of a scoreline against them. But at the end of the day, it's going to make the players better, I guess, because you're playing against really good players at the same time as well. You have to try and balance that out, I guess.
Yeah, I think we saw that yesterday when the Wildcats played the South East Sharks, and the difference between the two teams in that situation. You know, we've had something similar today. I mean, we've just run down some of these, as I say, some of these really promising youngsters: Anna Crossley, Alana Gauntlet, Liv Harborough, Bex Holmes, Lucy Morris, Amelia Payton. You know, these are, you know, that's nearly half their squad have all played, as I say, part of the England Girls 18 setup. And Marnie Wills, who was the coach for you know, for a few years with that, you know, is a real hard taskmaster when it came to developing players and really helping them. And they're all part of, and a few of them are part of the Crew Nantwich setup as well, which is very, very keen on developing their young players. Actually, it's also, I know everybody is disappointed by the Lions result yesterday.
Let's not talk about that.
Well, we won't, because most of the words that you had about it this morning are unbroadcastable.
Why do you think I waited till we were off the air?
But you know, the Crew in Nantwich, Tom and Ben Curry, both played there when they were kids with their dad Dan. You know, and Julian and Shani Gilding, who run that club, have done a fantastic job of developing young players and having them come through and playing them in the National Touch Series. And then we see them develop into the England age group internationals, and then into a performance like this for Northwest Blades. And you know, they're not going to challenge the South East Sharks and South East Titans at the minute, but you can see the makings of a really good group of players, which then adds to the competitive depth at this level. West Wildcats is not at that level yet. I mean, it's you know, you can see that from the results against South East Sharks and Blades today, and the Blades this morning. But again, as you said, is that playing up against players who are that good can only help the less experienced players within the Wildcat setup develop and get better.
McCavan drops the ball there, so it's going to be a turnover. We've just got the men's scores through, and I'm going to tell you this now. If you are not wanting to stick around for our 11:50 commentary, make sure you do, because that game could determine who could be a run through the final. South East Sharks against the Midlands Tigers. If the Midlands Tigers win that game, it'll be a rematch of the final. If the South East Sharks win that game, then the South East Taipans win. Then the South East Taipans will go through. Anything else other than the Midlands Tigers win, we'll see the South East Taipans into the final. We'll come on to that a little bit more. We'll give you the full scores a bit later on. But that game on pitch 1 here, 11:50. You're going to be commentating on it, Chris.
I am.
It's going to be a very important game. It could be a fantastic game as well.
It's going to be a real contest, and I know we don't like to look ahead to following games while we've still got minutes to play on this one, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Midlands youngsters, the likes of the Missing brothers, the Maynard brothers, as we see Blades just dive in for another score just there and be given.
Here is, I think that was
the number 17.
Number 17, so that is Georgina McCammon, who's been very, very good so far today.
Yeah, it's seeing the likes of the two Missing brothers and the Maynards and Will Lupton come up against Dom Tripp, Will Ferricold, Matt Watts, players who played at the World Cup. I mean, Sam Missing and Will Lupton were both in the World Cup as 17-year-olds in the mixed open, but they'll be up against established men's open players at the international level. So to see them come up again, and the way that Sam Missing in particular has just developed, and Will Lupton, they've developed so much during the lockdown as physically as teenagers, and so that's going to be a really intriguing game to see in a few minutes time.
That was not given. Try not given. It's going to be a turnover to the Northwest Blades, and as you say, we'll come and talk to you about the Wounds Open, about all the potential qualification a little bit later on once you get the results through. But South East Taipans and the South East Sharks have been dominating this event so far this weekend, but the Northwest Blades giving them a very good run for their money, especially in this game at the moment, as Wynn will pass it off to Crossley. And Crossley, you've mentioned her there, Chris, both Crossley, Wynn, Leota, McCavanagh, Payton, all of them have been absolutely sensational for this Northwest Blades outfit.
Yeah, like I said, it's that the Northwest is a real hotbed of touch, and they've got some very competitive teams up there now, some who play high level.
opportunity for the West Wildcats. Joseph Hartley there, now looking to see if he can do that. Obviously the West Wildcats were, if you were just joining us, we'll come on and talk about that a little bit later. That's a lovely bit of skill there, but touchdown given, I believe. Yeah.
Oh,
no.
ball down, is it?
Is he giving that a ball down? No, I don't think they have, but I'm not too sure exactly why that wasn't given.
It's a good play. Just faking the quickie and going through on the swinger.
Must have been given a penalty, maybe? I'm not too exactly sure, but whatever it was, it's going to be given. And there we go. So, obviously, the West Wildcats will feel very, very hard done by the refereeing.
Yeah, looks like they've got another chance there.
And of course, again, if you are just joining us, the hooter sounded, they got a touch, but the referees didn't hear the hooter. And so a try was given to the South East Sharks to level it up, and that means that they are into the final in the mixed competition. So it's a really poor day at the moment for the West Wildcats, but this should be a try, and it is.
Very nice. Nice hole hit by the link there from Wildcats.
And here it comes through the middle. I think that might be Sinead Hughes there. Sinead Hughes gets it through there, and that's a really, really good score.
Yeah, link was just drawn in, and that opened up the gap for the Wildcats to get another one.
I appreciate you staying up here in the comm box with us at this moment in time, because the wind is ripping around Lady Bay.
Still quite warm from our game.
I bet, to be fair, you were on quite a fair bit during that game, so opportunity again for Davis. Did he get the touch? It looked like he did. And no, has it been given? I think it has, yeah. Tom Davis does score again. That's a 3-2 lead now for the Tigers, and that was a really difficult opportunity, but fair play to him for taking it. So we are now, what, around about 9 minutes into this game. Opportunity for the West Wildcats to try and level back up again. There comes
good setup there.
Kareem, and there's Ray, who's been absolutely outstanding so far, Chris Ray, for the Wildcats today. Here comes Evans. Now on to Kareem. Evans to Ray, last touch, and that's going to be a 6 again.
Unlucky.
So how difficult is it, because we've always talked about this again with people, how difficult is it when you have that 5th touch inside the 7, because then you can't really deal with that, can you?
Yeah, it's just a matter of like playing heads up on the last one, trying to do some switches, create an overlap. We've got a few players on our team that are really good at doing that and just create stuff out of nowhere, and it's just so nice to watch. And
Well, speaking of tries, this could be another one, and it is. Excellent work there, and through goes for the Tigers. And that is going to be Sebastian Trigo de Castro, who scores through. And that is a 4th point there for the Tigers. Really nice step there.
Yeah, just saw the space, drew the link in and passed out to Tigers link, who went through and scored.
So, 4-2 it is now. And Oscar Alison Dodger comes onto the ball once again. Here comes Philippe Atakavian. Alison Dodger, Atakavian, nice touch. I think there was a touch on that. There was.
Good touch from the winger there. Looks like they've got another set to try set something up.
As the rain returns to Lady Bay. Grim as anything out there, it looks like, at this moment in time from our commentary position here. But here comes Atakavian, looking to try and change that. A grim outlook potentially for the Wildcats. Nice little pass there to Alison Dodger. They're going to say he got touched. Really nice touch there.
Good touch, yeah.
That from Dan Lewis there of the Midlands Tigers. Wildcats will once again come with Dodger. Now offload to Daniel Sharp. Dodger over to the outside. And I think there was a touch on that. It is the 5th as Sharp there once again was looking. And here comes Alison Dodger, offloads it. Great touch there again from the winger though. Great defence there from the Midlands Tigers. And here they come once more, the Tigers looking to try to drive forward.
Nice playing around the shooters there.
What is
some extra yards.
So there's a penalty there being given away. I'm not sure what for, but penalties being given. So when you try and get round, so what does that mean when you try and get round the shooters? Does that mean like you've got to try and basically?
Yeah. So if the defence sends just one person up, it's easier just to pass off and then go past them and get more yards instead of just taking the touch. It just helps with momentum and getting extra yards and get like the flow going, and get down there in like less touches so you've got more strike plays.
There's Ben Edwards there on this far side. Here is Edwards going to go in for the score. Really good score that again. All clear being given, and the Wildcats are back within one.
Just the overlap with the guy against girl and just him running around her on the outside. Unlucky there for Tigers though.
So 4-3 now the score between the Midlands Tigers and the West Wildcats. The ball gets dropped there, and I mean conditions are just going to get progressively worse, especially as the rain comes down.
Yeah, it's almost as if like the amount of mistakes you make determines who wins the game. If you've got possession, you'll score more, you'll win.
Well, possession right now is with these West Wildcats, and they are trying to make this a level contest as the rain absolutely sheets it down here. As the ball gets dropped again, and I think this passing shower is going to make things very difficult for the players outside. Ball gets moved on again there. Biswas has been absolutely outstanding so for Biswas so far. Been driving forward. The same way that you have, really, to be fair, because you're quite normally at that half position, aren't you, that we're able to take the ball on?
Yeah. Well, when we go on, we try set up for a scoop on fifth touch and just try and go through them. But sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Try and get momentum like while they're subbing off to get them on the back foot, so it makes it easier.
Here they come once more.
Nice tip on there.
Yeah, Wildcats moving forward once again with Neil Hook. Hook gives it up. Opportunity once more. Good offload. Hook trying to get on the outside. I think there Charlotte Groves is there on the outside. Just couldn't quite get the pass there from Adam Sale. And it's going to be a turnover. What, with 5 minutes to go in this first half? It's been a first half actually flown by, to be fair.
I think the wind is making it hard for the balls to reach the wings.
Because it must be really difficult, especially wingers in particular, when not just in these conditions, but when the ball gets floated over, in particular, because they've always normally seems like the sort of drift defenders come in, so they try. Everyone tries to create that space out there on the wing.
Yeah.
As here they come once more, can the Wildcats, as here Neil Hook once more to Evans. Put down. Opportunity. And that's a really good take, to be fair. Sale, ball goes over the top, and again Charlotte Groves just couldn't quite get her hands on it. And so it's going to be a turnover. Obviously the contest in this one, the South East Taipans and the South East Sharks will meet in the final. I mean, for you, especially in that women's competition, to be able to try and compete with those guys, and you guys have been fighting really hard with them.
I mean, in 2019 Nationals, we were 6th out of 7. But here, I think, after 2 years, we've been training. We're like, it was a good game against Taipans yesterday.
It was.
Very close, drawing, and then down by 1, then down by 2. but we've got Sharks next, so hopefully we can do okay against them.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you can find a way to beat them, you might still be with a chance to final. We'll have a look. We'll have a look at the score, the tables at half time in just a little bit. But here come the Wildcats once more. Here's Ray, who's been really their main driving force here. Kareem.
Good yard there.
Evans will take him there, and now comes Ray. Ray looking to go to the outside. Think he got touched? Yes, he did.
Good touch there by the link from Tigers.
So, not really too sure if it's been given. Has it been a turnover ball? Both referees there are asking the questions, and line ref I think has not given a turnover, as Kareem will take the ball once more then for the Wildcats. And now that's a six touch and turned over ball. 2.5 left of this first half. Currently, Midlands Tigers lead 4-3 against the West Wildcats in this mixed open final pool game here on our stream. We've still got 2 more games for you. We've got the South East Sharks against Midlands Tigers at 11:50. That game is crucial because if the Midlands Tigers win that, they will be into the final. And South East Sharks win that, there'll be a rematch between the South East Taipans and the South East Sharks. And then women's open action as well on this stream coming up at 12:40. I believe it's the Midlands Tigers and the South West Saxons. We will check that in a minute, but right now, though, what we do need to check is them scoring. It's no fifth touch. What a touch that was there from the defender.
Holding them out.
And Harry Goodhue doesn't score, but an opportunity here on the 5th. Can they create something? And no, they can't. Really good touch there. Again, Chris Ray right in the middle of everything that they've been delivering.
Let's see if they can get another try to even it up before half time.
Minute 20 left. And Chris Ray, again, looking to try and step forward. He's been doing some fantastic work there. As here come the West Wildcats once more. Vetikin looking to try to throw the ball over. Looks like a 6 again, and it is.
Good opportunity here.
Vetikin will just take the ball up, take one touch, and again we'll force them to take the second. No, really good offload, but now they want the quick ball. Really good opportunity here for them. It's Hartley.
Great touch there.
And Sharp just wasn't there. And with 30 seconds to go, I think that's going to be half time. Although West Wildcats will be thinking, well, maybe not. Maybe this time the ref won't listen to the siren again. As here comes Biswas, who's been outstanding so far in this first half for the Tigers. And here comes the Tigers once more. Can they get themselves a score? They've got one more touch to play with. No, they don't. It's going to be half-time. What do you think of that first half there, Anna?
Yeah, it was a really good half. Lots of good driving by both teams. Good line attack, lots of opportunities. And then the weather, obviously, some opportunities didn't get finished, which is unlucky for both teams. But I'd say either team could win this, definitely. They've both been playing very well.
So I'll tell you what we'll try and do. We'll see if the scores have come in yet, so you can find out what's been going on. We'll see if the Google Doc is updated. If not, we will take a quick break. As you say, our game at 12:40. I'm just going to double check it, but I believe it's the Midlands Tigers against South West Saxons is on our stream from 12:40. Apologies if you've had the stream cut out at anything. We've had a power cut back at base, so unfortunately maybe the stream has cut out a little bit, but hopefully it's back here now for you. 12:40, yes it is, Midland Tigers against South West Saxons. So that's going to be on. Hasn't updated as yet, unfortunately, which is rather annoying. Yeah. I think now we're starting to get the point where 17,000 people want to use 4G over at Trent Bridge as well. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a minute off. We'll come back, but the scoreline at half-time is Midland Tigers 4, West Wildcats 3. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back then to Lady Bay. Anna Cross is still with us up here in the commentary box as we look for the second half. Unfortunately, we've got the 1 minute warning coming up here, but as the rain and the wind continue to pelt us here in the commentary position. Anna, to be fair, you said you were hot after the last game. This might cool you down a little bit, might it?
Not as hot anymore.
No. But no, like I say, hopefully we'll get the scores up of the other women's games so we can tell you what we're playing for. But that game against the South East Sharks could be massive for you guys.
Yeah. Going into it, giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we lost to them in 2019, but we've all improved. But it'll be a good game. Looking forward to it.
So Midlands Tigers against Southwest Saxons at 12:40 in the Women's Open concludes the pool stages on Field 1. We will of course keep you up to date with what's happened over on Fields 2 and 3 as and when we can. And obviously up here next, Midlands Tigers are back in the men's competition as well against the South East Sharks. And there is the standby signal. So that means the hooter is imminent. And as if by magic, we're back underway as Neil Hook will take the ball forward again for the West Wildcats. What do you think that they need to do a little bit more potentially in this second half to see if they can overturn this, admittedly, a very small deficit in 1 point?
Well, I think it's just errors, partly because of the weather conditions, and they should just like keep the ball safe. It'll help them get a few more tries on the board. Like they're getting down there, having a few good strikes. Most of it's just a few drop balls or unforced errors that.
Well, here come the Tigers once again. Onto forward once more. Opportunity. Bizbaz is out there on the edge.
Oh, great touch
there's
on
a
the wing
touch. There. Yes, there is. Turnover ball. Goes to Hannah Ricketts. Number 25 there out on the wing. As I mean, you probably get bored of certainly me hearing saying this, but my goodness me, the conditions are dreadful here for touch rugby. I do not envy anybody out on any one of the 3 fields right now. I'll be brutally honest. I don't envy you going back out there, I'm sure. But then again, though, as we talked about earlier, huge game hopefully coming up. But here comes a chance for Chris Ray, who's just got touched there.
Wildcats will really want to get another try on here to get it even, so they can come back.
They've pushed really hard in this first part of the second half. They seem to have come out the blocks flying, to be fair.
Yeah, their driving is very good, getting down, getting yards.
Here's Bizwaz again, who's been one of the more influential players for the Tigers. Now taken on there by Sue Ellen God. Davis. And Dan Lewis together. Back it goes to Davis, and that's going to be a drop ball, and that's going to be a turnover. Good pressure there put on there by the Wildcats. Ray moves the ball once again, and that's a real poor pass.
Unlucky, not what they want to do.
And now with a quick ball like this, they could be in with a chance here of scoring. I think there was a touch.
Great touch there.
It's again, really good play. Now back onto Lewis. Can he deliver something here potentially? Davis has the ball back. He's already scored 2. Back inside once more. Doesn't quite find it. That sort of, I call it blitz defence. I know it's probably not the correct touch term, but that sort of blitz defence where they come up like that. It's difficult to play around, but if you can, that gives you the opportunities to get into space, doesn't it?
Yeah. What we do is we send up the 2 mids a bit faster than everyone else, put the pressure on, and then a few games yesterday, it led to them like dropping the balls and just panicking. Which is good for us. We didn't have to defend them out.
Joseph Hartley. They wanted a 6 again because it got battered down, and the official agrees with them. And so Felipe Avetican once more. Back it goes into Hartley. They're looking to level this contest up here, the West Wildcats. Kareem. Hartley takes the ball into contact and will get the ball back once more. Dive, but I think there was a touch. No, he's given the try. Well, let's see what happened here. And unfortunately, I think our replays just stopped for a second, so apologies about that. But it's level back up at 4 apiece. as we just check you back there. Thank you very, very much.
I think it was just a quickie and a dive. As I said, the conditions are good for diving, getting in low.
And as we get back there, apologies there for the replay, but hopefully it should be sorted for us for the next time. We will have a look at it in a moment. But anyway, we are level at 4 apiece, and this could be a really close end to the game at this point. As here come them once more. Trying to get over the top there to Biswas, but just couldn't find it. And Hannah Rickards again will take it up. And we've got 15 more minutes. Who knows how many more points we're going to get in this game.
Great driving there from Wildcats. Putting the Tigers on the back foot.
Especially again, if we talked about it earlier, that sub-movement in particular, they can all just run off the back a bit. And I presume however quick you can get to it, because you were very, very quick towards that. We'll come back to it, but we will not, because we can talk about it now. But you talk about it now because the ball's gone. But like I say, that sub-movement in particular, how important is that to be as quick off your marks as you can? Because otherwise, you might break down the play.
So when you're going off, you've just got to sprint off so your teammates can go on. Like the worst thing defending is just seeing a new set of 6 people come on and having to defend them out.
Down the sideline, and it's going to be a try, is it? It's really, yeah, given. Let's see what happened there, but down the outside goes down the outside once more. Does for the Midlands Tigers that time, that was Brent McDougall. And that one is going to be a try there for the Tigers. As we'll just talk you through this in just a moment in time. A couple of our things are just to put a bit moment. But here come West Wildcats again. Ray just couldn't quite get through it, but it is. .26 minutes on the clock.
Let's see if Wildcats can get one back to even it up again.
They've pulled back a couple of times here. Ray's been absolutely brilliant. There's a touch there, I think. No.
Oh, ref's given it.
Given again. That's 5-4. So that's 5-4 and now 5-5. So we're back level once more. I think our replay machine is slightly broken, but we will fix that at the end of the next game. So apologies, we won't have many trialites, but we will put a video on of some fantastic stuff that's been going on in the schools program as well towards the back end of this game. But we've still got a very good game on our hands here, 5 apiece. And once again, Lewis now drops the ball. That's a chance there for Davis.
Wildcats will be happy with that, shutting them out. Got another opportunity here. Let's see what they can do.
They've been, it's particularly when they, how important is it to answer literally straight back on that first set back? Because if you can answer that back, it basically cancels out anything, really, doesn't it?
Still 0-0 now. Even if you're up by loads, still just go hard. Try and get as many points as you can, because it can go down to points difference who goes through to first, second. And
is that a try? No, not been given. I think there was a touch on that, and unfortunately, Hannah Rickards couldn't quite finish off that move there. So here they come once more. Biz was on the wing. Ball gets moved out once more to Katie Allen. There in the background, as you can see there. Ball gets moved now onto Victoria Franks. There is Franks in the middle. Gets touched, and now they want the quick ball now. They want this to move really, really well. Can they do so? And I think there's going to be a penalty given the other way.
Great defence, good dive from Wildcats.
Every minute that ticks by, you do wonder whether we're going to get a winner in this game. As we approach the midway point of the second half, and Hook Neal misses that one.
Unlucky.
Chance there for Neal Hook, but she just drops it. It's going to be a another score as the rain once again intensifies. The conditions are so slippy, and there was a touch there.
Good touch. See if they can D out this set of 6.
Dan Lewis there once again, looking to try to create something here, not delivering at this moment in time, but there's Thomas Pollard on the right and just dropped it. And I'll tell you what though, Anna, the pitch was beautiful at the time, and now I'm worried about this pitch cutting up at this moment in time because the amount of rain on it has been sodden.
It's hard to see on the live stream, but in real life it's tipping it down.
This is the heaviest it's been all day. There's no doubt about that. And like I say, for people who have been here with us since 6 a.m., sorry, since 8:30, we've been here since 6 o'clock this morning, and it has been very, very tricky conditions. And that's a lovely pass over the top. Unfortunate.
Couldn't finish it off.
So it is half an hour gone of this game, 10 to play. As we're moving on to Biswas. Once again taken on there by Victoria Franks. There's been a penalty given. I think the inside of my coat's not going to be the... We have to try... We'll give you a little bit of an insight here, View. We do have to try and protect some of the stuff sometimes, and I think the inside of my coat's not going to be particularly fun to be in. But we're all good to go here as we move ourselves back into a fantastic game of mixed touch. And to be fair to the pair of them, they've been outstanding in the conditions right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to keep grip of the ball, but they seem to be doing it quite well now.
Chance. I think there was a touch there. No, given us a try. I believe he has been given us a try. And that time, it is going to be Oscar Allison Dodger who dodges his way through and scores.
Great score. Just a quickie step back and then passed it to the other mid who went in. I think maybe they were offside.
Ah, well, 6-5. It is now, as you say, the rain continues to team it down, and Anna there deciding it's time to go and get her coat on, which is fair enough, absolutely fair enough. You've lasted till, what, 31 and a half minutes into the contest, so fair play to you. As here come the Tigers, excuse me, now on to the Wildcats once more. Once again, here comes Ben Edwards moving forward. Evans. What can he deliver here? Opportunity knocks. And being taken down there by Adam Sale.
Good touch there by Tigers, holding them out.
So, what can they deliver here? Lewis once more, now on to Davis. Them two have been basically joined at the hip throughout this entire game. As Biswas will take the contact there and will take it on. Ball goes right to the outside again. Now on to...
Tigers are being quite expansive here, dragging the ball to either side of the pitch, passing around shooters, helping them get yards.
But there's a penalty given.
Unlucky off the mark there, I think.
As that was Sebastian Chigo de Castro. Couldn't quite do that there. As they come forward once more to the Tigers. Wildcats now on the ball. What can they do at this point? Can they hold on to the lead? They couldn't quite do so in their first game. However, there were other circumstances around that as Ray comes through, and that's a really good touch there. Really good touch there. Brent McDougall who gets the touch. And you feel, and I know this sounds weird to say, but you feel that the Tigers have stayed in the game at that point.
Yeah, definitely. I think if Wildcats got that score, it would be hard to come back. Tigers, it would be hard to come back, but keeping them out and having an attack now will help them. try and get another score on the board.
Jacob Whitehead moving that ball forward really, really quickly. Opportunity again here for the Tigers, and it
there.
just doesn't quite work out for them. And again, normally you'd be criticising the amount of errors, but in this weather and the way that it's been playing, it's been very understandable.
Yeah.
I would certainly not like to be playing in this.
No.
100% not. Not my job this time. As once again, they come forward, it's Hartley, and the ball gets dropped, and it's going to be another turnover. So can the Tigers profit from this one? Whitehead now on the ball once more. We'll try and take this ball further up. Biswas is there yet again. Although it's difficult to read sometimes the numbers with the way that this has been done. I will be brutally honest, but here they come once again. Opportunity for them. Harry Goodhue can't quite create that opportunity, and we approach the last 5 minutes, and it's going to be very, very close. I think this is going to be a tight game. The next score could be all important.
Great driving here from Wildcats, getting Tigers on the back foot, momentum going forwards. Good touch there.
Neil Hook gives the touch on. Now, once more, here comes Martin Bunt. Moves on. This is a really good run here for Theo Edwards. Bunt, Hook Neil. Could she not get the ball out there to Groves? It would have been difficult, but it would have been an interesting one. As I go on to the 7. And now, once more, opportunity for the Tigers. Here comes Goodhue onto the outside, gets a touch on there. Goodhue will play the ball back inside to Davis. Davis and Pollard trying to drive something here. The ball gets pushed off, and it's going to be a turnover against Davis. And lost control given. Yeah, you could hear that on our Atmos mic. As here come the West Wildcats once again, and now with 3 minutes to go, with 4 minutes to go, and especially if you're leading by 1, are you thinking, obviously to get the score is important, but are you thinking, right, let's just try and protect the lead at this point?
Yeah, I think from Wildcats' perspective, play it safe. If you can get another score, that's great, but don't do anything.
It cost them in the last game, and Rickards. Rickard scores, and it's a 7-5, and we talked about getting that second point to get them 2 points clear, and Rickards there scores it, but this time, can they hold on to the lead? They couldn't do it last time.
It'll be hard for Tigers to get 2 back for a draw, 3 back for a win, but let's see what they can do.
Wind rattles around still, Lady Bay. I think we're going to be having this for the rest of the day. So, but here comes Goodhue again, and now once more onto it. Tries to play that one away. As now, nice touch. Is that going to be a score? I think it might just be a touch.
Great diving touch there.
So, another opportunity. Though, 5th touch now. What can they do here, the Tigers? Think they're going to run into a bit of traffic, or are they not? That is going to be given a try, I think. It is. It is a try. We still have a game. What is it about the West Wildcats in the mixed open? As they do score, the Midlands Tigers, with 2 minutes left to go. If they can hold out here, then they might have an opportunity for the draw.
Yeah.
Touchdown there scored for the Midlands Tigers by Tim Wyatt. Now, West Wildcats, they know another score would pretty much be that. It is Sale. Now, ball gets moved across again. Now onto Martin Bunn. Sale. Bunn. Sale. Has he lost control of that? I think he has.
Great defence there from Tigers.
And now the Tigers with less than a minute and a half to play, have got a chance to level this game up. Ball gets moved across over to this near side. Biswas, who's been really dangerous, there's no doubt about that. Davis gets the ball received. And it's Lewis now. Onto the Tigers, and they move onto halfway line now as once again the rain intensifies. Here they come again, it's a 5th touch. They've got to get the ball moving. If they can, they get the touch, they do. Referee calls the touch.
Unlucky there, that was a really nice play from Tigers.
Biswas was almost over there, but it would have been interesting if the touch hadn't been called to see if they would have been blocked there defensively. Now remember, the Wildcats had the ball with 30 seconds to go and a 1-point lead in their last game against the South East Sharks, but they lost control and they conceded in the last seconds of the game. Here's Chris Ray. Chris Ray doesn't get the touch there from Biswas, and Chris Ray is going to go in and seal the deal. He's been outstanding for the West Wildcats thus far in this competition, and Chris Ray seals the deal and a much-deserved win.
Yeah, great run there from Wildcats.
Siren goes. They do have time for a kick, for a tap off. One touch. And it's a fall over there, and that will be that. So the West Wildcats do get a win there, Anna. And you've got to say, with the way they played throughout the entire competition, they probably deserve it.
Yeah, it was a great game. Both teams, good driving, good line attack. Both defence, lots of diving touches, which are really good, saving loads of tries. No, it was a great game. Good to watch. Well,
thank you very much for joining us up here in the com box, Anna. Really do appreciate it.
Thanks.
Good luck with your final game against South East Sharks.
Thank you.
We are back, though. South East Sharks, though, are going to be on the field here against the Midlands Tigers, and whoever wins that one will be joining the South East Taipans more than likely in the final. South East Sharks, in fact, are actually into the final. South East Taipans are hoping that their South East lot can do them a favour. Can they do so? We're going to find out shortly. Stay with us.
So Alan Reid, our Schools Development Officer, arranged a touch session today with the children from St Joseph's School here in Branksome. We started with about 20 children today between the ages of 7 and 11.
We don't normally have that mix from year 2 to year 6, which is what we had today.
Essentially, we explained to them a little bit about the difference between touch and tag rugby that they've been playing. We organised a warm-up, got them working together as a team, did some ball skills with them, and then we progressively took them into kind of a little touch game.
I thought the session was really good. I thought it was great for the children. They were all on task, they were all engaged. Everybody had an opportunity to play. They learnt the new rules, and it was a challenge for some of them, but I really liked that because then they had to really stop, think about what they were doing, why they were doing it, and how they were going to be successful.
Once we get them sort of catching and passing, you know, the skills that they've learned from netball or football or any other sports, they're transferable. So they soon pick it up, and they're all playing games in the playground, catching and passing and running, and you know, playing it and things like that. So we sort of build off of those skills and then introduce touch skills as we go along. And generally over about an hour, they pick it up. And we probably end up with a game of touch netball, which is kind of a hybrid, which most of us have all played at some level. And the girls and boys, you know, end up playing that and enjoying it.
In the touch game, you don't tend to stop players. They don't, you know, in tag, it's tag, the game stops, somebody comes back. You know, it's a lot of dead time, whereas with touch, it seems to be ongoing. They're constantly active.
You've got to get players in at grassroots level, and if we can get them before they are teenagers, where they've already chosen karate or badminton or whatever it might be, if we can introduce touch earlier, I think that's a great way to raise awareness, get them engaged in a sport that's all-inclusive. And actually the one difference that we've got with a lot of sports is obviously boys and girls playing together, and they don't necessarily have to stop playing together when they become teenagers, which I think they have to when it's rugby and perhaps other sports.
I saw the children's reaction to it today. They've really liked it. I've managed to speak to a couple of them, and it's something they'd said that they'd like to do. So from that aspect, if it's, you know, if it's pupil voice, the children want to do it, then I'm all ears, and I would like to continue that.
So yeah, we can coach them how to coach, if you like, and so they can play some of the games and take those afterwards into the school sessions. Alternatively, if they're really interested, as we have seen with some of the children, we offer them the option to come to Bournemouth Touch Centre on a Monday night, where they can then plug into our infrastructure there, and we've got 4 kids coaches who run a session from 6:30 through to about 7:30.
And the rain that swept across the Lady Bay area for the last 40 minutes seems to have gone. Although you look at the forecast and it's going to come back. Or rather, the next wave will come back in. And hopefully it will stay off for this Men's Open game for the next 40 minutes, because it promises to be an absolute cracker. Midland's Tigers in white, flecked with orange and tiger stripes, up against the South East Sharks, and the Tigers really have to win this to be in with a chance of competing at the top end of the table. Sharks will be in the final later on today. They dominated yesterday, winning all 3 games. And it's the Sharks who get us underway, with Will Serracold tapping and going, and Miles Partridge there had the ball tapped out of his hand, and Sharks will get a fresh set of 6. Dom Tripp starts play, gets the ball back again, takes the touch and gets it straight back with a quick play off the floor, and Tripp going for the dive but just gets touched on the way through. And as Sharks build for the second, I'm joined by Theo Edwards in the box from the victorious West Wildcats from the last game, but we'll talk about that in just a second. Actually, we get a chance to talk about it now, just as that play breaks down for the South East Sharks. And Theo, you're still puffing, because that was a pretty tough contest against the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, they came at us quite hard. It was a very seesaw game, very back and forth. I mean, nobody really knew the score in the box, so it was quite an attritional game actually, but we edged out in the end.
Not helped by the weather, but we'll come on to that in a second. As Sam Missin just broke and tried a switch play with Ben Powell. Sam Missin in the England Men's Open set up Ben Powell, the high performance director, but the Cambridge duo combining there. How tough was that last 40 minutes? Because that weather was horrible.
Oh, it was absolutely terrible. I mean, both sides did extremely well not to drop the ball as much as they did. I mean, I know we had some with that sticky spray that you've got, which is surprisingly good at helping you catch the ball, but to play any sort of fancy touch in this weather is, it's a very hard thing to do.
And to be fair, following on that theme, we've not seen any fancy touch come from either the Tigers or the Sharks as they size each other up for the first time this weekend at the 2021 Nationals. And we see the break there coming from Tigers number 3. That's Dan Powell, and he's gone for the corner, but it's a touch. Sorry, that's not the 3, that's the 5. It's Matthew Sandland. Just got touched in the 6, and it's a turnover. And the Sharks break it clear and look to get some fresh legs on, taking play up to their left. Those fresh legs come on, and they've got some good momentum, although it's slowed up a little bit just up their left touchline. Serracold feeds the ball off and then gets the ball straight back. Sorry, it's not Serracold, that's Ted Brooks. Gets the ball back from Dom Tripp, but that's a 6th touch, and we're going to see a lot of this end-to-end in terms of the pace of the play in the Men's Open. It's really rocketed up this year.
Yeah, I mean, we watched a couple of the Wildcats games, and we've not been playing, and it is just end-to-end stuff. It's score and sometimes score, and then there's long periods of just a constant transition on and off, which is, painful for everyone to watch.
In terms of the athleticism, but great also to watch as well, as Clark Hobson, one of the veterans of the circuit, one of the Hobson familia, shall we say, in terms of the numbers of Hobsons that there are who are playing at high level touch, and the England international opens the scoring. That's just a straight dive through the middle, nothing too complicated about that.
No, just a lovely feed back inside there.
Sharks now on the back foot. Now they had some stunning results yesterday, especially a 21-3 win over Southwest Saxons, which at this level is pretty spectacular. But they're having to come from behind. We know that they've got the character and the experience to not get panicked about that, but they're going to need to play better than that. That's Will Sericold and Miles Partridge just failing to combine in the middle, and Ben Powell brings the play forward for the Tigers. This try scorer Matthew Sandlin pointing the direction of getting the ball back again, offloading this time. And that was Will Murphy just getting touched on the way through. One of a number of brothers who are in the Midlands setup as youngsters, although his brother Brad is injured at the minute, which is a shame. And Will Sericold gets the ball off the floor quickly. And Sharks are getting a drive on. Sericold takes the extra play, works off into the sub box. Max Howard, the Sharks captain, gets the ball back. The dictating play in the centre, gets the ball quickly off the floor, and the dive's coming through. And the score's given. And the Sharks tie things up.
Yeah, lovely dive there, just got low early, got the ball down before the touch.
It is lovely diving weather, it has to be said. I mean, the weather, so it's really rubbish weather for handling, great weather for diving.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I was going to say there are a couple of ducks here on the pitch at Lady Bay, but there aren't. They're very, very large pigeons. And speaking of flying, the Tigers are going to get their chance to do just that as they get a penalty and a fresh set of 6 on the 7-metre line. Hobson will take the tap. He's just calling for play. And Lupton, Will Lupton, he's a deceptive run. He's a tall lad. Deceptively agile for a tall lad as Will Lupton. Nottingham mid gets the ball back straight away, dives in from distance. And that's just a touch on the way through as the sun comes out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here in Nottingham, after what seems like an eternity of rain this morning, we do have sun, but there are more clouds in the background. Left, right goes Ollie Brassington, but there's another touch coming through, and it just looks like Tigers are just trying to draw the Sharks' defence to narrow up a little bit, to open up space out wide, but the Sharks are not biting this occasion. Brassington feeds Hobson, feeds Lupton, and Hobson gets it back, goes again. Oh, what a lovely bit of dexterity there from the veteran, finding the youngster on the right-hand side. Just a pity that that's frozen up there on that replay. But Tigers have just gone up in front. And Hobson there just showing all of his experience and a little bit of, dexterity to freeze the defender and find Lupton for the try.
Yeah, just a simple shot on the far side and cuts back into where the space is.
Miles Partridge feeds it off to Alex Morris. This time, Charlie Thompson. Big number 8, and Miles Partridge again, the arch finisher on the wing for the England men's open team, but he's playing more in the middles for the Sharks at the moment. Morris gives it to Sericold, gives it to Partridge. Back to Sericold. And Morris is just dancing left and right to try and pull the Tigers' defence. Dives for the line. Sharks have got another couple of touches to play with and plenty of space over to their right, and they've stacked it as well with Zubin Tanner and Charlie Thompson. Zubin Tanner showed a massive amount of pace yesterday, particularly in their final game against Northwest Blaze, running in 1 try from about 60 metres. Not had a chance to stretch his legs this time, and it comes to Alex Morris. This time the Tigers' defence have crumped over to their left. Sam Missin in the mids, lining up the touch up against Miles Partridge, but this is passed off to the left. Partridge gets it back. Diving, just gets touched on the 6, and that from a defensive perspective is exactly what you want.
Yeah, it's a great shout out by the Tigers as soon as they scored it down at the other end, and then they shut it out and stopped the seesaw.
In terms of the chat on the field, you know, we've seen Sharks not biting when the Tigers have been trying to move them about. Tigers, on the other hand, have been going left and right indeed, but seeming to be working a little bit harder. Is that conscious team ploy, do you think?
Yeah, it depends on what your defensive policy is. I mean, obviously Tigers are getting up in the Sharks' faces. They're taking away their space and time. Sharks are trying to get around it with these little pop passes that they're doing. But if you're defending well enough, you can obviously get to 2 people at the same time if you're quite tight. So, I mean, they all work if you execute them properly, and the Tigers have been doing that. So.
5th touch, and Sharks have just got the chance to spread, but they get the ball batted down and a fresh set of 6. This is an ideal opportunity for the South East Sharks to build and tie things up once again. Max Howard, the captain, gets the ball back. As Ed Hayward takes it in, gets the ball back from Howard. That's a penalty for not failing to advance. And again, it's another set of 6 for the South East Sharks. Referees have been really hot on that in defence, haven't they, this year?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I remember in our first game yesterday, we were literally told to advance quicker, and because one of our mids wasn't. And there's a score there from the Sharks. Lovely dive there. Yeah, we were told to advance faster by the referee because we weren't doing it well enough. So.
And Henry Stratford capitalises, dives in from a good 2 metres out. Sliding more than the well, I think we saw some fantastic slides in the skateboarding over the Olympics, just sliding more than Sky Brown. That's who I was looking for. Have played been up far too early this morning, and you know, even 4 cups of coffee doesn't.
No, well, I mean, you saw the schedule. 8:30, first game at 8:30. We're finding accommodation. We are not risking that.
That's a 0 touch for the Sharks to restart after that interception. And Will Sericol, sorry, it's not Will Sericol, that's Teddy Brooks. As they've got identical haircuts these days. Used to be Teddy had a little bit of a longer, shaggier hairdo. And Dom Tripp starts, takes the touch and works his way off the field. Alex Morris takes the next touch. It looks like the rain's just about to start again, but it's certainly misty here on the banks of the River Trent. It's definitely, the rain is starting to come in again. That's such a shame because it's going to make the handling tricky, but Will Sericol, ball in 2 hands, finds Partridge, the same, Morris, the same. And Partridge out, and it's a 0 touch now for Will Lupton, and another anticipation this time from the Tigers. Just couldn't accelerate away the youngster. Despairing diving touch from the Sharks slows it down, and Tigers start to prowl from deep in their own territory, making meters though. Here comes Matt Maynard, one of 2 Maynard brothers missing, one of 2 missing brothers, Sam missing. Harry's on the sidelines, not involved in the 14-man team that's playing this game. And Sam picks the ball, great skill to come off, to scoop off from there, and this is the 3rd interception on the trot. This defence is definitely coming out on top and being aided by the weather, no doubt, because otherwise that pass would have absolutely fizzed from Missin, renowned for it in the National Touch Series. Anyway, here come the Sharks, all tied up. Here goes Henry Stratford, score of their last try. And there's play through. Tigers stopped, waiting for a whistle. The whistle didn't come. There was a clear play through call coming from the referee. And Max Howard has put the Sharks in front.
In that situation, the Tigers were probably looking for a penalty against themselves for being offside, but the referee obviously wanted to see what advantage came of it for the Sharks, and it's a try.
won't talk about playing to the whistle after what happened in your first game this morning.
Yeah, we will not. That was technological error.
Well, that was a 10-10, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. Well, we'll talk about it now. In terms of the disappointment aside, I think, how proud are you guys for having pushed the Taipans and the Sharks to the absolute limit this weekend?
I mean, we performed really well in both games. We're really happy with the performances. I mean, obviously the score sheet shows we didn't win that game, but we know that in the time allocated we did. So we know in ourselves it's a win against the Sharks. It's a draw against the Taipans yesterday morning. So it's great to be finally taking a fight to the southeast, who seem to be dominating all the time.
Henry Stratford, another England international, this with a mixed open, and that's not a score, because that's a 7-metre line. So much as TJ Slater thinks that he's scored, he hasn't. But Sharks are still 1 to the good, and it's going to take something a little bit special to break things down. That's a heavy touch there from Will Sericold, and the Tigers bench and the Tigers sub-box have gone absolutely mad on that because of the heavy touch. Play's gone on though, and the referees are letting play and have stopped. So play has gone on up the field, and it's just stopped now just while the injured player comes off. I think that's Liam Halpenny. But it's just going to be a second touch. The ball had gone from the offload. Will Sericold did come in a little heavy, but no penalty, and the Tigers will resume. Lupton takes the touch, and off Clark Hobson off the floor. Lupton, Hobson on his shoulder, but play comes to the left, and that's a loss of control. And that's going to be in this when the ball's slippy. That's where the errors are going to happen more often than not.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I know personally, I was putting the ball with 2 hands and down a lot of the time, and there's a number of occasions that I almost completely lost it. It's incredibly difficult to keep your momentum going forward and keep hold of the ball, and it's a real skill in itself.
Teddy Brooks from Scorpions and his clubmate, but there's a turnover on the 6th touch. Tigers have held out and the pace has noticeably intensified. That's then is a play through the ruck from Dom Tripp against his England teammate Clark Hobson. And as you can hear in the background from the wind shear, that the weather there's no rain, but Tigers are now playing into the stiffest of breezes. Sam Missin, they're not overplaying it in terms of pace, but Missin, certainly one of the fulcrums of the side, scoops off the floor, goes right, looking for support on the inside. Ball goes to ground on the 6th touch, and that is a turnover for the South East Sharks. This is becoming increasingly cagey now, this game. It's I think Sharks have driven very well the last couple of times they've had the ball.
Oh yeah, they've got a lot of momentum on their transition plays, and most of the time they get a scoop off the back of it.
Just under 3 minutes to play in this first half on our unofficial time, and it's just the South East Sharks up by 1. Matt Wells, who's I think partner and baby, it was really cute to see them very nice to see them in the first game, as mum is saying to baby, look, there's daddy, and he came over just before the game or during the half-time break.
Really is a sport for all ages.
Absolutely. Question is why isn't the baby in a squad already? But here come the Tigers. Another interception, and the Sharks start with a 0 touch on the 7 metre line. Partridge takes the first as Sharks look to get fresh legs on. When I say fresh legs, it's relatively fresh legs this deep into the competition. How have you found it in terms of the 40-minute games over 2 days?
Oh, it's a step up from NTS. I mean, when we've been playing, they've been 10-minute halves, and you adjust fairly quickly, but it's still a big adjustment to come in and hear the hooter 10 minutes later than you expect it to be. So yeah, I mean the towards the end of the games, everything kind of slows down a little bit because everybody's very tired.
And how was the recovery overnight? Were you able to get some rest in overnight? Because, as I say, you had to be here at is that a fresh set of 6? No, that's a bit of a falcon off Henry Stratford, but the ball rebounded into him. Were you able to get a decent amount of sleep last night, or were you a bit wired?
No, it was actually all right. I mean, I was in the uni accommodation like quite a lot of the people playing today, and sleep was fine. Accommodation was good. Just had to be up at a stupidly early time.
Here goes Henry Stratford finding Sericold. That has gone so far forward. Tom Brady would have been proud of that. And Tigers will restart with a penalty on their own 7-metre line as Lupton takes the touch. Clark Hobson just offloads again to Lupton, and Sharks doing really well to slow down the Tigers' momentum. Hobson looks to put some pace onto it. Powell's coming off the field, so is Matt Maynard. Powell gets a lovely offload from Maynard. Missing on the scoop. Back to Missing from Powell and Maynard, and it's a little bit of interplay, but going nowhere fast for the Tigers. And that's a loss of control and a turnover. You can see the Sharks are just talking amongst themselves just to slow it down in these final few seconds of this opening half of this men's open crucial round robin fixture. Tigers have got to win to have a chance of progressing. Sharks, we know, will be through after their results so far. Undefeated, the Sharks, and they lead at half-time, but they are... We'll have a chat. We'll have a chat now. Do you think they're playing within themselves a little bit, or is it, or are they just? It's a Tigers really playing up and slowing them down, or a combination of the two?
The Tigers' defence has been very strong actually throughout the game. Obviously, we know what Sharks can do when they really get into their strides, shown by their results yesterday. But the weather's not helping anyone at the moment, and scores aren't going to come from running complicated moves, and they haven't. Most of the scores have just been simple shorts or scoops and feed back inside, good dives off the front of it.
As you say, the weather's not helping. Fair play to you for coming up, and I know you've got a lovely bench jacket to keep you warm, but fair play to you for coming up there, because it is, as we said before, the weather has been pretty nasty this morning after what was, there are a couple of, it threatened to rain yesterday, but the weather was pretty decent. So I'm just trying to load up the scores that we've had so far this weekend, and my phone's just grinding to a halt on the 4G, which was one of the reasons. I would say it's down to the thousands of people at Trent Bridge, but if there's anybody in Trent Bridge today, I think they deserve a medal. So let's have a chat about the national. Let's have a quick look at what's happened so far this morning. I don't have nothing. You don't have the up-to-date?
No, I've run out of data because I used too much.
Hopefully live streaming us yesterday.
Live streaming you this morning, actually. Live streaming me playing, because who wouldn't want to watch themselves?
So let's just, as I say, let's just reflect on the weekend as a whole. It's the 40-minute games and the multi-day. We've touched on how important is it to get back into the swing of it, and especially for the players who haven't played so much in the Elite National Touch Series this year.
Oh, it's massively important. I mean, we have a really good atmosphere as a squad. We've had quite a few training sessions coming in. Well, maybe a number of training sessions coming into this, and It's been really good. It's been a great experience to step up from juniors that I played 2 years ago. Obviously, we all know what happened in 2020, but I've got my last year of juniors in 2 weeks' time, so 2 sets of nationals this year. But it's a great experience. It's a real step up to see what the future is going to be like, and it's exciting.
Yeah, so as a teenager, when you're coming up against, very strong, I was having a chat to John Lovell, who's coaching the Midlands Mixed Opens, just on the sideline at the start of your game, and he's been around the sport for many years, and was saying that the Mixed Open in particular has really strengthened up this year. So as a teenager coming up, how difficult have you found that step up, or has it been a bit of a natural progression because of your involvement at this level in previous years?
It's been quite a I wouldn't say it's been easy, but it's been smooth running, to be honest. I mean, I didn't start playing touch until 2-3 years ago. My 2019 was my first kind of a real experience at this level, and I've stuck with my NTS club Revolution in Birmingham, and we've just learnt it all through there, carried on progressing, and it's been a really good experience to play at a high level. And it's quite grateful for the opportunities.
And it's no offence to the guys and girls at Revolution, because obviously I get on with them very well, so I'm more than comfortable saying this. But you have brought the average age down by a bit, because there are quite a few experienced heads at Revs.
Oh, there are quite a lot. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ian Robury's in the men's 45s, and he's lending a lot of experience. Wily old head, but. I mean, my sister's also joined Revolution as well, and she's only 14 at the moment. But she's looking to be something pretty special, if I'm honest. She's a very good player, coming from netball, so she doesn't drop a ball at all.
Speaking of pretty special, I think the handling has by and large been pretty special. We've not really seen any fumbles in open play, just a couple of loss of controls when the ball's been being put to the deck. If there has been a difference, has been the ability, or the reduced ability of the mids to fizz the ball wide. We've seen a number of interceptions from both teams, and are you expecting them to keep on trying with that play, or are they just to adapt a little bit, to throw a few more switches to slow things down or to vary the pace in and around that 7?
I mean, it all depends on which team decides to do what, but on the long balls, I think they might try a few more, see what the defence does. If they get another interception, then throw in maybe a few, dummy the long ball, feed the link coming in on chopping holes and stuff, and we'll just see how it goes. But it's obviously difficult conditions to throw long balls in this weather. There's nearly a fumble there, but
play's gone on.
Yeah, the long ball's a weapon, and it's slightly neutralised when it's like this, but everything.
And Lupton, who has dived and scored in the first half, has to stay upright that time. Tigers looked as if they were set up for a set play, but instead just went through a three-player drive. Lupton gets the buck from Hobson, and this time it's gone wide again, and gone forward. And play will restart with a penalty on the 7-metre line, or just in front of the 7-metre line, which shows how far forward that pass actually was. Tigers now playing with the breeze behind their backs. My name's Chris Wearmouth, and thank you very much for joining us. Wherever you are, wrapped up warm in front of the, I was going to say, it's the kind of thing that it would be in front of the fireplace with a warm mug of cocoa on a Sunday morning. I'm joined by Theo Edwards from Revolution and West Wildcats Mixed Open, who we've seen a couple of times here on Field 1 this morning, here at Lady Bay, the home of Nottingham Rugby. This weekend's the home of the 2021 England Touch Opens Nationals. And it's the Sharks Men's Open who leads the way in the table, set for a place in the final, leading at the moment. And Zubin Tanner, the pace merchant on the right wing, just doesn't get he gets his space shut down really well by Matt Wells. And we're talking about them about the ability for a fast ball or a wide ball, and that's exactly what the Sharks did. Tigers shut down Will Serracold really well. That's following that missed pass. Clark Hobson, England Men's Open player and BBR legend, not as much of a legend as his dad, Mark, who plays for Nottingham well into his 50s. And he's was a regular fixture in the Nottingham Development National Touch Series team this year.
Ended up player reffing him a couple of times.
Well, you ended up player reffing him?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a wily old fox, is Hobbo.
He is indeed. He knows, he's got many ways of trying to get round the rules. But,
he won't mind you saying so. Miles Partridge, an arch finisher for the Sharks. Goes fantastic scoop given the conditions. The rain, it's more of what the Northerners would say. It's a bit of a light drizzle, but it's the kind of drizzle that goes to your bones. Miles Partridge, though, showed some fantastic skill to keep playing, as does Glenn Jones for Midlands Tigers. Makes a few metres, comes off into the sub-box, missing. Two-handed scoop on the final touch, gets touched, couldn't go through. And the Sharks, through Teddy Brooks, will come forward.
Sometimes that's all you need to do off the back of a scoop, even if you know that scoring's not going to be the best option. Just get as much ground as you can, get as far away from the opponent's sub-box as you can, make them work for it.
And Sharks, Dom Tripp now, another arch scooper, and he gets touched as the half, but Sharks were looking to flood through into the open side, but it didn't come to anything this time. Tigers now getting another set of fresh legs coming on. Ben Powell takes play up to halfway. And there's a little bit of a turnover, and that's a penalty anyway for overstepping the mark. Powell took the initial touch early and drove through for about another metre and a half or so before he released and put the ball down, and the referees have deemed that to be an overstepping the mark. Henry Stratford pops it off to Dom Tripp. Stratford this time feeds Ewan Armstrong, alumni of the University of Exeter, one of the hubs of touch in the university. That's an amazing number of people who play down there. We'll talk about that in a second. As Sharks look to extend their lead. Tripp, has he scored? I think there's a little, really dearly love to have a ref mic on at this point just to hear what's being said. There's a penalty given anyway for, I think that's for going through the ruck, and Sharks having been denied, Dom Tripp having been denied, he taps and he feeds the captain Max Howard. Stratford, he just gets body checked a little bit, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other.
Sometimes you find yourselves in those positions where you go in to make the touch and they're closer than you think you are.
Armstrong, no, it's not. It's Max Howard feeds Henry Stratford. Quick one about the teenage. University of Exeter, 300 or so players within that club. We're seeing multiple teams enter the University NTS from the, from the likes of Loughborough, from Durham, from Bath, all across the country now. It's really entrenching itself at university level, and it must be an exciting thing as a teenager to see that happening just a year or so older than yourself.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I've got another year left of school, but it's certainly an exciting thing to know that if and when I eventually do end up at university, there's plenty of places where I can carry on playing touch at a high level. It's great to see.
Not too far away from you, the University of Birmingham have got a team in the Uni NTS as well. Stratford, Henry Stratford, West Midlands name, playing for the Sharks. Takes play over the halfway line before working his way off. And the Sharks are swarming forward again. Seracold takes the pace, and there's options there for Alex Morris, left and right, but the ball gets batted down and Sharks will now build. They're still leading by 1. Sorry, leading by 2. Sorry, leading by 1. 6 minutes into the second half. And Miles Partridge dives in from 2 metres. Mind you, he could dive in from 4 and I think he'd still be able to reach the line. Quizzical look over his shoulder, but there was a touch. Alex Morris this time finds Will Seracold, and they're just saying to the Tigers, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. And they get exactly what they wanted. Second best to a try is a penalty restart, a fresh set of 6, because the Tigers just dropped a little bit early and then didn't keep on going up. It was the try scorer Matthew Sandland. He opened the scoring for the Tigers in the first half, putting his side under pressure though this time. Seracold stands up Sandland, and Alex Morris dives away. Is there a touch? Yes, there is. Glenn Jones on the touch. Fantastic defensive, real commitment there. And Morris, we're now facing into the wind and the rain. It's coming in cats and dogs. And Zubin Tanner, has that ball gone away? Was that touched in flight? Is that control? Yes, it is on all counts, and Zubin Tanner has taken the Sharks out to a 2-try lead in the third quarter of this game. Plenty of composure there from the Sharks to finish that off.
Yeah, great hands on the far side just to flick it on in this weather, especially difficult.
Tigers now under pressure. They led this game. They kept on nudging their way in front, and now they're facing a 2-try deficit. And given these weather conditions, it's going to be hard to pull that back. He says, Will Lupton dives in from 2 metres. No sliding this time, he just dives straight in. That's a lovely finish from the youngster, and he is happy. Just a little, consider how. So you played on this pitch a couple of times this morning. It's lush and green on top. That footing still looks pretty firm, despite the weather.
Yeah, I mean, there's not been that many. I mean, people slipping over. I mean, a couple of our guys have done it, but you've seen it rarely. But you would think there'd be a lot more. But obviously good quality pitch.
Ewan Armstrong dives for the line, but this time a touch comes in from the Tigers. Powell lining up at link made the touch on Armstrong, who takes the touch again in the midfield this time. Dom Tripp goes wide right, and it goes right again to Tanner. This is going to be given. That ball came loose after the score was made, and Zubin Tanner with his 2. I think there's a call. Well, that's been given as a normal pass, as a good pass. You can see why people wouldn't be happy with it, but the referees are, and Tanner has got 2, and he's extended the Sharks lead again, 2-2, midway through the second half here at Lady Bay, the home of Championship rugby team Nottingham.
Going back to what you said earlier about the long balls, they've switched their tactics to more taking it through the hands, shorter passes. It seems to be working a lot better for them because they've scored 2 from it.
Little dinky 7 style flick coming in from Matthew Sandland, comes to nothing, and the Sharks through Ewan Armstrong and Alex Morris and Will Sericolt bring the ball quickly up to halfway. The Sharks have got a roll on, and we've seen how dangerous that can be. That's loss of control. I think Henry Stratford's calling for a hard touch on that, and is that going to be given as a throwing the ball away? No. Henry Stratford was definitely looking for a hard touch, but it didn't come. Sandland has dropped the ball off, and now it comes back to, the Tigers' numbers are not massively easy to read from up here in the commentary box, as Ben Lenori had taken it in. And as we see, that's going to be a fresh set of 6 there. Lovely bit of tactical play from the Midlands Tigers there, right in midfield. And that's Lupton and Hobson. It's been a productive duo for the Midlands Tigers. And Hobson just feeds the play quickly, but that's been given. Now that's one that we've seen given a few more times this morning than yesterday. It's Ollie Brassington being done for not playing the ball with your hips square. And Sharks now getting a penalty for a heavy touch this time.
I was penalised in NTS for an incorrect roll ball once, and it just after being touched on the line brought it back, and then they pinged me. So
is that for not stepping over properly, or is that for
not stepping over properly? I think, but who knows? Some people. It's all down to the interpretation.
Yeah, it wasn't me, referee. I'd look out for that. It's a lot. I think as George will tell you, who plays for Revs, also one of the Warwick players.
Oh yeah.
He'll tell you I ping him for it all the time in training. Anyway, no need to ping anybody for that one, because that was a quite clear loss of control there from the Sharks, leading by 2. And Tigers are going to need something a bit to score pretty quickly. Ben Powell takes the touch, slowed down a little bit for the Tigers. Missing, points Powell where he wants him to go. Missing, straight off the deck, off to the left. Tigers have got an overlap, but that ball has loss of control. See, there's a bit of discussion there from Powell to the sideline official. Sam Missin makes the touch on Ewan Armstrong. That's a definite loss of control there from the Sharks, and it's a quick turnover. And here comes the Tigers through Matt Maynard. Gets the ball quickly off the floor to Sam Missin. Missin gets the ball back to Cambridge youngsters. Missin going for the line, but gets slowed up by the Sharks. Patient indeed. And there's a penalty this time for going through the ruck, and a fresh set of 6 for the Tigers. Maynard taps and feeds to Missin. Missin gets straight back off the floor, dives for the line, but there's a touch given by referee Gareth Hines in the middle. Seen these 2 players combine an awful lot for the England juniors as well, and this time it's Ben Powell who then feeds Maynard, dives for the line, touch coming in, crucial touch coming in on Matt Maynard. This is the last touch now missing. And that and the Sharks have shut that down superbly. Especially that touch coming in from Charlie Thompson there on Matt Maynard, absolutely vital. And now through Miles Partridge, they've all of a sudden hit the accelerator pedal and are up to halfway already. Sharks looking threatening. Sericold takes the dump on the 10-metre line. Alex Morris again. All of a sudden the Sharks are in striking distance. Henry Stratford feeds Morris and wide, and that is a score. And you get the feeling, no, that's not. That's gone for overstepping the mark. And the Tigers have had an absolute let-off from that, because that was ominous from the Sharks.
Yeah, that was clear cut. Easy hands down the line and score in the corner, but obviously if you set it up illegally, it's not going to be given.
But as you say, it's a definite policy from the Sharks. They're driving hard and putting the ball through the hands nice and sympathetically down the line, not looking for anything too flash. It's paid dividends for them twice on that far side. Zubin Tanner. Matt Wall this time gets it from, sorry, Matt Wells gets it, sorry, Thomas Wells gets the ball on the far side from the long pass. Sorry, excuse me on that. And Tigers are going to have to try to do something a little bit special to break down this Sharks team. Wells gets into Will Sericold's face and then just makes the play after the offload. Teddy Brooks just jinking his way through. There's no half, but they're what's this call for? It's offside from the Tigers. And Sharks just getting that roll on, and it's really difficult to get back the 7 metres when you've got a slippy pitch underneath you. Miles Partridge diving for the line, gets touched on the way through. Partridge, who had one of the most spectacular finishes of 2018 with a try for England Men's Open in the final against Wales to win the gold medal in Nottingham, here in Nottingham on a sun-drenched day in July a couple of years ago. Not sun-drenched today, and the weather is coming from right in our front, and you might be seeing during the break the dark clouds which are coming in from the background from the western East Midlands, if there's a better way of calling it, coming from the Derby. Let's blame it all on Derby, seeing as we're here in Nottingham. And the Midlands Tigers, the home franchise, time is running out for them. How long's to go? 4 minutes to play, just under 4 minutes to play. And they need to win to have any chance of progressing through, but the ball's gone to ground. They're forcing it a little bit too much. Dan Powell there, the ball hits the deck, and Partridge. Sharks now know that they probably one more will seal the deal for them. But Theo, how impressed have you been by the level of play in this game, given the weather conditions?
Oh, it's incredibly impressive to watch how both teams have still managed to play an exciting brand of touch while the wind and rain slashing down. Because a lot of the tries have actually come from slick hands, especially from the Sharks, and it's really difficult to do in this, especially with a ball. It's almost like a horror soap.
Thomas Wells did really well to shut down the defence, and that's a penalty for going through the ruck given, and Clark Hobson taps it, giving a little bit of chat to TJ Slater for having the level of the touch, and there's a penalty being given this time again for going through the ruck. Sam Missin and Matt Maynard are on the field, looking to give themselves a chance of at least a draw, but they're going to need to score in this set of 6. Missin is the half, but drops it off to Maynard, who comes right. What's the call on this? Calm down is the call. No, heavy touch is the call, and heavy touch and calm down on this one. This which is the most important thing to do at this stage, isn't it? To not lose your heads.
They normally go together.
Missin just flicks away. He's calling for, I think this is being given as a forward pass by the looks of it. Yes, indeed. So it doesn't matter that it got batted down, the ball went forward. Missing claims that he wasn't touched, but referee says that he was, and Sharks are up over the halfway line. 2 or so minutes to play, 90 seconds to play for the Sharks, and that's a loss of control from Dom Tripp. It's one last chance now for Tigers. They must score in this set of 6 quickly and then force a mistake straight away, but that one I think is from Dan Powell. That little error at the play the ball has, I think, handed, well, it hasn't handed on its own obviously, but it's given Sharks the chance to see this game out in the Tigers half. And considering they went behind early doors, it's the Sharks have showed, you know, proper composure in what's been a stiff test for them.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the Sharks they're obviously a very good team. They're already through to the next stage, and they're clinical in their finishing, as we've seen throughout.
Well, we'll more than likely see the Tigers, or potentially in a third, fourth place playoff. We'll double check all the results in the tables as the tournament progresses, as the day progresses. But as far as Sharks are concerned, we will no doubt see them in the men's open final coming up at 3:30. One of 3 finals that we've got. Mixed open at 2, men's open at 3:30. Sorry, mixed open at 2:30, men's open at 3:30, women's open at 4:30, as the 2021 Opens Nationals reaches a climax, and hopefully the heavy cloud that we've got in rain will blow over by the time that we get there. That is it. Ball goes to the ground. Theo Edwards, thank you very much for your time. You go and warm up and go and have a cup of tea, and best of luck with the games that you've got for the rest of the day. In the meantime, we'll have a quick look at some highlights from this game, and we will have another game coming up from the Opens Nationals. They keep coming thick and fast in just a couple of minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. God.
I'm coming up to commentate. Where do I do it? I've got to go up the ladder.
Thank you very much indeed to Chris Wearmouth for commentating on that last game. And well, we've got ourselves one more game, and I'll tell you what, Chris mentioned it on camera earlier on that the game, the weather might turn during the break, and all I can tell you is that it definitely has. It is the wettest it has been this afternoon. The wind and the rain are driving. But joining us in the comm box for a bit of shelter, Tom Slater. Tom, you look absolutely soaked. I must stress, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm absolutely freezing. I can't lie. Nothing, I mean, it was a good bit of atmosphere for the game.
Yeah.
Definitely made it a bit more enjoyable, but God, British touch is unbelievable.
Yes.
You don't see the Aussies out there playing in this, I can tell you that. This builds a bit of nerve, a bit of steel.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
Trying to keep warm in this is going to be something else. I think people are going to be rolling off and rolling on pretty quickly in this one. But we've got the Midlands Tigers and the Southwest Saxons coming up. And as you might be able to tell, we'll try and keep the camera as dry as possible. If we do touch out, then it's not because we've lost signal.
I think we might lose our monitor in front of us here. The wind's about to blow over.
The wind is definitely difficult, but we'll try and keep it going. Maybe the wind and the rain might just ease off a little bit as we get going. Nope, the answer to that. But here we go, we've got this one. We'll start off with the Southwest Saxons in the Midlands Tigers. Final game of the Women's Open pool stages. Huge game going on pool 2 as well, as Southwest Saxons almost go over.
That was an outrageous dummy. I hope to see that all game, blimey.
That was absolutely sensational stuff.
And she's got the double calf socks on as well. You can tell she's got a bit of flair about it.
Ball comes through the middle. Now again this time. And no, there's a touch on that one, so it's going to be a turnover and the Tigers will have it. Talking about your game quickly as well, actually, you played the Midlands Tigers men's against South East Sharks just then. You were already through to the final, and it looks like, from what we've seen, you've done your South East neighbours a favour as well. It looks like you'll be playing them in the final.
Yeah, I didn't actually know what their score was, but yeah, I mean, that was a really good game. I mean, it got quite niggly, I think.
Yeah.
They were definitely up for it. I don't think some of those blokes really didn't like me at the end. I got a bit of abuse from their coach as well. So yeah, but yeah, really, really good game. I mean, we've had a good tournament. We've really enjoyed it. And obviously we played the Taipans earlier. I think we went up by 1. So again, playing them in the final is going to be good fun. We've played them so many times before. We know all the boys. We're good mates of all of them, so it's going to be a good game.
Well, South East Taipans and South East Sharks will contest the mixed open and then the men's open final. The women's open final still up for grabs because the South East Sharks are currently playing the Northwest Blades over on pitch 2. Winner of that will join the South East Taipans in the final. But here we go, Midlands Tigers against Southwest Saxons is our game, and the Tigers are looking to make some progress here. Saw the Midlands Tigers earlier on last week, yesterday on the stream, and so here they come.
Very nice
once
sub
more.
on. Hit the latch very nicely. Here we go.
The opportunity looking
Big
like it's going to go
big.
through. They need to stop it. They're looking like there's going to be a touch, and that there is going to be a turnover. Quick question, again, like I said, we're not losing our picture. We are just trying to keep it as clean as we possibly can here in the camera operator. Quick question for you guys: how difficult is it when you feel like you haven't been touched and you carry on going, and the referee goes, "Actually, no, that was a touch"? Do you instantly know really when it's going to be when you've been touched?
Not always, and it's really frustrating because you lose all your momentum. And I mean, for someone like me, it's a bit of a slightly bigger lad as well. It means, I mean, to get back and then to put the ball down. I mean, my ball skills are not good enough for that. So it means usually, like, if you've got some people like DT and stuff in our team who are absolute athletic beasts, they can get back to the mark pretty quickly. But for me, it actually takes a good few seconds to get back.
Well, the good news is it looks a little bit lighter out on our monitor at the moment.
Oh, don't speak too soon.
I think the weather where it's coming from is just a little bit lighter, so we might actually this horrendous rain shower that we've just had might just about be over. There's a touch on there. Looks like it's going to be the turnover, and it is. So here come the Saxons once more, and the ball just goes a little bit from there. So it's going to be an interesting set of 6 now for the Tigers.
I mean, handling conditions out there are absolutely atrocious. It is honestly one of the worst I think I've had. So you really do need to hold the ball in 2 hands half the time, and that just makes it slower to dump the ball and everything else. So I think they're doing incredibly well as well. They're doing already.
And Green scores. We talked about the ball handling skills. She just walked straight through there, and it's going to be a try.
Nice little quickie.
And
big whack. No, just slide straight through.
And I think there, Catherine Green scores, and it's going to be 1-0 as we hit the 4-minute mark of this first half.
Here we go, double calf socks is back on. We're going to see some flair, big dummies inbound.
Double calf socks. I think that there
I don't know her name, I feel really rude.
No, it's all right.
Here we go.
Double opportunity, I think there was a touch on there.
She's carrying the team on her back at the moment.
Yeah, number 10.
Flair and style, all combined into one.
So number 19, number 10, Rosie Kells. There is Rosie on the ball right now as Kells gets touched. So I think ball moves across.
Late cut. Here we go. Big dummy.
And in the end, it's a 6 touch, and that'll be.
The team's quite even at the moment already. They're both quite well balanced teams. I mean, we've only had, one score?
One score, 4.5 in, and there was a push there in the back, but I think the referee will just let that go.
I mean, I'd hate to be a ref right now trying to judge between a hard touch and people slipping over. I mean, in our game, you probably saw.
Yeah, there's a load of them. It was really difficult.
It's also very difficult. Obviously, in men's touch, you do want to get a little niggle in there as well.
As they come forward again,
especially since a lot of the blokes have come from rugby backgrounds, nothing beats a bit of aggression and a bit of niggle. But obviously, in touch, you do need to rein it back a bit.
Well, our commentary position is absolutely sodden right now, so not the best of starts, but we'll try and get going here.
Your cameraman's working wonders right now.
Absolutely,
he's
John,
doing a stellar job.
A massive shout out to Jono on our camera crew right now, because he is absolutely.
He's right in the wind as well.
He's doing a brilliant job.
Need a little umbrella for him or something.
He will need one, I think, by the end of it. I think he'll need. Might need a trip to the fire. Nice cup of cocoa by the end of the day.
I'll join you with that, mate. I'll get behind that.
As Jono continues to try and film through the wind as the rain does start to ease off.
I've got a sweeper here.
Opportunity now for Robo, trying to dive over, yes.
I mean, that was an incredible dive. She was literally pretty much static when she got the ball.
Was that Robo? I think. Who was that? Was that, again, the numbers aren't particularly great, but I believe that might be.
Look at that form, straight down.
I think that might be Emily Norburn.
That's a delicious try.
We're going to have a quick look and see who's just gone over there.
Number is that 11?
I think it might be number 11, Emily Norburn.
No, 35 actually.
Blooming hell. Phoebe Simon.
I think so. God, it's on.
The difficult conditions to see in, difficult conditions to play in. But as you say, you don't half build character at this point, do you? That's a really good touch.
Little counties. Give it to her.
Opportunity comes across. Is there an opportunity here for the Saxons? There's Isabel Bullock.
Late.
We're taking the touch in there.
You haven't got double calf socks on. You haven't got her on.
Double calf.
You need a bit of flair. What's her name again? Sorry?
We're going to go. I think it was Neve Corrie over at number 9.
I'm going to stop calling her double calf sock now.
Number 19. We'll see where we go on that. But absolutely, as we get going ourselves. These are the final pool stage games at the moment.
That's some really nice driving.
South East Sharks and Northwest Blades.
Nice latch coming on.
I believe there's been a try there
for the power scoop coming
for the Sharks, just to keep people updated. But here we go. Now again for the Midlands Tigers. They're trying to go through the middle there, and it's going to be a penalty for not making the 7.
Yeah, the refs have actually been quite hot on that this tournament. It's definitely something I've noticed. I think obviously we've switched to 7 now. And I think it's something they've definitely been briefed on, especially in our games. We've been called off quite a bit.
Roburn trying to go to the outside. Looks like there could be a touch on that. There is. That's brilliant work there by the winger over on that far side. Fortunately, we just couldn't quite see who it was because it is so far away and the conditions are so brutal. But this could go on the outside. Another touch again. No, it's going to be given a try.
She did incredibly well there because I think her link disappeared.
Let's see what happened here. Who might have been that there? Underneath the jacket, but we have to try and protect the there. But it's all right. It's another try. And the Midland Tigers go 3-0 to the good with 8 minutes gone in this contest. And here come the Southwest Saxons. Can they get on the board next? There's a touch there. Goes back to the 7. And we'll see where the ball goes again.
Here we go, sweeper coming around.
And it's going to be a penalty.
Offside.
So what can the Saxons do from here? Tap. We've got Megan Mardnett there coming around the back. Opportunity.
Good ball.
Can they hold it on? And the ball was lost there. I think there by Joe Part. Josie Part.
Hacking on the wing.
Yeah.
Very nicely done.
Now an opportunity once more for try scorer Roburn. Gives it off.
That's good defence. Stopped all the momentum there.
And here they come once more, 5th touch. Now, what can they do here? Try and deliver good touch there from the Saxons defence as we approach halfway in this women's open contest.
Let's go forward.
Moving forward once more.
Nice, now they've got the momentum.
What can the Saxons do here?
Drive it in hard.
Marden. Opportunity once more. They're going to get touched, but now here they come, last touch. Can they get to deliver something here? I think the halfback's been caught there. I think she knew that. No, but it's offside anyway.
Oh no. What?
I think it's been a turnover given.
Interesting.
Yeah. So here we go. Opportunity once more for the Midlands Tigers. What can they find something from here and try to go on the outside there? Couldn't quite do that there, no.
Very evenly balanced teams, these two.
Trying to see the number that's just come through the back of us there, but can't quite get it. The wind and the rain has put paid to that, and the rain is still coming, but nowhere near in as amount as it was at the start of this contest.
I just had to come up the stairs in my boots. I thought I was going to literally lose my head.
Well, glad you didn't.
Oh, here we go.
And a touch there. We're glad, like I say, we're glad you're still alive, Tom. We're glad we don't have to worry about the health and safety about that one. As here they come once more, the Saxons on the far side, and there's going to be a turnover for the 6th touch. So 3-0, Midlands do lead after 12 minutes or so here, and the ball does just drop. It's a great opportunity here for the Saxons to try and score.
Yeah, I mean, you basically want to go into your tap-off play now because you're quite close to the line. If you can get up there in 3, I think they can try and get a bit more go forward. They need to really get up to that 7 now.
Ball gets over to the middle of the park now, taking that on. It's going to be Ellie Lewis. Here she is again. And touch there. Opportunity for them to come through.
Half court.
And it's going to be half court. And that's going to be another turnover to the Midlands Tigers as we head towards half-time in this fixture. So I've got to ask the question, how excited are you to be playing the Taipans in the men's final a little bit later on, about 3:30?
Very, very excited. As I said, they're all our best mates, so it's always good fun playing against them, and it's always probably the most competitive game. We played some scrimmages against them sort of a few months ago as well, and that was very, very close. So some of them are some of my best mates, so it's always fun getting a little extra shove in there and getting a little grin.
Oh, what a play. What a play on the touch there.
That was incredible recovery on the touch.
I think Lucy Snape was the one who broke. It might be Sophie Lloyd who might have been breaking through there, and then a fantastic play once again by the winger. Unfortunately, we are just too far away to see who caught that there. But a really good recovery play there, mate.
Yeah, I mean, the defence has actually been incredible on both sides. I think they just need to get a little bit more set up in attack. But I mean, the defence has been giving nothing away at the moment.
Good touch there. Now once more. Can Rose Willoughby get something going here? Really good scoop indeed there by Megan Marden. Can Marden find something there? Oh. Trying to get it back, and well, she tried the late cut, didn't she? But it just didn't quite work out.
No, a little bit short.
And
So still 3-0.
It is 3-0 with 6.5 to go in this first half. Here is that once again the rain sort of intensifies, and
it's
you
slowly
just
creeping back, isn't it?
You just think that it's just going to
wet weather footy. Nothing can beat it.
But the Aussies are not. The Aussies don't have to worry about this sort of stuff.
If Dylan Hennessy can play in this weather, so can we.
Fifth touch there for the Tigers. Can they get the touch on? No, they can't. And just the ball goes a little bit far away from the pass, and it's going to be the Saxons to take on. That was a bit
shot.
That was a bit of a heavy touch.
That's a highlight reel, that is.
As the ball gets moving across.
Nice. Now you want to get the latch driving in nice and straight.
What is it? So when you say the latch driving nice and straight, does that mean like the lateral person that's come around from the back?
Yeah, so you have the person that comes on, the one that comes on that takes the ball after you've subbed effectively. It's the first person coming on the pitch. You effectively want to dump it on the far side mid, so the mid closest to your box, and turn them inwards.
Well, that was a nice touch, nice movement play there, and Marlon just couldn't quite get the head of it, but
it's usually the role I have to do actually, because again I'm the slow fat one, so I'm usually the one that sets it up, and then I give it. You get the athletic people like Miles and DT that get a nice power scoop off the back. I know my role in the team. Don't worry.
You've been too self-deprecating, mate.
Oh, that's all right. I'm just happy to be here. Well, actually not in this weather at the moment, I can tell you that.
I'm here so you like Marshall and Lynch. I'm here so I don't get fined.
Yeah, exactly. Nice NFL reference as well.
Nah, mate. Had a couple of them on the stream this afternoon.
Very nice.
As we move on. And here they come once more. Can the Saxons get over?
Oh, that is an incredible dive.
Give
it to her.
Yes,
just give it to her, please. Give it to her.
Yes. Being given.
No, he's still talking. No.
Well, let's have a look at it.
That's criminal.
Let's have a look at it here on the dive. That was a really good dive.
I think she might have just clipped the back of her ankle.
I think Emma Mundy.
Incredible recovery.
Emma Mundy there.
Oh, 32, short.
As we go across there. Chance this time. Did she clap her ankle this time? Yes, that time it was definite there again, Rose Willoughby.
God, this is so close, this is. Some of these dives are unbelievable.
This is the perfect weather for it, really.
Oh, no, exactly. Well, yesterday there's a very nice clip of me completely eating the grass because the ball just didn't move. And so a lot of our guys are actually saying that our good divers is actually the weather's actually been slightly a bit of a benefit for us.
Yeah. Well, ball now comes forward for the Tigers as we hit the final 4 minutes of the half. They do lead 3-0 at this moment in time.
Yeah, they've handled it quite well, actually. Their defence has been really nice. Their drive in now is quite nice as well. Hopefully they can keep the momentum here.
Here's Green. On again.
Great ball.
On to Green. Can she get going? No, she can't. Unfortunately not. So there we go. Catherine Green that time trying to get something going, but unfortunately not the case.
Pick off. Yeah, nice. Good hands.
And trying to go onto the outside.
Southwest have been really good at that, spotting when that kind of link or wing even snipes in, and they've been working it around very nicely. So here we've got the latch, so they want to try and drive it really straight.
And now try and move it out to the left-hand side, which they're looking to try to do. And that's the fifth touch, though, and they're only at halfway, so it's going to be a very interesting one if they're going to try and get there now. In fact, they actually got a touch on, and that's going to be.
We've got 3 minutes left.
3 minutes until half-time.
So Midlands are in quite a good position here because they're just off of halfway. If they can get good dump and scoop here, they're going to be very close to the 7.
Let's see where this goes.
Nice.
And movement once more for the Midlands Tigers is
good manipulation of the defence there.
Here comes
got more touches still. Good ball.
Good ball over the top to the winger, trying to play it back inside, but not going to happen on that occasion. And it is 3-0 to the Midlands Tigers. Still with a couple of minutes left to go, and like I say, the rain is just starting to ease a little, but it's a really good play there from the defence. But now the wind is starting to pick up once again.
You couldn't ask for 2 good days, could you really?
Well, to be fair, yesterday was a very breezy day, just not wet.
No.
Now it's got the worst of all of the elements.
Oh, you should have seen me last night. I was so sunburned. Absolutely disgusting.
To be fair, that was me at the cricket on Thursday and Friday. As the ball goes in, I think there was a touch on that.
They're running quite a nice quickie. She's got a good dive there.
And that time, Kate Davis-Baldwin.
Probably have another crack.
We should go it again.
Wings on.
Wings on, going over the top. Nice touch, but no, can't quite get there. Pass goes back over the middle of the park, and unfortunately, it's not going to be a try for the Tigers. So we've got around about a minute or so left of this first half. If the Saxons can get one on the board here, it could change the dynamic at half-time completely.
Yeah, I mean, if you go in down by 2 rather than down by 3, that's quite close. That's a good one. Oh no, they dropped it.
Dropped it there. Yeah. And from what I can see, I've seen the South East Sharks score a number of tries over on that far side.
Oh, is that lost control?
So I think they are ahead against the Northwest Blades. The winners of that will meet Southeast Taipans, excuse me, in the final.
Oh, the Sharks girls are absolutely wicked. They're absolutely class. So I hope they do make it through. And I mean, I think the game yesterday was 4-3. I think
it was
with Taipans. So
it was.
It's going to be an absolute. I mean, it's probably going to be one of the best finals I've seen in a long time.
Oh, steps in there to the half. I think the half got. What? No.
Oh, wait, he's given
5, and I think he's realised that was definitely a half court. Otherwise, she would. Otherwise, it
was either half court or pulled down.
Yeah,
it definitely wasn't
Green.
fit.
Otherwise, Green would have.
The dummy again.
There's been a lot of tries on that second pitch over there, so we'll try and keep you up to date with that, because that's really the game as we do hit half time here in this one. And there's the touch,
cracking on,
and that is a really good half of touch. So I'll tell you what we'll do, Tom. We'll talk about everything that you guys have had to deal with in these conditions and everything like that, and your weekend that you've had so far. I mean, it's not been a bad weekend for you.
Oh, it's been really, really good fun. Just being around the boys, obviously for us, I mean, it's great as well. Obviously, we've got the girls team here for the Sharks. I mean, every evening we're all together as a big team, as a big squad. So yeah, it's been one of the most enjoyable tournaments for a long time. I think the setup here is really good, and yeah, it's just great after games, being in the changing room as a group. Teddy's on tunes, one of our guys, and he plays some absolute bangers. So yeah, it's just been an unbelievably good weekend. I mean, obviously the rain's been a little bit tricky today. But if anything, it's added a bit of atmosphere, a bit of ambience, and actually it's made it quite enjoyable.
So obviously you've got the South East Taipans and the South East Sharks that we talked about, both of you now in the mixed and the men's final. Not from what we can see over there, it looks like it's going to be the women's as well. What is it in the South East that actually dominates touch rugby at this moment in time? Why is it? What do you think there's so much depth in that area of the country?
A lot of people live in London. I think that really helps.
That's a very good point as well. Yes.
I think the coaches down in the South East are really, really good. I think we get some very good coaches down there. And I think everyone, we train on a weekly basis, and obviously we're all quite close in London. So yeah, but getting to train, getting together every single week, I think it usually breeds a very good culture. So I mean, yeah, we absolutely love training. I mean, we've trained in weather like this as well. I mean, I'm sure the North do it on a daily basis, but yeah, it's really great, and yeah, it's great. I think this is probably the strongest I think the South East's ever been, and obviously every year the South East always turned up, and I think this year even, I think this is probably the strongest that the Taipans and the Sharks have been collectively as well, on both sides, men's, women's, and obviously mixed as well.
And obviously you're looking to try and get England selection at these events as well here, and how amazing that would be for you to maybe go and represent them in the Euros, which will be back here next year.
Yeah, that'd be great. I play touch because I absolutely love it.
Fair enough.
I play it for the social bit as well. I mean, it'd be great, but I'm under no illusions I'm a bit slower. So yeah, I'm a bit newer to touch than some of the boys as well. Obviously, I only started at uni, where some of the boys like DT and Will and stuff have been playing for donkey's years, and I mean, they're absolutely class athletes. Obviously, I play a bit of rugby league as well, so that's more what my build is for. I mean, you probably saw. I mean, I literally dived on the 5 earlier, so
yeah.
I mean, that's going to be a highlight reel. But yeah, I mean, it's just so good to be here. The atmosphere is great. And there's not many sports, I think, where it's pouring rain and everyone's still having a cracking time and getting behind each other and really having. I mean, it's just touch rugby, isn't it? Really, you can't get much better.
And what do we think at this point then, the Southwest Saxons, what do they need to do you think, to try and get back into the game? Can they do much more, because the conditions will not adhere themselves to this?
I mean, the conditions are awful, yeah. I think one thing that'd be good to see is maybe them setting a bit more of a platform when they get up to the line. I think sometimes they've kind of not been quite sure what they're running. So I think it would be good to see, once they get up to that 7, being very clear what they're going to run and setting that platform. So I think once they get that, I mean, they're driving well, they're defending well. I think they're just losing it a little bit when they get to that sort of 7-metre line.
Well, we've just had the 1-minute warning here. West Midlands Tigers are currently 3-0 ahead as the wind starts to pick back up again, and the rain decides to drive it across the ground rather than straight at us.
I was going to say, I hope you guys are getting paid good money for this. We okay with the stream?
We are. We're all good. Just getting the cloth there, as you can see. Sometimes it will happen during the half. Normally we'll try and get it happen during the replays, but unfortunately the rain has really started to come down again here at this first half, at the end of this first half, and we are just waiting on the siren. And I think we've just had the warning come through there. Well, yesterday there was a lot of people using up our 4G on the stream at Trent Bridge. I somehow don't think there'll be a lot of people there today. So
it's a bit selfish from them, wasn't it?
Well, absolutely.
Do they not know that there's a touch competition going on?
Well, Sky Sports clearly did, because they had the drone up and they were showing that. So if they want to show some live sport today,
yeah, Sky Sports, get over here.
Yeah, forget the 100.
Don't need to watch the cricket. No one cares about the cricket. Everyone cares about the touch rugby.
Absolutely, get it over here. You've got some live sport going on for you. So I'd love to see Michael Holding, Michael Atherton and Nasser saying commentate on touch rugby.
We'll be out of a job.
Well, yeah, I will be by the end of this. So here we go. We are just waiting on the siren. And the players are not particularly happy about having to wait
I was going to say,
it's
the most
in the
frustrating thing when you're both standing on the pitch, you're all ready to go, and then they're like, right, 30 seconds to go, and you're like, right, can we just start now, please?
And we are underway in the second half. I'm going to try and see what happens here. Here comes Green, who was really good in that first half.
Yeah, she was class.
For the Tigers.
She was doing really well as the Saxons in their defensive shape. You see none of them are turning in, but all of them are keeping their hips on, spacing outwards.
Green once more, picked up there by Lucy Snape.
That was really good defence from the Saxons there.
Snape almost sniped her way through there into a potential scoring opportunity, but not happening as yet.
Good decision.
Let's keep it going. Move across, come the Saxons, and the ball gets dropped there. Well, Bullock was on the touch there, and now here comes the Tigers.
So hopefully they get up to the 7 and 2 here. Yeah, good. So don't want to waste too many touches.
Green once more. She's been the outstanding player so far. Gets the touch on. And has to go back to the 7. The only worry about this rain coming down, though, Tom, is that the pitch might start cutting up a little bit now.
Yeah, we actually noticed it when we were walking across earlier. It's really starting to cut up. I mean, the other pitches are not as bad, but this pitch one, obviously, because obviously a lot of people have been on it, it's really starting to cut up now.
Well, you can see the subs box just down here to our in the central half of it are starting to get a little bit muddy.
Oh, sweet.
And there's Green again, gets a touch on, and that'll be the 6th touch. So really good defence once again for the Saxons.
Yeah, they're doing really well, like really well on their line D. So obviously I think at the start maybe they let in 1 or 2, but now they're really starting to shape up nicely. Good done by Emily Hacking. Exeter, where I was at as well, so very nice.
Nice part of the world.
Oh, lovely.
Here they come once more. Looking now on the 5th, on the last. Oh. And there's going to be a penalty given.
Off the mark,
yeah. Yeah, going too far away from the mark. So that's going to be a turnover, not a penalty. So let's see what happens as the tap comes on here from the Tigers. As the wind really starts to wrap up here now at Lady Bay.
It's good fun up here.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Isabel Hobson there for the Tigers. Ball comes on. Now back it goes to Emily Simon. Touch there on Annalise 30. Good touch there. A bit heavy, but referee says get on with it. Isabel Hobson. Back to 30. There's the opportunity again for Green, who steps in, but no, touched. And unfortunately, that being the case, it's going to be turnover ball. So,
nicely done.
with 23 and a half gone, 3.5 gone of this second half, still 3-0 to the Midlands Tigers as we wrap up the pool stages here on day 2 of the England Touch Nationals. Ball goes through the middle, and that was a mess up. Lost control. That'll be a turnover ball.
Can't imagine this sounds great on the stream either.
No, it probably doesn't. Our Atmos mic is getting an absolute battering right now from the from the wind, but you know, it is what it is. We'll keep going, and that's going to be a penalty there. Offside given. Looking ahead, actually, as we talked about there, but wrapping up about the pool stages, and this is the last game. It's actually, we'll see what happens. They're looking for the touch, and there's going to be called, and the official absolutely agrees. We'll wait for the end of this set, and we'll talk about how you will be preparing for the final, and how your teammates will be preparing for the final, because it obviously comes into a different mindset. But we will just wait and see what happens here. On the outside, drop ball there by Emily Simon.
Yeah, I don't think we really changed much, to be honest. I think all the lads have just said it's basically just another game. Yeah, it's just another game. We do exactly the same process, do exactly the same thing. Obviously, we've played the Taipans now once, so it's nice to know what type of stuff they're going to be running. Teddy will still be on the tunes inside in the changing room. We'll go through exactly the same motions, the same warm-up, everything. And actually, I think keeping the consistency is great. I think most other teams will do exactly the same. We're not going to look to change much, to be honest. It's just another game in the pouring rain, and what can beat it?
I can think of a lot of things right now. As that one goes in, that's a dive, and a try is given.
God, I wish I could do that.
Let's see what happened there on the replay. As I think that was
really low.
Yeah, that was Lucy Norburn, who gets her second of the day and second of this game. Try is given there by the official, and it is 4-0 to the Midlands Tigers.
Here we go.
Opportunity. Can they?
Nice, good yards.
Can they
make it up to the line in 3? You're doing pretty well.
Striking that ball now. Let's see what they can do up to the 7. And that'll be the 4th touch, and they will just reset themselves here, which, you know, is absolutely fair enough.
Yeah, but it'll be good to see them set up a good platform now to run something nicely.
On the last touch now, and that's going to be a penalty given to the Saxons. So maybe now you've got this opportunity here, 6 to go on the 7-metre line. You have to take this opportunity.
Yeah, you just want to stand on the 7 and let them come to you, and just oh no.
And ball gets put down there. Yeah,
okay, I jinxed that.
Yeah, you probably did. But hey, you know what? I've done a couple of commentators' curses this weekend, so you know. But when we're talking about that, the 7-metre line, why do you want the defence to come to you straight away? Is that to try and create that space for you to run into?
Yeah, I mean,
off the
7 metres. Obviously, once they make the 7, they've then got to make the line again. So if they come any further, then they can go just off the line in defence. So you want them to come to the 7. That's the maximum they can come when they've got to then make the line again. So in attack, that's your best opportunity, obviously, to score.
Great.
That's a great try. Oh no,
I think he's given the touch there.
I mean, that was a great touch.
And Green there. He's going to concede that they're going to give the ball.
Yeah, something we've worked on quite a lot is you just stand on that 7-metre line and wait. Oh God, the Sharks have scored again.
They have, but Northwest are going over a couple of times. Appreciate that people are here to keep up to date with everything around the touch programme. So we will, as soon as we know who has won that game, we'll probably know it at the end of the final whistle. But that one will set up the remaining final place that we have. The women's final will involve the South East Taipans, or it could involve the South East Sharks or the Northwest Blades. That game coming up right now, currently happening over on pitch 2. We will keep you up to date, but here on pitch 1, Midlands Tigers lead 4-0 at this moment in time. Here comes Green, who's been their outstanding player so far, the Tigers, in this game. Ball moves once again across to Ella Loveridge. Now, what can they do? How can they deliver something here? Kate Davis-Bedvin.
Nice, good pick up.
Nice pick up indeed. Moving across to
5th. Have a crack.
Isabel Hobson.
Good ball.
Ball goes over the top, and it's been batted down, and they're going to have to concede another 6 again. They could have just let that happen. They could have just let that drop.
It's quite difficult as a winger. I've played on the wing quite a few times, and it's very, very tempting just to go for it.
They did say today that the downpours will be slow moving because the wind is slow. I'm looking at it going, I'm not too sure about that.
I think they lied.
Well, the Met Office lied.
No.
Said it wasn't supposed to be a dry day most of the day.
I don't think they've ever got it right, have they?
No. Here's a chance, diving over.
Dive. I'd give that, yeah, I would.
I'm going to give that. Yeah.
Great dive.
Let's have a look.
In this weather, you can really dive and slide from quite far out.
It is. Isabel Hobson once again. It's her second try of the day. There is some blue sky in the distance. Our cameraman today, doing this one, Chris Weirmouth, is a jack of all trades at the moment, and he does point out that in the distance there is some blue sky, but that is a very slim blue sky in comparison to the grey at either side of it, and the weather coming from that direction looks very, very bleak overhead.
It's definitely not cricket weather, I can tell you that.
No, I don't think there's going to be much play today, but there is a lot of play here. Is there a touch on that? Yes, there is.
It's better from the southwest, though. They're setting up a good platform now.
Yeah, Hannah Lewis there coming through. She just couldn't get through without getting the touch. And now Green overlapping.
She's been class this game.
She has. She's been absolutely outstanding. Another touch on there for the Tigers. As that one's a touch up there, and her own player tripped her up there.
bit of an argument who was getting the ball there.
Yeah, but you know, it happens. It happens, especially in these conditions. Easily done. As we reach the midway point of this second half, it is 5-0 to the Midlands Tigers. As the ball continues on right now. Who will drive on for the Tigers? It is Green. Correction. It's Phoebe Simon, who moves it out wide to Emily Simon. And gets a good touch on that. As if anything, the rain is sounding at least a little bit heavier again. Apologies, we are becoming meteorologists. However, this is this is massively important. I think it is massively important in the context of the game, because there's going to be that many handling mistakes because of the conditions.
Yeah, and it's miserable, and you're in the sub box as well when it is getting a lot heavier. You're kind of standing there, getting cold, getting a bit stiffer.
And you can just see, actually, I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but Kath Green, who's been their outstanding player, has just tried to shake her bench coat, and it is just absolutely
she was having none of that. She's given up.
Yeah, she's already given that up. She was like, there's no point. That's a good touch, I think. It is on the 6th there. That's a really good turn of speed there, actually. I think that was from number 7 of the
cracking boots and socks combo as well. That is class.
It might actually be number 1, actually, Lily Williams. 1s and 7s look very, very similar at this point. So, yeah, it was Lily Williams there on that time. Here's Green, she's back on.
Good defence. Ditched the jacket, she's all ready to go.
Yeah, she is, and she just stepped away from everybody
just pure
there.
Class.
Lovely, lovely stuff that. As the ball gets out there again, back to Green. Goes backwards once more. What can they do here? Taken on there by Annalise Thurley. Now back out and just couldn't quite find their teammate. We're laughing because, again, Chris's camera work here, everybody. He is currently dripping in rain. He has gone for. He doesn't need a shower tonight when he gets home. And Jono as well, our cameraman, is got very, very wet feet walking away from walking away.
He's cheated though. He's got waterproof trousers on. That doesn't count.
Well, I mean, my jeans are going to get ruined, but
you just got to man up and take it.
To be fair,
good hands.
That's really good work there, Thurley. Almost, no.
See there, you saw the wing sniping quite a lot there. So if they ran that again, that wing option might be open.
Here comes.
Here we go.
Green again.
Running it again.
Trying to go on direct run. This should be going out to the wing. Yeah, there it is. Oh, drop. No. Dropped. Huge chance. And no, not happening for the South East Sharks. sorry, excuse me, not for the South East Sharks, for the Midlands Tigers. In fact, I'm looking at the South East Sharks because they've just scored again over on pitch 2, where that is a very important game between the South East Sharks and the North West Blades. Whoever wins that joins the South East Taipans in the final, and if it is the South East Sharks that do it, it means that it will be a South East Taipans v South East Sharks in the mixed, the men's and the women's final. Although,
God, we're good.
Although the South East Sharks were very, very lucky to make the mixed final, with the way that game ended between them and the West Wildcats at the start of the morning. But we will talk about that, I'm sure, in the mixed open final. Right now, though, we've got our final 6 minutes of this here. Here's Green again. She's been everywhere. Even when you think she's off the field, she's everywhere.
I mean, if they don't give her MVP, someone needs to riot.
Here's a chance once more. Moving over the top, can't quite find it there. Looking out there, I think, for Phoebe Simon. Just couldn't quite get there. So, men's third v men's fourth playoff is coming up as well. That is our next game at 1:30 on this pitch. And as far as I'm aware, it will be the Northwest Blades against the Midlands Tigers. But we will double check that. But that is what that's what we believe. But final game there. That's another great dive. Another super dive.
These Midlands girls have got some wicked dives.
And let's see what happened there. And again, is that Hobson again? I think it might be. I think that Isabel Hobson might have just scored a hat-trick.
If you've got the visor on, you've got to have a good dive, and that's just absolutely class.
Super stuff. And it only adds to their lead. 6-0 now, they lead against the Southwest Saxons, so that's a good touch there. But look how quick they're trying to break away here. And they've moved up to the 7-metre line, as you talked about, on the third tackle.
Yeah, see, that's perfect.
Now an opportunity. There's definitely a touch there.
They did a lot better there. They got up there in 3 and they had a crack.
Rosie Kells almost getting over the line there for the Southwest Saxons. But now they've got to try and now come to them. So this is the 5th tackle. And now, chance here, the chance there, there's a touch on by Hannah Green. Catherine Green, excuse me. As that's going to be a turnover as we reach the final 4 minutes of the pool stages of the England Touch Nationals Open. This one, the women's, where the conditions have been utterly dreadful. And from what we can see on our radar, it is not going to get much better. But this has been thrown, trying to get through to Annalise 30, but not there at this moment in time. And now, here they come once more, the Saxons, over on this far side. And now let's see if they can get themselves a score on the board before the end of this half and before the end of the match.
That's good driving. Oh,
she's gone through everybody. That's really great stuff. Is she going to be able to get there? I think so. Oh, is that a touch?
That might be a touch.
That is a touch.
That's absolutely
absolutely unbelievable. Let's have a look at this here. I believe that is a fantastic touch there from Emily Simon. And as we come back live,
the girls are going wild at the sub box.
The Tigers have just turned the ball over there. A really unfortunate moment for Chi Kamiya.
What a
that
touch
was an unbelievable run, but what a touch! Green again.
5th touch. Last.
And the ball goes all over the place there anyway. So we will keep an eye out here because we have got 2 minutes left. So we will keep an eye out on pitch 2 for the celebrations because we don't get the scores until a little bit later, but we can tell by the celebration who's won that game. And we will be able to tell you our final lineup. Southwest Saxons, though, continue to try and see what they can do here with this ball. I think that might be their 4th touch here, and they're only at the halfway line, so they've got to be quick at this. Ball goes over, and I think that ball was down, and it was.
Yeah, they're just losing momentum going forward a bit there.
Oh, here come the Tigers once more, who still lead by 6 points to 0 with 38.5 gone. Green once again driving. She's been at the heart of everything in this game for the Tigers. There's a touch on there.
Good defence.
That was Simon, who of course made that incredible touch before.
Quickie.
Now looking there, can Simon get on the offensive side of the thing? And that's a back down, and it's going to be 6 again.
Oh, he's given a penalty.
It's a penalty for forward pass.
Strong hand gesture as well. Really strong.
Flinging it forward.
Absolutely.
As we
no hesitation in that.
As we reach the final minute of this game here, and the final minute of the pool stages of the Open England Attached Nationals 2021.
Yeah, Saxons have killed themselves a bit this game, just getting off the pitch sometimes.
Chris Wearmouth will be joining you on commentary, potentially, in the men's third and fourth place playoff.
Don't think he fancies it after being
I'm not
soaked
sure,
from
after
head to
being
foot.
soaked from head to foot. I don't know yet, but that's the down on the schedule. But if not, it'll be myself, and we'll get someone up here from the Midlands Tigers or the Southwest Saxons. And that pitch, you can see actually there, if we look towards that 7-metre line there, the pitch is really starting to cut up. This rain is not helping at all.
Yeah, I think the two finals on this pitch are going to be a bit dodgy.
Well, the siren goes.
Bit of whip.
Can we go down the outside?
Double
this is a
calf
really good up
socks.
a trifle.
Unbelievable.
Double calf socks it is. Double calf socks, there it is. That was sensational. Rosie Kells does get a point on the board
Look at
for
that.
the Saxons.
That's
and what a way to finish it off.
You knew she was going to do that at some point.
Absolutely incredible. What a way
Really
to round
good.
off this game. Tom, thank you so much for making the last 40 minutes so entertaining.
Oh, no worries at all.
Really appreciate
That was
it.
a great game to watch. Really, really well.
Good luck.
Really good game.
Good luck in the final. We'll be back a little bit later on with the third and fourth place playoff in the men's game. It's the Northwest Blades will take on the Midland Tigers, and we'll be back a little bit later on. Do stay with us. Meanwhile, here's some highlights from the action just gone.
So that concludes the next tap off will be just over 3 minutes time. I believe it's going to be not started. Remember, we will be in longer interval between games. The drop off will be controlled by the referee. So as we prepare for the knockout stages, this is your 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning for the next knockout.
Jack? Yeah. Don't worry, mate. You're staying on for one. You need to do mixed open final, though.
Yeah, I thought Hell was down for the mixed open final.
What, to co-commentate?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Is he?
Suggested he was.
He's not told me that. Either you or Pell.
Yeah.
Kate Davis-Bavin's going to co-com the men's open final, and Ed Fudge, who's the women's 35's coach, will do the women's open final.
Okay, so I'll communicate with Chris and I'll mix it.
Yeah, it's one or two of you. Kate Davis-Bavin from Midland Tigers. She's got one game off and then another game. Yeah, for the places. Yes, and the men's open finals on its own as well, I think.
Ladies and officials, 1 minute. 1 minute warning.
I think.
Well, we are at the end of the pool stages, and as far as I can see, South East Sharks won that game over on pitch 2. So that means all of our finals are going to be the South East Taipans against the South East Sharks. And a bit of a celebration there. He stayed in the comm box with us, and he likes the warmth up here. Tom Slater's joined us again for the men's 3rd and 4th place playoffs.
Back again, back again.
Lovely to be back with you.
I need to refresh my chat after that. I need to think of some better lines now.
Oh, some class lines there, mate. But you've been watching, but you've been involved in this. But you've been involved in this competition the whole way through, and you will be involved in the men's open a bit later on.
Yeah.
As we get ourselves ready to go. And the siren does go. So the men's 5th and 6th place game goes over on pitch 2, but here on pitch 1 we've got ourselves the Blades and the Tigers. What do we expect from this game, mate?
Oh, it's going to be incredibly competitive. Both of them, they get up for it every single game. I mean, they were probably 2 of our tougher games in terms of physicality. And yeah, they're both very sort of loud in communication as well. They do get in your face, especially the North. They're very good at that. That's how they play very well together as a team.
Opportunity here, looking for the half, trying to get it back, and unfortunately, Will Lupton just couldn't quite get there on that. And it will be a turnover ball. But these Northwest Blades, we've seen them, both these teams on the stream earlier on this afternoon, and they have been very, very good indeed.
Yeah, I mean, the North, and well, both teams have got some absolutely class players, a lot of England players, especially that know each other as well. I think the North had quite a tough day yesterday in terms of their schedule, so I think they probably would have been a little bit annoyed about that, just because they had 3 very tough games. But it's good to see they're coming back, and they're coming so fast and so strong.
They really are, over the top,
Great
really
ball.
good touch.
Great
And is that
ball.
going to be a diving touch? Is he giving the pen? Is he going to give the try? He is. Well, 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 what a start. Let's have a quick look and see what happened there. The referee gave it a long, long time, but in the end, Aaron Povil goes over, and he will get the first score of the day.
Yeah, I think that was Melling, or Meeks with the rip. I mean, incredible ball over the top.
Indeed, what a ball that was. And I tell you what, if the wind, hopefully the wind stays down a little bit so we can get some more of these great balls over the top, because if we're going to get this for the next 40 minutes, sign me up.
Yeah, I know.
Tackle 2. Here come the Titans. Here come the Tigers once more. It's Lewis. Nice little touch there.
Oh,
nice little sidestep, and he's been touched there, I think.
Good touch.
And that time it was Ben Powell who got the touch on there. Now, what can they do here on the 3rd? And you can see, and again, we keep mentioning it, but that pitch is not looking too good.
No, it's really tearing up, which is going to be, if anything, harder for the defence actually, because when you're backtracking and you've got some choppy ground, it's really tough.
Especially because it's all wind going down through the middle most of the time. Lewis are trying to get there, I think there. That was Harry missing, just couldn't get that. Missing the pass. And
you've been saving that one.
Oh, well, you know, not many times we're going to be able to use that one more in their last game of the tournament. And here come Northwest Blades once more. Looking there. Did he see the touch there? I think they're saying the 5. I think the referee there didn't know which exactly he was going for. And that's going to be a turnover there. Sean McDonald just can't quite get away from the men's Tigers there, for the Midlands Tigers. And referee says the touch was fine as they go down the wing. Got time there. Ball comes on to... here come the Tigers again. They're looking to level up straight away.
Good feet.
Down this right side, they're looking again. Look at the movement of the ball. It's the last touch. They're going to have to be careful.
Oh.
What a touch that is! Good opportunity, and I think that could be 6 again. Is it? No. I think it might be 6 again, actually, because that one, for me.
Yeah, he definitely played at that.
Yeah, definitely played
I don't
at
know
it.
how he made that on the recovery.
That was outstanding work there from the Northwest Blades.
If anything, you'd probably be happy to give away another 6 there just to stop the try.
Maynard. Opportunity again here. Can they drive it forward? Here is Oliver Maynard.
Good defence by the North.
Matthew Maynard. Looking to try and get the move done quickly. Maynard out to the wide life. That should be a touch. It was.
Good recovery from the winger there.
Thomas Wells there was not particularly happy with that. Ball goes back. Once again, chance here, just on the floor. And Maynard just couldn't quite get a hold of that there. And I tell you what, that's going to feel like a win for the Northwest Blades.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredibly good defence. And now they've had a good break in the sub-box as well, so they're going to come on incredibly fast now.
Here they come. Can them, and that one's going to go down the left-hand side. And now here comes Brimlow. Adam Brimlow's been very, very good so far during this tournament. There's no touch there, and that looked like a very heavy one, but they're still moving forward really, really quickly here. No touch. What a touch, and he's dropped the ball.
The little goosey coming out, that was outrageous.
Goodness me, that should have been 2-0. And that was Brimlow, who I just said 30 seconds ago had been some brilliant stuff, and he just can't quite handle it.
I think there was a goosey there. I'd like to see a replay of that. That was class. You can't teach that.
What you can teach is the most points wins, and at the moment it is the Northwest Blades who do have one more point than the Midlands Tigers have, but this could be a 2-0 lead very, very quickly indeed, although the space gets shut down reasonably quickly there. Jordan Melling once more will take the ball on. Now looking for someone. Robert Taylor there as he puts the ball down there, does Ben Grinter in fact. And here is Taylor now, looking to go again to Melling. Melling will go over the top to the left-hand side, and that is an excellent score.
Yeah, he does that so well.
That ball over the top was absolutely sensational.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at it here on the replay. As that's a sensational ball over the top there from Jordan Melling. And again, we couldn't quite see who it was on that wing side there, on that far side, but it means that they go 2-0 in front.
He's very dangerous. I mean, the men's open boys that train with him know him a lot better than I do, but he can peel off both hands. He's so dangerous.
So here we go once more. Can they cut the gap back down to one, the Midlands Tigers? Tell you what, if we have any more rain, and I think we are expecting some. The radar says we are. This pitch could be a mud bath by the time we get to
our finals.
Both men's and women's open final.
Yeah.
It could be a mud bath.
I'm not sure if we're first or the women are first, but yeah, I think both of us are going to really struggle.
Mixed open at 2:30, men's at 3:30, then the women's at 4:30. All live here for you on YouTube on this England Touch stream. We hope that you're enjoying the coverage.
Of course they are. Of course they are. You can't beat this.
Some sensational stuff there. As again, looking for the turn, and too short. What's happened there? Jake Morris was
good yards.
Looking quick there, and this is there back to Brimlow. Really good hands there in particular. And this should be a try, and it is going to be. Ben Grinter scores, and the officials give it. What hands this is here from Brimlow. That pass there makes it all completely.
And the fact they went from a static start as well, it completely slowed down, and they just injected the pace back in.
And it's a really good finish as well from Grinter. Proper camera finish that.
Yeah, he wanted one for the highlight reel.
Definitely. That's going to be on our try lights a little bit later on. 3-0 now the lead. So here come the Tigers once again. Ball moving on, and again do you know what, they just don't seem, they do not seem anywhere near as cohesive as they were when they were playing you guys.
No. I think they just need to slow it down ever so slightly, but I think it's also coming from the North defending very well as well, putting under a lot of pressure to try and pull something off.
Aaron Povell, who got that first try, and there is the man I think who got the second one. Just trying to catch a glimpse of the number so I can tell you who it is, so apologies on that one. But here comes the Northwest Blaze. This could be 4 very, very quickly, and it almost did. It's a 5th touch there on Sam Grant.
Look for the late cut coming out.
Yeah, here comes Melling again. Lovely little handoff, but he just gets touched there. That was a lovely little flick there from Jordan Melling.
Yeah, nice little bit of flair.
And you can see there, I don't know if you just saw that on the stream, but the first bit of mud properly cut up off the grass there that we've seen on this pitch today. So,
this yard's coming on.
I mentioned this purely because it's just going to be one of those things that that's more like a
He wasn't getting that ball away.
I'm about to say, he was definitely a tackle. That was definitely a contact tackle.
That was textbook league tackle, that was. Wrap the ball, take the person.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just missing the putting him on his back, really.
And this is an opportunity now here for... And again, Will Lupton plays it back over. Opportunity here for Clark Hobson. Clark Hobson, can he make a step? He can. And is there a touch?
That's called offside.
Offside. So I think... He wasn't the half, was he? So I don't know if he was having to worry about that, but...
He's so elusive, Clark.
Here he is again then, on the ball. Back to Will Lupton. Lupton will take the touch. Back onto Hobson. Back onto Lupton. Tries to go over the top, and that's going to be deflected. And that's going to be deflected. 6 again.
I think he's given another penalty.
I think he has, yes. I think, is that a 4 sub?
Yeah, so that's 3 in a row.
Yeah, so that's a 4 sub, so till the remainder of this set. I don't think the Northwest Blades really know either, and this is an opportunity here. There's going to be a touch. They didn't realise that was going to happen.
I'm not sure about the sub there.
I don't think, to be brutally honest, I don't think the officials really know what's just happened there. There was a bat down.
I don't know if I think what it came from is also from the subbing, is whether they sent him up to the end of the pitch or if they sent him off.
Well, what they've done is they've given a try.
So I think it was a 4 sub, and then Bobby came onto the wing, but I don't know if they'd come through the box. I didn't really see it.
No, but Oliver Maynard has just scored. Hopefully we can maybe get a bit of a hearing on this on the Atmos. Well, I heard the referee there talk about going through the 7, but there's nobody there on this right-hand side as an official right now. There's a touch on that, and I think the official that was talking to the Blades there has now realised that there's no one up there on that right-hand side that needs to be there on the offside line.
Yeah.
But it is 3-1 in this 3rd and 4th place playoff in the Men's Open. Opportunity once more here though, and he's going to go on the far side, and a really good close down speed there. And in fact, that's the 6th tackle, and that will be that. So here they come once more. And do you know what? That point there, that try there, could, if they can get another one,
yeah,
this one might just be a turn into a bit of a dogfight. This.
Yeah.
And ball's on the floor. As I say that, ball goes on the floor once more. Time there.
Just losing the momentum a bit there, the Midlands.
Yeah, Oliver Brasington just couldn't quite get onto that, but here come the Manchester, Cheshire, Liverpool, all the rest of the Northwest all coming for it. Good touch.
Defense, great defence.
Really good touch there on Ben Meakin even. Couldn't get me M out then for a second. Here he is again. Nice little touch pass over to Gabe Pennington. Back to Meakin. Meakin trying to go over to the winger on that left-hand side. And I can tell you now who that was. It was Niall Povell over on that far side, who didn't have the best of games when we saw him this morning, but against the West Wildcats, but has already scored a couple over there in that try zone there, over in the end zone. Now then, what could the Tigers do here? They'll take the touch. That'll be, I think, that'll be 3rd. and carry on. That'll be the 5th. Now, opportunity. They've got to try and score here. They want the touch and they get it. And the ball goes dead anyway. But you can see that...
yeah, the North recovered quite well there. They were starting to get a little bit rolled at the end, but yeah, they actually recovered really well.
So, what can they do here? Can the Northwest Blades? Taking the touch there was Ben Grinter, who's already got one today in this 3rd and 4th place playoff, remember. You've still got 3 finals to bring you, and we'll bring them all for you. And straight through. Now on it goes. There's going to be offside, I think.
Oh, I think it's a touch pass.
It was, yeah, touch pass. Aaron Povell there thought he had a nice little run into the end zone, but not going to happen. At this stage anyway, at least. Tackle 2. Now can they deliver something here? Can the Tigers get something moving here? Didn't get touched there. Now going to go back in. This will be the 5th. Again, the Blades have got to go. And this is intercepted. An opportunity, and oh, it was close, but I think he's given the penalty for offside. Shame that we didn't see an intercept. We almost saw an intercept try in our previous fixture. We almost saw one there as well. Tigers, though, looking to bring it forward. Here comes Glenn Jones. Ball goes on to Clark Hobson again.
God, he's launched himself there.
He's had a try.
Don't think you can give that, yeah.
No, I don't think so. You're giving the penalty.
Offside.
So, we have just under 4.5 minutes to play in this first half. A score here for the Tigers would take them within 1, of course, and would be a massive, massive step.
Outrageous, damn it.
That was very good there from Will Lupton. Lupton doesn't mind having a bit of a go here. Lupton on the outside there, looking now to his inside shoulder. Good pass off, but that is going to be the 6th touch anyway. And Maynard on that wing just didn't get the ball quickly enough.
Oh.
And the ball goes over, and that is a turnover, of course. So now Will Murphy will take the ball on, and will he be able to start something here? Tom Wells is now playing winger over on that far side. Here they come again. It just seems like very slow build-up play at the moment.
Counties.
Oh, nice touch. Don't think he got touched. I think that's a try.
There's no way.
Try given. Unbelievable. Talk us through that one there, Tom.
So he just ran a counties and then just... I don't know how he did that. That was class.
Who got the touchdown? I'm just trying to see.
I think that's Will Lupton running it, and then
trying to see
who got the touchdown.
Trying to see who got the touchdown there, unfortunately, but whoever it was, that is sensational stuff. And Will Lupton, obviously, one of the England boys in particular, has been absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, I know that a lot of the Sharks boys, my teammates, know him quite well. They said he's absolute class, so I'm not surprised he's doing stuff like that.
3-2 as we hit the final 2.5 minutes of this half, and the wind picks up again. That could be crucial.
Bit of a gale force now, isn't it?
It is. It's like a force 9 gale at this moment in time.
Oh, what a inside out.
Damn!
And he stared at him after the try as well.
What a step this is.
That's class.
Brilliant, brilliant step indeed. And that is Ben Grinter once again. And as you say, he literally stared at him.
Stares down.
Yeah, that's an excellent. That's excellent stuff. Bit of needle. We don't mind a bit of needle.
You got to have it.
And that is a crucial try as we're getting towards the end of the first half. 2 minutes still to go. So you think there's still a chance that people can have a set. That one there taken on there. And again, Tigers looking to try and profit. And that's that was a touch. And no, he's going to call that. He's going to call that. And Ben Meakin is a very lucky boy, because that looked like a very heavy touch to me.
That's touch. Always gets a bit physical.
Taking on once more. Here comes Robert Taylor.
Oh, they're going direct.
Now, looking again to Meakin.
I think fifth coming.
Now, Meakin, what a scoop. And now opportunity there, got the touch.
There's no way that bloke was onside.
Oh well, he's given the penalty.
Touch pass.
For a touch pass. And so, 6 to go for the Tigers.
Good yards.
As we
Very good yards.
As we hit the final, there's a bit of again physical stuff. There's Wells over on that far side again. He's now coming in. This is their 4th touch. This will be the last coming up shortly. Really good pass. Really good pass. Absolutely sensational stuff.
I think the winger might have actually made that.
I think he has. He's given it.
No, he's
given that.
I think the wing actually made that touch.
Here we go. Ball comes over the top here, and that there is.
No, ball down.
Yeah,
ball
that is. It's a sensational finish by Oliver Maynard.
Good toe.
And 2 tries towards the end of this first half, cancelling each other out. We're back to a 1-point game.
Makes it a cracking second half.
Tell you what, yes, it might be for 3rd and 4th, but these two do not want to give an inch right now.
Especially, as I said, a lot of them know each other as well. Everything to play for.
Absolutely.
Good feet.
Good feet, but I think there's been a touch on there on Harry Missett. Excuse me, on Sam Grant there.
Ooh.
And the touch comes in right at the end of the first half there. That's a huge, huge touch, in fact, as we end our first half here. What a game and what a first half this has been there, Tom.
Yeah, class. I mean, the North had the ascendancy in, I'd say, the first bit of that, and I think the Midlands did really well to get the momentum back in the second half of that. So, oh God, what second half we're going to have.
Yeah, absolutely, going to be fantastic. We're going to try and queue up something to show you everything about touch rugby, and then on the other side of that, we're back for the second half. What a second half it's going to be. 4-3 North West Blades lead.
It's Monday night, we're at Bournemouth Touch Centre. We have 2 sessions in play this evening. We've got our Children's ETA Touch Academy for 7 to 12-year-olds playing behind me. On my left, we've got O2 Touch. We coach them sort of 7 key steps of learning how to play touch so that they can actually get playing by the end of the evening. Here at Bournemouth Touch Centre, we're at one of the busiest sports centres in the country, so there's lots and lots of kids clubs here, with hundreds of children playing football and other sports on a Saturday, and we're slowly seeing children come and try touch with us, which is fantastic. I think we've got 13 or 14 children here today.
Bournemouth Touch has been great fun, and people have been really helpful at just teaching you what to do. I was new to it just a couple of months ago, and yeah, people have really helped me to improve, so it's been great.
We've got about 400 what I call sort of friends of touch on Facebook, 100 active players that are perhaps locally based. We became one of the first 17 clubs in England to actually start promoting the O2 Touch offering.
It's helped me recover from injury when I did it seriously back in May, and it's just helped me keep fit and help me keep in touch with rugby, really.
A really fabulous, friendly place. There's always huge amounts of people who come down of all ages, and we have a fabulous evening whatever the weather.
There's obviously always going to be a competitive element to sport, and there's going to be people that want to develop not only their playing but their refereeing skills and coaching skills, and we laid that on for a good group of people. And there was a hardcore, maybe of about 15, 16 of us that did the coaching courses, the refereeing courses with the ETA and Benny Powell and various others. With that, all the time, we have been sort of feeding the bottom of the pyramid with social touch and being very, very active within the O2 setup. That really is a pathway, it's the feeder into sort of developing touch, and without that feeder, you're not going to get the players coming through to play in in tournaments or leagues or going on to represent their regional teams.
Bournemouth Touch Centre is so great because the people who organise it, Alan Reid and Jason Cunningham, have been doing it for nigh on 15 years. So they know what they're doing, they put a lot of time and effort into promoting it. There's new players turning up every week, and of course that makes it more competitive. and people enjoy it more because of the competitiveness.
This is the camaraderie. Like I said, I first moved here from Bath, and then I met Jace. It's been great with the community.
We are one of the most successful touch clubs down here on the South Coast. We would love to have you down here at our Bournemouth Touch session.
This is Bournemouth Touch Centre.
Ladies and officials, this is your 1 minute warning.
Welcome back then to Nottingham Rugby Club here at Lady Bay, where I'm not going to jinx it, but at least it's dry at the moment.
Oh yeah, finally.
But we'll see what happens here. I think, actually, you know what? I think the rain is just starting to just stream across the ground again as the mist rolls in for the Trent over the way, as the Nottingham Forest fans sing. If we can see the Brian Clough stand in our foreground here. Over the way is Trent Bridge to the left. I somehow don't think there's going to be an ending to the Test match today. I think that's going to end up in a draw. And over to the right-hand side, it's Lady Bay, is Meadow Lane. Real sporting hub here is Nottingham. And of course the National Ice Centre as well, home of the Nottingham Panthers. The one of the premier sides in the Elite Ice Hockey League. And not too far up the road, so a real sporting hub. And today and throughout the entire weekend it's been playing host to the England National Touch Open Championships, men's 3rd and 4th place playoff this right now, and the Northwest Blades are leading. They were almost over there for a quick score at the start of the second half. Tom Slater still joins us here up in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a little bit colder up here now. Oh.
So here come the Tigers once again. Tom Wells, who's over on that far side once more. He's been stationed out there now, but he's coming more of a central position from where he was as a winger at the start of the match.
Yeah, he's fancying it a bit actually.
He's liking that. Touch 5, and now this is going to have to go out quickly. Oh, it's almost a sold the dummy there. Very, very close indeed there from the Tigers to try and level it up. Matthew Sandland there, I think, on that far side. But we are underway once again. As you can see
how fast the North's come on now.
So the clock there is on to is on the 1 minute mark. When it gets to 20 mark, that'll be the end of the half. So this isn't the first half, this is the second half, but it is the second half, and we're 2 minutes into it.
Good hands.
Really good hands, especially on the last, and then he got to touch there, and that's, to be fair, he knew straight away he got touched there.
Yeah.
That was really good work there from Ben Grinter. Didn't make a meal of it, just went out. I've been touched, damn it. I'm sure he said nothing more than that, as Wells comes on again, looking for a bit of a drive here. What can the Tigers do? Can they find a way through here? They're already on the 4th touch, I think.
Nice, they've got the momentum now.
And this is the last. Now, can they find something here? Oh, that would have been an unbelievable step.
Quick feet for a big lad.
Absolutely, would have been brilliant work there from Matthew Sandland, but unfortunately not the case to be there. And it was going to be a score on. So, moving forward once more, here comes Morris there, as you can see in the foreground, alongside Meakin. Both of them have been absolutely sensational throughout the tournament, as has Gabe Pennington. Now, quick ball once more, Pennington. Chance here, really good chance.
That could be a great
I
finish.
think he's...
I think he made the touch.
I don't think he got the touch, no.
No, he did, yeah, he did.
don't think he got the touchdown. He didn't. Jake Morris is almost there. Yeah, but no, he definitely got the touch there on the left-hand side. Again, did Connor Maynard. Some brilliant defensive work. Remember, after this game, we do have a little bit of a break. We have about a 15-minute break before the mixed open final. And we'll be playing that one in a bit. 2:30. The first of 3 games between the South East Taipans and the South East Sharks. South East Sharks beat the Northwest Blades 8-6 over on pitch 2. We saw a lot of cheers going on pitch 2. There was a lot of scores in that. But it will be the South East Sharks looking to defend their men's and mixed titles that they won in 2019 against the South East Taipans, who are the defending women's champions from 2019.
Good momentum here from the Blades.
Absolutely. Here comes Morris again. Good chance there for Grinter. Has to go back. It's on the 5th. It's on the last. And here comes Melling. Trying to touch that. Oh, is that going to be a score? No, it's going to be 6. That was absolutely outstanding. We'll try and see if we can quickly get a replay of that while they set up. But that was a brilliant piece of skill there, actually, to be fair, from Adam Brimlow. Almost delivered. But as we come back to live pictures, here's the Tigers once more coming forward. Here's Wells. And that one goes forwards.
Just losing momentum a little bit there. The North are getting up so fast at the moment.
They are. It's Melling and Morris. Meakin as well, who've been outstanding during this game here. Now, back on again, it goes to Sam Grant. Grant will take the touch. Slowing the ball down there is Povil. Doesn't know what he wants to do. Now the quickness. Can they get it delivered here? Here is Grant again. Now to the inside, but not there on the last. Now the dummy runner. Does he get the touch there? Intercept. Oh, that would have been a chance for Tom Wells, but I think it was a touch pass anyway. And that's what the referee's called there. It seems a very nervy start to the second half, I might say, Tom.
Yeah, from both sides. I think, obviously, it's such a close game as well. You don't want to give anything away at this point. One or 2 tries is really what's going to be in it.
Absolutely. But at the moment...
Yeah, there we go.
And there you go. Off the mark, called there by the officials. You should be one yourself, mate.
Oh, God, absolutely not. I think of anything worse. I've got my level 1 badge. That's my biggest achievement.
So fair play to you.
I write that on my CV.
Hopefully you'll help you get the job anytime you want to go for it. You're more than welcome back up here in the com box at any time.
Oh, cheers.
Sean McDonald looking to take it on. Now over it goes to Grant. This is a really good run. Can he get a touch? Yes, he does. Good defence there again from the Tigers.
See what they're going to set up.
This is on the 4th, so they're going to try and set up something quickly here. Now,
going for a long.
Trying to go back inside, almost there, and that's going to be on the 6th.
Good defence by the Midlands there.
Definitely.
Didn't panic.
Definitely. We've reached 6.5 minutes gone of this second half. That's what the clock is telling you, by the way. Normally, of course, we'll take it into the red at 40, but this time it'll be 20. This is the second half, and it is 4-3 to the Northwest Blades.
Good momentum now.
Now's an opportunity here on the roll.
Good
this
step.
is a great step here. They need to try and move it onto the winger. Can they get there? Yes, they can.
Perfect.
Connor Maynard scores again.
And that really came off the back of good momentum. They finally started going forward a lot more, and they really got the roll on there.
The pass was tough, but Connor Maynard makes another one. In fact, actually, yeah, it is Connor Maynard over on that near side. And so it's a huge moment there. And we are level in this final.
Oh, hope for a drop-off.
Can we imagine a drop-off?
Don't think they fancy it.
No. But here they go once more.
Here we go. Shortcoming. Rooster. Oh,
what a play.
Held that up really nicely.
What a play that is. And here comes the movement there. Morris with a really good move there, and that is just simply sublime from Adam Brimlow.
Yeah, not much the link could do there, really.
So So almost immediately cancel the score out, and we're back to 5-4. And that looks like a little loss of control there. Referee plays on, doesn't play advantage, but it looked like he lost control there to me.
Yeah.
And he was trying to maybe buy a penalty for a heavy touch. Ball now comes on once more. This is the last, and this is an opportunity here. Really good touch, really good pass.
No.
Oh my goodness, what a score! Conor Maynard again.
No, he's giving it forward. He's giving it forward.
That just for the execution
Please,
alone.
Ref, just give it.
Look at this here. This is such a fantastic through here from Clark.
I think his hands are going back there.
I think his hands are going back personally as well, but no, it's not been given. And it is still 5-4. Wow.
Be interesting to know if that call came from the sideline ref there.
I think it might have done. And now they're really moving here, the Northwest Place. This could really help. This could really help.
That's
really
class.
Good pass.
That's class.
Really good score again, and that is going to really hurt the Midlands Tigers as they go 6-4 in front. Once more, it's Sam Grant giving it off, and once again, who's there but Jake Morris? Brilliant, brilliant score.
Yeah, they were just rolling through the middle there. Really, really good momentum going forward.
And so the Midlands Tigers, they have to respond now. They're 2-1 down in this half, and it makes it 6-4 now. But now an opportunity comes quickly. Oh, and dropped the ball.
Wing was on as well there.
Yeah. Really, really grand opportunity. Just didn't quite get there.
Good yards.
More good yards there over at the sub-boxes. Here comes Ben Meakin, who has been outstanding for this Northwest Blade side throughout the entirety of the tournament. Now Morris moves it on again, and they drop the ball.
Little grabber through.
Little grabber through from Grinter. And so it is now the end of that attack. We've got ourselves halfway through of this second half. 10.5 minutes gone, 9.5 to go. Wells.
Better go forward.
Wells again takes it on from the touch, and now here comes Brannington, and now an opportunity once more.
Just lost the momentum a bit there.
They have, yeah, but they've only got one more touch. They do. There it is. There's the touch now, trying to get it across, and it almost does a score.
Very good feet.
Lost control, obviously, but not too far away there was that one. So ball goes back to the Blades, and the ball lost control, and that's going to be a penalty as well, moving forward to the 7, because he threw the ball away. It was, well, I don't know if it was a technical delay again. I don't think he really heard the whistle, but referees have been quite hot on it this tournament. And now what can the Tigers do? Nice little step there, and he'll just take it back to the 7. It's interesting that they take it. That they sometimes do take that touch to try and reset, though.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not fully in position, you haven't got the mid presenting that you want presenting. You do want to just buy a little bit more time. I mean, actually, that one, there's just the nothing was on.
Maynard will take the ball again into contact. Well, take the ball away into touch. Last touch, and he's lost it. It's a penalty, though. And it's another set of 6. This is huge, huge moments in this game for the Tigers. Oliver Maynard.
Probably getting their main attacking pod on now.
Maynard to Maynard. Can they go over? No, they're going to just take it again.
Clark in. Will Lupton's on now.
Again, they're going to try and move this ball forward. Maynard again. Now on to Clark Hobson. Chance
good
there
read.
for...
Very good
really
read
good
indeed.
read there as Will Lupton takes it on. Last touch coming up. After this one, this is the last. Lupton looks to go again from a standing start. Didn't get the touch that he wanted. And now back to Maynard. Just very, very tactical at the moment. Liam Halpenny, and there's an offside again. So it's another set of 6 for this.
Yeah, I think that was there.
Blades.
We've been called for it a lot as well as not moving forward.
Yeah. Opportunity knocks again, and oh, they messed up the play. What are they going to give this time? Is it another penalty?
I mean, that was quite a hard touch. he's going to milk it. But yeah, that was a very hard touch as well.
Well, that's 3 in a row now. So surely someone's got to be forced subbed on.
Yeah, I don't think the ref actually gave a penalty for that.
I'm amazed, because that one, if that was a third penalty, that surely it's 3 in a row. But now an opportunity comes again. Over the top, intercept there. And who is there yet again but Jake Morris? He's been outstanding in this game. He's been outstanding in this tournament.
Yeah, very good wing positioning there. Got off the line as well, so he's right in the channel.
Morris moves it on. Really good ball playing now onto Aaron Povell. Over on that far side, they're going to take the touch. Povell's there, there's a waiting receiver, but he's going to miss him out. Now goes on to Brimlow, who takes it now. They're looking to move forward again. They've got to try and keep moving forward.
Melling directing traffic.
And I don't know, and the referee's trying to tell him to keep moving forward at this point. Here's Brimlow. All very tactical and aware now. Now on it goes to Melling, and Melling will take the ball back into a position here. Melling trying to go over to the far side. It's intercepted there by Tom Wells. Back on it goes. This is going to be a run all the way down there. No, it's not, but it's going to be a 0 touch. They've got themselves 6 chances to try and move this ball forward, and the ball goes out wide. I don't think that Maynard was on, and neither does the officials.
Yeah, I don't think he'd actually... I think he was subbing on.
Yeah. I don't think he got there in time, and neither do the officials as we reach the final 5 minutes of this contest. It is the Northwest Blades currently leading 6-4 in the men's third place playoff, and this could be a 7-4, but it was so close once again. That time for James Simons. You feel another score at this point. Tom puts this game out of reach.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Is it going to be Morris? Is it going to be Simons? Is it going to be a touch?
I thought he was going to go the passive out the back there.
That would have been something brilliant to get the job done there. So here comes Brimlow. Moves it on to Melling, and there's going to be again not moving forward. And you know what? The Northwest Blades will be pretty happy just to take as many penalties as they like, take as much time off the clock.
Yeah, game management now as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, with now 4 minutes to go.
Sweeper.
Opportunity. Did he get the touch on there, did Wells?
I think he's finished that.
I think he's finished it as well. Is the referee going to give it?
Quality dive.
Let's see if we can catch it up here on the replay. And it is. It's going to be another try, that time too.
He was having none of that. If he claimed that touch,
yeah,
it was all kicking off.
I think Ben Grinter was the one once again who scored it over on this far side. And Grinter there has just given themselves his side a 7-4 lead, and realistically has given them third place. Unless there's a really quick score here from the Tigers. What's going to happen? There's a nice touch there, really good touch defensively. They've been outstanding in the second half.
Yeah, they've been very good.
Ball on once more. They're going to take the touch. Maynard dives.
That's a try.
Is he going to give it? Yeah, I think he is.
Great
Looks
dive.
like it. Let's have a look at this dive here again.
Got down
It's Maynard.
so quickly.
Maynard goes down so quickly and makes himself difficult to catch. And you know what? With 3 minutes left to go in the game, if they can get a turnover here, well, it could be. We could still be on for a really interesting finish.
I mean, what a game it's been, though.
It's been fantastic, particularly with the conditions, particularly with the field being cutting up as it is at this moment in time. Luckily, at the moment, we haven't had any of the wet stuff come down.
No.
But good luck. I'm going to say this now. Good luck to you for you in your men's open final.
Thanks, mate.
Here comes Meakin. Meakin now looking to try and really finish this off. Can't quite do
Second
so. Meakin.
phase.
Oh, what a touch! Oh, that's a fantastic touch, though.
He did well to get off the line there.
That was outstanding.
How can you not enjoy touch football watching this? Unbelievable.
Touch footy, mate.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Absolutely outstanding. Here comes Meakin again, who's been directing traffic throughout the whole game. Morris goes out of play, and it's going to be a turnover. Now, if the Tigers score here, oh, do you know what? I just jinxed it, haven't I? Clark Hobson can't quite get a hold of that.
North will just slow this right down now.
With less than 2 minutes to go.
Probably have a quick eat.
Here comes the chance.
That's
It's going to be a try.
Oh no, made
No,
it.
it's going to be a touch there on Maynard. I don't know what the line referee's called there. 7-5, the scoreline here. Meakin, touch. Meakin again, nice little pass back. This time, another touch. Matthew Maynard has been absolutely outstanding there in the defence. Their third touch. Are they going to do the same again? Yes, they are. No, he's going to go to the right-hand side. Now back to the left, back to Morris. Oh, tried to touch the touchdown, but no.
That's all right, though. They've eked out quite a bit of time.
They have. 1 minute to go. Remember, they are down by 2, the Tigers. They'll need to score here very, very quickly indeed. But you can see the defence here, Tom. They're really stretching here, the Northwest Blades.
I'm surprised they didn't go direct, actually, with the time they got. But if they get fresh legs on now, they need to go straight up the guts.
That's to the 4th tackle, and they're only at the halfway line. So now they've got to try and move this ball very, very quickly. Got to try down the outside, and it gets a touch on there. And they've now lost the momentum. You feel this is last chance saloon here for the Tigers, and I think they knew it themselves. Matthew Sandlin just couldn't quite get that, and as you say, I think this is game here indeed as well. Touch on there, and it is going to be Ben Grimmer, who's been outstanding so far in this 3rd and 4th place playoff, which is going to be won unless a minor miracle happens by the Northwest Blades. They've come here, they've been outstanding. They were one of the favourites to potentially win the title as well, but now they're going to go home in 3rd.
Ball.
And that's a nice touch there once more.
I think this is the revenge as well, because I think they lost to Midlands on the first day. So
they did. Jonathan Riley with the touch there as we
that's nice.
As we hit the siren, and it's going to be a try to finish things off as well.
Bit of jouet at the end, we like that.
Absolutely. Final play of the game, and it goes into Jordan Morris, who gives it to the outside. And that time it is James Simons who does get the try and does finish things off. And it is 8-5, and that one there, Tom, what a game that was.
Oh, cracking. Really, really fun to watch that was, so thank you for having me.
No, thank you for joining us, and like I say, the very, very best of luck in your men's final against your fellow Taipans. It's going to be a 2 out of 3. Do you think you can take all 3 of them?
I really do hope so. It's going to be so tight. Obviously, as I said, they're a class team as well, so, but I reckon we've got it. We've got it.
15 minutes to go till the mixed open final here, the first between the South East Taipans and the South East Sharks. Tom Slater, thank you for joining us. It's been a genuine pleasure, and it is a fantastic achievement for the Northwest Blades. They become 3rd in the men's open. We're back with the finals next.
So very shortly we'll be having pitch 1 final. We'll be handing over to Chris to welcome the teams onto the pitch.
then I'll hop on and...
This is your 2-minute warning. Please make sure you're in your pitches. We're ready to play. 2-minute warning.
So we've reached the 2-minute warning here on the start of our finals, and we've had another brief shower at Lady Bay, but the action continues, and I'm going to try and be positive at this point. It actually looked quite nice in the background. It doesn't look it on the stream, but I can promise you there is some blue sky over towards the Nottinghamshire County Council building, which is where the weather is coming from. So fingers crossed we might get some blue sky here as we start our final series here at the England Touch Nationals. Jack Harris from England Touch is here alongside us. Jack, you would be reffing right now, but...
We're going to do the thing we've done in the other streams, is if you want to know why I'm not refereeing, refer to other NTSs, but I'm still in a cast, annoyingly, but there we go.
No, well, it's good to have you with us. Their loss down there is our gain,
well,
so it's great. So it's great to have you up here in the comm box. So, look, this is a best of three really between the Sharks and the Titans. These guys, these guys will be fighting it out for the mixed men's and women's opens. And look, these are the defending champions, the Sharks. They have come through, but they come through with a little bit of controversy as we start this stream going on, of course.
Well, yeah, you know, things happen in games, referees, things go, and that's the way the draw's gone. You know, arguably very well deserved for both teams to be here.
Absolutely.
And still going to be an epic game.
It will be a fantastic game, and as you say, mistakes happen, and we're looking forward to, what should be an absolute cracker of a game. We've seen both of these teams on the stream already over the weekend, and they have not disappointed.
Yeah, it's they've played each other once already in the round robin. Taipans did take that 1-1 I believe the score was 5-4. These teams, they know each other, they train with one another. This is going to be, yeah, an enjoyable one to watch for both of them.
So here we go then. It is the start of the mixed open final, the first of 3 finals coming up here. And what a start here could have been for the Taipans, as James McGee couldn't quite get his touch onto that one. McGee.
So looking up to set the quickie here for Taipans. They've come short side.
Yeah.
Winging good work there. They're trying to keep the ball alive, but that is 6 touches.
Good call there. And so here we go once more. Here come the Sharks for the first time in this final. Here comes Stanley, who's been one of their really great players. There's Ayla Payton, who scored that try that got them the draw against the West Wildcats that have helped them into the final. Moving forward again, that's Charlie Meredith looking on the open side there, and I think that's going to be a batted down ball.
Batted up on stayed and hovered for a bit based on the win we've got at the moment, but Sharks will be pleased with that. 6 now in the half that they want to be. They will want to set something up here. Charlie Meredith in the centre, working hard now, dictating what they're going to do. Sweeper coming from Sharks.
Absolutely. Opportunity here for the first point of the game, and it doesn't quite get there, but it's going to be a penalty anyway.
Yeah, Taipans not retreating quite far enough there. Referee Bronwyn Wake calling them back to the line, and Sharks are going to have 6 more.
How difficult, not just for the players, you've always talked about the players, but we'll come on to this point in a moment, as here's an opportunity from the half, and there's that the first try, it is. Try's been given, and it's going to be on this far side. A fantastic score for Demi Quinn to get us going, and it is 1-0 to the Sharks.
Brilliant vision from Matthew Mayle there, looking to scoop through into the in-goal area, and all he needed to do was get that pass away. And we are, yes, 1-0 up to the Sharks.
Well, we talked about this with players that have come up here into the box. We'll talk about this from a refereeing perspective. How difficult is it going to be with this pitch, as it is starting to cut up here with all the weather and all the games we've had?
So as a referee, you're looking to make sure the game is still facilitated, you're still getting a good flowing game. That's what begins to happen in these conditions. A lot of drop balls, a lot of whistle blowing, which no one really likes to watch. You're going to be fair to both teams. You maybe possibly make some allowances in some cases. But yeah, you stay on your A game and you facilitate what you can and what you see.
Kieran Purvis there doing so well to get over that opportunity. There would have been a winger there for the Taipans. Remember, the Taipans did win this game in the pool stage, but the Sharks are the defending champions in the mix, and they will not want to give up this title lightly.
Yeah, Taipans here doing really well to slow down the box drive from Sharks. I think we're about 3rd, 4th touch now, and Sharks not yet out of their half.
Here comes
completely slowed down. It was 5th touch, but what a scoop here from Sharks.
Absolutely, what a ball through again. Can they get them somewhere there? No, they just couldn't. Sharks there given an opportunity. Max Penasard, who's been one of the really good players for the Sharks throughout the tournament, just didn't have anybody there on his outside shoulder. Yeah,
Didn't quite have the options, but you know what? They had 5th touch, and to be fair, to get there from where they were, it's very strong play there from Max Penasard, and yeah, should be very happy with that for now. And it looks like they're about to get a ball back too.
Yeah, what's the call here? It looks like, is that an incorrect play the ball?
That's off the mark there. So if you see the arcing hand from the referee, essentially means that, yeah, Taipans were away from the mark when the touch was made there. 6 coming then for Sharks. Let's see how well they can use them. Charlie Meredith now on the ball.
Yeah, Debbie Quinn also trying to get involved. There is Erin Payton, who scored that all-important try. As we come back to, if she hadn't have scored that try, Sharks might not have been in the final, because they did lose that last game. But now, opportunity here for the Sharks once more through the middle. And this is going to be a try, is it? Yes, I think it is.
Beautiful again from Sharks. Exactly the same setup. You've got a sweet play. Matthew Mayle coming on the back here. And instead of going wide to the left-hand side on the short, he's actually cutting back in. And the gap's there for Charlie Meredith to just come through and pop that ball down.
Charlie Meredith has been one of the truly outstanding players in this mixed competition. There's no doubt about that. And the Taipans, well, they will be thinking, what a start. What have we just been hit with?
This is a long game, though. There's still a long way to go. A lot of these players used to playing 20-minute games in the national series. The 40-minute games takes a bit of a different toll on you. So it's still a long way to go. We'll see what happens. And we've got here 6 more for Taipans for obstruction from the Sharks.
So McGee will take it on. And now he'll play the ball down again, back to McGee. Opportunity could be coming there, but it's a really good touch defensively.
Yeah, it's a good quickie setup from the Taipans. They're just keeping it quite central at the moment with this wind and weather we've got. Certainly with them now on third touch, they want to play it safe. They've come back on themselves.
Oh, well, the ball almost went there. I think there was a touch on it anyway. Josh Bendel just couldn't quite find his man there. And it's going to be a turnover, and these turnovers are going to keep mounting up, aren't they?
They are. In this game, you know, in these weather conditions, we could see the winner here being the team that make the least mistakes. He's keeping that ball in hand and just playing a game well.
So another opportunity here, and I think he's avoided the touch. No, he hasn't. There is George Miller, who we had up here on comms earlier on today. Nice, very lovely bloke. As again, chance for Max Penasard to try and storm through, just couldn't quite get onto it.
Yeah, it's good distance again from the Sharks, though. If they're not going to score, they at least want to get down to this end of the pitch to make it that bit harder for Taipans to now drive to their box. Some good meters made there from Taipans, and they've still got the momentum here, going to set something up.
He is. Now, opportunity once more for Matthew Blackett, but couldn't quite find his man there. And well, is that what I think it is? Is that the sun briefly popping its head out?
Don't jinx it.
Well,
don't jinx it.
Well, I don't know. Our cameraman Chris Wearmouth at the moment is sporting some very, very wet shorts. He's not going to be a happy bunny driving back in them tonight to Northampton.
We hope you've got a change, Chris. No,
he doesn't even have a change. And I tell you what, there's a change through here. Really good opportunity. Therefore, Toby Lister got to get the pass away. Good block down there. It's a back down. And it's going to be 6 again there. Demi Quinn was almost in for a second, but a back down there from the Taipans. A really good opportunity there.
Yeah.
That time, though, it was a good save there from, I think they're from Rebecca Maxwell.
Yeah, it's it doesn't matter. The ball went backwards. An attempted play of the ball by the Taipans defender there. So that's why the 6 more is still given. Sharks are probably going to want to look to capitalise here. Matthew Mayo taking a touch. Charlie Meredith now feeding off.
And that time there, Ayla Payton just couldn't quite get her hands onto it. So the Taipans, you really feel at this point there, Jack, probably need to find a score and find one quickly.
Yeah, Taipans all feel lucky here. As I say, it's going to be the mistakes coming in that are going to decide this game. Sharks probably should have scored there. If the weather had been better, ball a bit grippier, we might have seen a score. But now we see Taipans driving up into the half of the pitch they want to be.
Here's an opportunity then for the Taipans to try to move the ball quickly on. It's going to be an offload, and the ball falls down anyway.
Yeah, touch and pass there. The pass went away too late after the touch was made. Charlie Meredith making some great meters there, noticing the Taipans winger slightly napping.
Yeah, to be fair, Meredith has been absolutely sensational, either through the middle or down or on the wing there throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, it's great to see, although unfortunately Sharks giving it away here. There's a number of players actually within both these teams that have come from university backgrounds. Charlie Meredith, Harry Richards, Kira Purvis, all coming from Bath Uni. James McGee from Exeter. Some of them hadn't touched the rugby ball until 3 years ago, and it's great now to see them in this game.
It's great to see at this moment in time as we come up on this midway point of this mixed open final, and just again McGee's just deciding, yeah, do you know what, I'm just going to take it nice and slow there. I think it's Brandon Noon, in fact, actually. As now an opportunity goes through, there's going to be a touch on there. There's definitely, as Colin Scott tries to score.
You mentioned it there, Bud. It's Taipans are evidently playing a safe game as a result of the weather, but as a result they're also slowing it down, which the Sharks can deal with. Taipans are going to need to up the pace if they're looking to get back into this game and score.
Well, they'll need to, otherwise it's going to be 2 back-to-back titles for the South East Sharks. They are 2-0 to the good at this moment in time, and there's Amelia Stanley and Erin Payton. I think Ayla Payton, in fact, has just stepped and just missed, and now here comes George Miller. Really good ball on towards Penasard. Now Miller again, looking to drive on. It's Penasard. Can he get through the middle? He can. I think there was a touch on there, and he knows there was a touch on there, and it's going to be the ball back to the Taipans.
Yeah, so what's keeping the Taipans in this game at the moment is they are really slowing down that box drive from the Sharks. Sharks having to take the 5th touch way too far out from where they want to be, which is why we're seeing so many scoop plays. But again, the mistake from Taipans now, and Sharks have got the 6 now in the area of the pitch that they want to be.
Tom Pennisir couldn't quite get underneath that. Here comes George Miller again on the outside. Kira Purvis, I think that was a touch, but he's been given us a forward pass.
It has indeed, yeah, there.
And now Pennisir puts the ball down again. Not the best of touches, but they will get away with it here on this far side. And they move the full way towards halfway. That's touch 4. Now they've got to try and move this ball really, really quickly. And that is the 5th touch. My maths wasn't going away there, as McGee does get touched that time. And that is definitely 6.
Yeah, maths goes away sometimes, even with referees. There's one referee in particular from Europe who now has the nickname 126 after a certain incident at European Championships. So it happens, you know, it happens. But no, you are correct that time around, mate.
Referees do a fantastic job. It is a very tough job, and not many that... I have asked the question up here. There's not many of the players that want to do it. They'd rather just play. As that's the ball goes away there from Toby Lister. And that ball goes away to the Taipans. Again, Toby Lister we had up here after the very first game, in fact, actually, of the weekend. And he said himself, I would not want to be a referee.
Well, the thing is with refereeing, if you're willing to have a go for the first game, that's always the hardest step. If you can do that from there, it's really easy to build. And you know, I am slightly biased in the sense that it's part of my role to look after referees in England and help people develop. And I must say to everyone out there in the touch community, if you're willing to have a go, that's all we ask for, and we can provide the development, the support that you need as a referee to go far, to go to World Cups, to go to European Championships. So don't be too afraid of it, please. The whistle doesn't bite.
Here comes Alex Ducano. Ball comes across now to Harry Richards, and that was a very heavy touch.
Yeah, it's given as obstruction by referee Robin Budd, who is the referee manager for England, out there today, doing a great job, if I do say so myself. Not that he's my boss or anything, but...
And now an opportunity here. That one goes away there from Chris Wall. And again, Demi Quinn's just been there on that, lurking on that fast on this near side. She has already got 1 try today, almost had a second.
Yeah, she was just there, but Taipan's defensive winger doing well. Both teams playing with far wingers staying on the pitch throughout. You've got Kira Purvis on the far side, and I think for Taipan's number 3, we've got Huge. Yeah, they're doing great jobs out there. To play the whole game on that side is difficult, especially when you're on the side of the other team's driving sub-box side. But doing good jobs so far, and again, Taipans are going to rue this first half. They're going to rue these mistakes because they need to get back into this game now.
But if they can stay within touching distance, then they will be absolutely take that no matter what. I presume right now, as Quinn once again comes into Ayla Payton. Now back to Quinn. Now back onto George Miller. Pennisir moves the ball forward once more, and there's Pennisir into the 7, and he's going to get touched, and that's the 5th. And it's always difficult. We've seen it throughout this tournament. It's always difficult to score on the 6th, but they're going to try it anyway. And I think that's going to be given as a ball down, and it is.
Yeah, Taipan's defender, they're not actually attempting to play the ball. The ball was thrown into him, so good decision there from referee.
So 6 minutes to go then, or so, in this first half of the Mixed Open final. Remember, we've got the men's and women's Open finals to come, and they all involve the South East Taipans and the South East Sharks. This is the first of 3 games, and this could be a try here on the outside. Wonderful step. Oh, that's brilliant. That is absolutely sensational from Samuel Durham-Moran to finish it off.
James McGee there making all of that. You watch this break here. The drive is so good off that box. They just injected the pace, and you know how I was saying earlier about how they're slowing down Sharks in the box drive. Well, they did the opposite there, and look what happens.
Well, they managed to get themselves a very, very important score from pretty much absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, it's. I don't think Sharks were expecting that. Sharks feel comfortable at the moment, but they're going to have to start to up the gear now. Another sweep coming.
And a dive. Are they going to call that a touch? I think they're going to call that a try, I think.
Yep, so watch this back. Watch this back. And what you're going to see is actually the first dump there made, the touch made on the 7, the link there, not sure quite who it is, needed to make the line. And the reason the touch is not given, both feet had not made the try line. She was offside, so try is good.
So Toby Lister goes over and instantly responds for the Sharks, and they gain that 2-point lead. So there's Ayla Payton with the touch there. And once again, here's McGee, who's been really instrumental thus far. Now Pedicir trying to make a step, but it goes back, and that's their 3rd touch.
First time I've noticed this. Have we got 2 Pedicir brothers playing against one another? We do.
I was wondering about that. And here is Pedicir. Opportunity. I think there's going to be a touch on that. Yeah, there is. And the ball goes down.
Younger brother Tom there, doing a great job. Typen still wanting to stay in this.
So here comes for the Sharks once again. They want to defend that title, and it just goes over the top there from Amelia Stanley, who just tells everybody, don't worry about it, don't sweat, it happens.
It does happen, but I think that's the one thing Sharks are going to talk about at half-time is sorting that box drive out, because they need the addition of pace there to get anywhere on the pitch they want to be.
So ball goes down there from Josh Bendel. Rebecca Maxwell will play it. And now it's a case of, can Bendel do something with it? Ball goes wide, chance, and I think there's going to be a touch on that. Yeah, there is.
Touch on that, but also pass is
forward.
By looks of it, yeah, there goes Bron with the signal. Thanks, Bron, we needed that one. Okay.
And then, like I say, Elia Huguet there would have got in there. Obviously the pass was forward, but...
Right positioning, that's where you want your winger to be. It's where you need them, just for that final pass. Sometimes if you're right there, it's a good score. Charlie Meredith now.
Once again,
making some great meters there.
And here comes Toby Lister, who's already scored 1 diving try. He's been touched there, though, on the 6th. And that would have been a really good score. And they're going to play that, and here they go again. In fact, someone's they've moved it forward. But do you see what that was for?
That probably will have been for not giving the ball back. If I noticed what Sharks did there correctly, they might have just kept it out of the way a bit. A specific rule in touch that says if it's turnover, you must give the ball to nearest player or get it to the mark without delay. So referee's being quite hot on that. So as we get to the finals, if we see anything that we think is delaying.
Blackett, Trance, is that a score there for Olivia Turner? No, it's not.
Shame that Typins would have wanted that ball down, unfortunately. They're getting very close.
You can feel that the next score already, even with 2 minutes to go before half-time, the next score is crucial. And it looks like there's going to be a back down here. It's going to be 6 again. So here comes Charlie Meredith. He's been absolutely everywhere involved in this, and there's a push in the back there, but I think he's just going to get away with that one. There is Will Gaines.
Well, Will and Charlie know each other very well again, both referees themselves. Charlie immediately apologised for that one. It was not intentional in any way. I think Bron both looked at them like, almost looked at Charlie like an angry mother there, to say the least. And knowing their relationship, that's probably what it felt like for Charlie too.
Harry Richards there taking it on.
Catch.
It's actually Purvis, and the ball gets out of her, I'm afraid, and so Kira Purvis cannot add to her tally. She's added a couple of tries already, but not to be the case this time. As we get ourselves prepared for half-time. We've got just over a minute left to go. What are your thoughts early on in this, as we get in towards half-time? What do we think that the Typins will need to do to get back into the second half? I guess just take care of the ball better.
Take care of the ball, and when they get to that 7-metre area where they want to score, probably need to be slightly more creative, willing to take, ironically, the risks in that area, because they're playing it very safe with just some quickies and shorts. And their one score so far was coming off a break, which this ball is doing as well.
They want a 6 again, and they're going to get it. They're going to get it there. James McGee was very, very quick to shout that up.
Yeah, Harry Rich is doing what he needed to there. Again, the score was likely on otherwise. Typins looking to score off that quick scoop and play off the box.
As the rain now comes through sideways into our commentary position again here at Lady Bay. I thought that we were getting some sunshine at the start of the afternoon, but clearly it's not happening now, as this is probably the worst of the weather that we've had all day.
Yeah, lovely the fact that the wind is blowing right in our faces as we look out onto the pitch here.
I'm going to try and see off our monitor here, but we'll see where we go as we head towards half-time, and thankfully, I think for them lot, and is that going to be given as a touch? It is. And there's McGee, and that is going to be half-time. So the South East Taipans are 3-1 down here to the South East Sharks. The Sharks have been very, very good so far.
Yeah, Sharks have certainly looked stronger when they've got down to that end of the pitch. Scored 3 off there now. Taipans 1 score coming off scoop and box drive. Both teams got a lot to talk about at half-time, though, to stay in this game and how they change it about, especially in these changing and, quite frankly, horrid weather conditions.
Absolutely. We'll be back for the second half, but first of all, let's see what's been happening at Nottingham Club Touch Rugby.
Well, first and foremost is we want to give everybody a game, so we are an inclusive club, and we will search out opportunities where everybody who wants to play representative touch for the club can do. So that comes from those down to, I think our youngest player has been 11 this last season, up to, dare I say, Hobbo, I think he's 57 now. And that's what we are about, we're an inclusive club. But within that, we also want to be a club that wants to get better, wants to improve, wants to win things. And for us, trying to grow the top level of our club and getting better and growing our performances is also just as important.
No, it's good. Just shows how touch can be played by everyone.
Yeah.
I think it's a good selling point for the supporters in general.
Yeah, because I can learn more from him than other people because he knows what I'm like.
It's a facility for all ages to play touch rugby. As you can see with our training, that we've got kids from sort of 9 and 10 up to me, who's quite old, over 50.
Representing Nottingham with England is great because the Euros were held here as well, so we had a really good support as well for my first Euros campaign.
I think it's been a part of our strategy, part of our plan, and we see the future. We want to get better as a club. To do that, we need to bring youth in to shift as oldies further down the line. I think it's also the fact that as some of the older players bring their families down, children, there's 3 or 4 of us here tonight with children, the strategy's also been really targeting schools, junior clubs around here. The summer league that runs each year now gets 100 plus under 15s in.
Well, we did something at school for it and then we enjoyed it, so we decided to carry on.
We have a coaching setup here, I think 16 level 1, sort of the intermediate level coaches.
What a good defender is going to do is come out and just run straight at them if they're going to front you up and they're going to stop you. If he just comes straight at me, we get underneath him, slow down the roll ball, he's either going to turn the ball over, drop it, or the ball's going to be slowed down so that the half can't get in. And in addition to that, we've probably got another half dozen who are in the England frame who help out, and you'll see that tonight. Everybody's prepared to put their hand up and help, so it's not just about taking from the club, it's about giving back, which is fantastic. You'll see the mixing between adults and juniors, and for me, from a junior perspective, that's one of the key things that we've done, is rather than separating out junior training every week, we try and mix it in where we can. And what you see from the juniors particularly is just they're growing in confidence and having to deal with players that are probably much more their senior in age and experience, and that's great for their own personal development as well as their physical development.
Helps us learn new skills and improve during the game.
Everyone gets integrated together, all different levels, lots of coaching advice.
And it's just a...
So welcome back to what is an absolute sodden Lady Bay. You can see that there on our camera as it is cleaned away. I'll be brutally honest with you, Jack.
It's not ideal.
That area to the left-hand side of the pitch right now, I mean, we can't see it on the screen, but if our camera person just move across to the left just for 1 minute, that area there of the pitch is looking very, very dangerous, if you want me to be brutally honest.
We'll deal with it. We'll ignore the weather and the pitch for now. Where I want to go with things, actually, whilst we've got a moment, Bud, is referee about to start the game here. For second half is Shane Hills in the centre. Shane, very qualified black badge level 5 referee. This is actually his last game with England Touch today. moving back to New Zealand very shortly. Shane has been in the business with us now for a long time, and we as a referee group have already thanked him for everything he's done for us, but on our stream and on our feed, I would like to personally say a huge thanks to Shane for what he's done, and hopefully this last 20 minutes he'll be something he'll be proud of.
Absolutely. What a hero. Thank you very, very much, Shane, for your service on behalf of everybody at England Touch. As Jack is very, very well put. And we are about to get going for the second half, and I cannot tell you how bad the conditions are right now. They are genuinely, it's going to be a very difficult one to try and keep the ball going.
Shane is probably looking forward to this last 20 minutes, going into a climate that might be a bit better. But so play on here for Sharks in the 7 where they want to be.
Ball moves across there once more. Here comes Max Penasard. Opportunity. Can they move the ball inside? Back to Amelia Payton. It's a penalty anyway. Penalty coming.
Yeah, it's offside there from the Taipans, not making it to the line.
And so
that's not what they want to give away. That is not what they want to give away.
No, not at all. So an opportunity now for Penasard. Now to give away, that's a dive in. I don't know what he's going to give. I think he's going to get the touch there as a referee.
Yeah, I think that one was a bit clearer and plainer than others. Shame right there to see it. And Sharks will now try and go again.
Move across to Miller, back to Penasard. Ball over the top, wonderful chance, Payton!
That is a lovely finish, that is a lovely finish. And to take the risk with the long ball in this weather conditions, look at that, it's the reverse back off. Taipans are not expecting that. It's a lovely, lovely finish. It's
actually Amelia Stanley who, to be fair, deserves a try. She's been moved onto the wing there. In fact, it's actually, I think it is Stanley who gets who moves onto the wing there and gets herself a try. Or it is Erin Payton who gets another. So it's 4-1 now to the South East Sharks. And even though there's not much going on in terms of the scoreboard, it is still interesting. And you just feel that it could already be out of reach for the South East Taipans.
Yeah, we were talking about this area of the pitch earlier. James McGee there, unfortunately, just has slipped there, slowed down what they were doing. And Taipans there have lost control of the ball in that dump. And they've lost the opportunity to try and get back into the game here. They need to try and cut those kinds of errors out to be able to win this game. Charlie Meredith now on the ball, making some excellent yards there. Once again, it's lovely work from Charlie. Drive is still going. They're going to want to keep the pace here, the Sharks, and set it up. They've got open side now.
That's the 5th touch. And here comes Quinn. Lovely step there for Richards. Oh,
Harry Richards.
Was a genuinely close call, that.
Harry Richards is probably one of the fastest players you will see playing touch. Excellent set of legs on him, and brilliant dive, but well covered there by Taipans.
So here we go. Once more, the Taipans will need the next score if they are to stay in this contest, you feel. Here comes McGee, who's been outstanding so far. I think he wanted the penalty, and I think he's going to have to turn the ball over.
In these weather conditions, I can't tell who's who at the moment. Who is that number 12 for Taipans? Anyway, we'll carry on here. The Sharks now with the roll, coming in now. Previous try scorer in for the Sharks. They've noticed now that they can make more yards on the far side of their own box. Now it's evident they're trying to exploit that. And look at the difference. Oh, it's a shame it's gone awry there for them, but they were about to get 5th touch, probably about 10 or 20 metres ahead of where they were in the first half. So it's a good tactic change here from Sharks. But with the weather conditions, pass not quite going there for them. And Taipans now, as they drive to the box themselves, are looking tired and slow, and they're looking worried. Matthew Blackett on the ball, looking for the setup. Good scoop here now from Gaines. The pass-off's there. Oh, where was the winger? Was, I think, just come off the box, unfortunately. Taipans there looking for the person in space. But Sharks now with the ball there. You got to apologise whilst we just deal with very, very heavy lashing rain coming right at us at the moment. Hopefully you're still getting some good pictures. as Sharks now, again, Charlie Meredith on the ball. It's a good dump on the 5th touch. They know what they need to do. And 6 there as Typans now on the ball. Will Gaines, Matthew Blackett picks up. Looking to strike hard on that 1st touch. Charlie Meredith being a bit cheeky, trying to force the attacker to initiate that touch. Good touch made there by number 6 for Sharks, Kira Purvis. Slowed down though again for Typans. It's a good pass back there though. Meters made. As now, final dump on the 5th. James McGee scoops, looking for a pass. As well covered there from Charlie Meredith. But that's more of the right kind of work that Typans want. That's what they need to continue to do to stay in this game. Matthew Mayo going to the box. Oh, and this is it. This is what we said. Sharks need to keep composed on their box drive. We're seeing still very wet conditions. Look at that. You can see now this is not pleasant for either team. And all they've got to do is keep these errors down. Keep the ball in hand, nice simple passes. And if they can get to the right end of the pitch, they might see themselves get some reward for that. It's brilliant play that there from the Sharks. Popping passes the ball. And 5 on the scoop. Harry Richards now looking to set it up. That is now 5th touch, I believe. Oh, yeah, and it's not there. Okay, James McGee on the ball for Southeast Taipans. 2nd touch now as they remove 1 player to the box. Going to the box now. Harry Richards, good work. And we are now actually going to see Southeast Taipans get 6 more here. Penalty given for offside. Let's see if they can work these 6 well. Oh, see, look at that. That is not what Taipans needed at all. And you'll see Sharks now essentially in the same position, but where they want to be as we get them coming off the box. George Miller working very well there with Max Penasiad. It's a great meters made from the link. Aaron Payton, but not quite made there for them on that occasion. We are really seeing now the kind of game that happens, and that's another error from Taipans. If they keep doing that, Sharks can be happy, but not really seeing much play in the 7s at the moment. It's more just sort of driving to box, kind of making a mistake, both sides. Both needing composure now, as we see George Miller. It's a good dump there with the sweep coming from Thomas Hopkins Flanagan. Well covered there by Matthew Blackett from the Taipans. Let's see what the Sharks now set up. Talking closely. Ooh, and look at the slide there. Blinking neck, what a score there from Max Penasiad. The one advantage of these kind of weather conditions is you can dive from about 5 meters out, and he saw the space there, and it's really, really, really good work from him. And that means that the Southeast Sharks go up by another, that's 5-1 to them. Taipans need to keep the ball in hand now here, as we're seeing James McGee working very well with number 14 for the Taipans, who is Olivia Turner. McGee now on the ball. Okay, so that one there played by the Sharks, so it will just count as a touch. It's good work from the Sharks to get up quickly. James McGee working hard, cuts back, looking for that pass to the winger. Leah Huget still out there for the Taipans, didn't quite come off. Charlie Meredith once again putting in the work for the Sharks to get them up to their box. It's very, very good play. Number 8 now for the Sharks. Great dump there from Alex Ducano. Harry Richards looking to scoop through, and doesn't quite work out there for Christopher Wall, but got one more here to use as Harry Richards. That's what he does, Harry. He knew it was on, knew what needs to be done. for the 5th touch. Unfortunately didn't have the pass away, but did the right thing, and he's brought the Taipans over to the far side of their box, and they're going to have to work now for getting some players off, which they're trying to do.
Well, we're back. It's been a bit of a mad few minutes here in the box, but we're back. Thank you very much, Jack, for guiding us through that. What it does mean, though, at the moment is that it looks like, at least from here, the Sharks are about to win back-to-back titles.
Well,
that's a heavy touch, is it not, on Amelia Stanley?
Nope. Referee Robin Badd has got it. It was Taipan's own player being off-centre and off-balance that caused that one. And to turn over there. But no, hopefully our viewers couldn't tell we had a lot going on in the background there. I don't know. We'll find out.
If they did, then we apologise, but we're just trying to sort out a couple of bits and bobs because of the weather here. It is absolutely smashing it down at this moment in time. Fair play to our cameraman Jono, who's just been out there trying to get down the interview camera. He is wetter than an otter's pocket right now. I think we all are, let's be frank about it. But here we go, final 10 minutes into this mixed open final, and as we say, it looks like from here the South East Sharks are about to go back to back, but the Taipans might be able to do something here as going through there. An opportunity, now back on it goes, and it's deflected and away. William Gaines just couldn't quite catch up with it.
Yeah, story of the Taipans game, unfortunately, is handling errors in this kind of weather conditions. Sharks now can just afford to keep ball in hand and play the game, being now 4 up. As we see the fresh legs of Meredith, Mayle.
He's been great. And there goes Erin Payton, and there is George Miller. Now an opportunity once again for Matthew Maysell, and now really good step there. And a try, scored. Well, maybe not.
Hold on a minute.
Well, maybe not. We're just going to have a look at this because that time there, that is Toby Lister that could be getting his second, and it has been given.
Yeah, so Bromwake on the side. I think just double checking that Rob Budd had seen the potential touch made before the pass was gone. But it's a brilliant score. That pod there of Meredith, Mayle,
Lister,
and Lister evidently working it very, very well together.
The rain continues to team down here in Nottingham. It is getting to the point now where it is going to be very, very difficult for the Taipans to come back. There's going to be a touch there as they go underneath. Now the slow ball once more to Bendel. Can he try and deliver and start of an epic comeback? Bendel back over. There's a touchdown there. It's going to be touched on. And I don't think James McGee was very happy with that decision there from the referee.
No, but you look at the work there from number 8 from Sharks. She did a brilliant job of shutting that one straight off.
It's gone away there now. So
but, knew that was coming and was there to get it sorted.
That was Erin Payton who was making the move there. And now there's Kira Purvis out there on that far side where she has basically lived throughout this entire tournament.
I mean, fair play to her. She's Kira Purvis was a player who hadn't touched a rugby ball 3 or 4 years ago. Look at her now becoming a very, very good player. It's great to see and to play all game out there on the wing for both sides, actually. She's got Aaliyah Huget for Taipans down here as well. It can be a lonely place, that. They're doing a really, really good job. Really, really good job.
Yeah, go for it.
So we now see Sharks looking to set up something here.
There they are.
Staying high. Tom Penasiard, it's a good touch there. Needed to be made. It slowed the Sharks right down.
Miller now on the ball once more. Here he comes. It's an opportunity. This should be a chance for 7-1, but not right now. And right in the big moment, it looks like that the Sharks are going to win the battle, the first battle of the South East right now.
Yeah, it's looking good for them. Oh, it's another lovely dive, but the touch made by Tom Penasiard. Good try-saving dive, that one. Evidently some players very much enjoying the conditions to be able to dive that well right now. Tom Penasiard again, looking now to create some meters for the Taipans. But will now come to the box. Bex Maxwell directing the play. Will Gaines, good dump there for Bex. And we'll have to go again now. I think we're going to see a scoop from Matthew Blackett on 5th touch.
Oh, you're going to have to go. Quick pass. I think there was a touch there. Yeah, there was.
What it actually was by Bronwyn Wake's signalling, I think the player was out of play before the ball was down on that one, on that occasion.
Yeah. But Ella Huget just couldn't quite get there. As we say, these conditions are tough, and that was a mess up there, but the ball goes down. Media Stanley looks and goes, what more can I do?
You've got to have a bit of compliance for your teammates in these conditions. They are not ideal.
No. But the character building.
Absolutely. And you know what? Out in Australia, playing touch in sunshine all day doesn't build the skills you're going to get in a game like this. Look at that.
Try.
What a finish.
That is a try. And is it the start of an epic comeback? Well, we don't know yet, but what we do know is that the Taipans do get that score there, and it is Rebecca Maxwell. Moves the score on to 7-2.
It's epic comeback. You know, as commentators, that's what we want to see.
Well, yeah. I don't think... Can it happen? Yes. Do I think it will happen in these conditions? Probably not. But the rain, as the old adage goes today, it never rains, but it pours. And right now, the Sharks are trying to pour it on right now, and this is an opportunity and a really good step there, but...
Yeah, Criswell not quite making the gap here. 5th touch again now. Harry Richards in behind him. It's a good quickie off.
Wall, Quinn.
Yeah,
touch.
Not much on there for the Sharks. They've done what they needed to do. Not much is on. You get the ball as far away from the opposition's box as possible to go there. But it looks like Taipans got the penalty there for offside from the Sharks. So they can reset now and use this 6 to their best advantage.
Definitely, they need to score here. There is no doubt about that. Then they need to go and score another 2 straight. Let's be frank about it, in order to try and think about getting back into the game. McGee once more, who's been their influential player, and you know what? That looks a really bad injury. I'm hoping it's not, because the weather. There you go. That is the first time we've seen the ground completely slip away, and he's walking off. And I really genuinely hope that's not a serious injury.
That part of the pitch is looking wetter and browner as we go on. James did have a slip earlier. Hope he's all right, as I say. Lovely player, Exeter University graduate now, I believe. Lovely to see him in here. And yeah, hope that isn't too bad. He is hobbling back to the box.
Nice 5th touch there, though, and here comes Pennicid. He's got people on his outside. This should be the win for him if they can pop it up. But it's a great touch. Oh, my goodness. And all of a sudden, is that another one that's gone down there quite hard? I'll see if I can... We'll see if we can get this up on the replay here, because that looked a very hard touch there on... I think it is Toby Lister. Well, it's not Toby Lister, excuse me. I think it might be George Miller, who we had up here earlier. It was a tough...
He has got up.
Tough moment, but yeah, but he has got up. Maybe...
Hopefully he's okay. Looks like it. He's just made a touch.
Yeah. And this would be one hell of a comeback from here. But all comebacks have to start somewhere.
They do indeed. They do indeed.
Maxwell picks it up, trying to drive it on. Maxwell's there again. She can see the space, and Lister will take the touch on that there. Will Miller. Ball goes out wide there. Huget with a really nice step. Hasn't been touched. And that could be a try.
Ooh, it is.
That's been given, and that is sensational. Watch this here. Watch this step here from Huget. Great ball out there from Brandon Oon, and Huget goes, nope, nope, thank you very much. I'm going in for a try.
After where are we at now? 38 minutes of being stood out on that wing, and you can still pull that off in these conditions.
Absolutely outstanding.
Love that. Brilliant work.
Outstanding work. And now it is, well, 7-3. We do only have a minute left. However, South East Sharks have been the more dominant side, and they probably deserved it on the game today.
Absolutely. The rain stopped now. Maybe it's a sign. Who knows? Lost the ball, unfortunately, here. But, yeah, Taipans, let's see if they can go out with one last hurrah. Matthew Blackett receiving the ball back now, trying to get the meters for Taipans.
There's going to be a penalty.
He's led with the shoulder. He's led with the shoulder.
And it now looks like the South East Sharks could just easily take the ball away.
That was probably the loudest piece of thunder we've heard in a while, though.
Yeah. And I'm not going to lie, in Thunder and Lightning, I don't think that we'll see what the players happen. But here comes Richards now. I think they'll try and get this game sorted. And then there might be a bit of a wait if the Thunder's around. Thunder and Lightning's about. That is not a good sign at all.
Well, we say in the top of a metal high scaffold structure.
I think we might need to get down.
We might need to do the running first.
Yeah, absolutely. As the clock, and I'm pretty sure the siren is about to go. And there it is. They just need to take one more touch, do the Sharks. In fact, they just shake hands with the Taipans. It is the Super Sharks that seal the second title in a row. The South East Sharks have made their way through the Mixed Open, and yet again, for them, after 2019 comes 2021, they're back-to-back champions, Jack.
Yeah, look at that. They are evidently very happy with that. After a difficult pool game against the Taipans, I think they knew they needed to come out with that. They played very well in some very tight-knit pods there of players. But look at this, you've got two teams here, as I say, who play and train with one another very closely. I think they have all enjoyed that, regardless of the weather. And yes, wonderful, wonderful thing to see.
Well, that is it then for the Mixed Open Championship. South East Sharks make it 1-0 against their fellow South East team, the Taipans. And it is now going to be the Men's Open final that will join us next. And it will be the South East Sharks against South East Taipans. Jack, thank you very much indeed for your commentary.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you very much for stepping in when we had a bit of a melee in the box. We'll be back soon with more coverage. Do stay with us.
Let's get into wrap up and to tell, right, Charlotte, wrap up and tell people watching to switch over to our Facebook page from 3:30. And we'll stream it live on the Facebook page via iPhone. It won't be ideal, but it's a plan B. Yeah, just up on the side up there.
So then, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, due to the pitch conditions here, we are unable to bring you the men's and women's finals, unfortunately, just purely because the pitch conditions and the weather are really, really struggling at this moment in time. If you head over to the England Touch Rugby Facebook page from 3:30, the pitches are going to be, the games are going to be over on pitch 2, where we can't bring you the action, obviously, but the guys on Facebook can, due to the pitch conditions. So, like we say, England Touch Rugby Facebook, you'll be able to find the stream of the men's and women's Opens finals there. Thank you very much for enduring the stream problems that we've had over the last couple of days. Unfortunately, today the weather hasn't played ball, but we will speak to you again very, very soon. Good afternoon.